How about now? All right, let's go back to, all right. All right. Hey folks, today's going to be a blast. I just turned the channel on for the Powersport Roundtable for the panelists to come in and join and kind of get our act together before we go. But as you can see, I'm out here in my workshop. I've got things set up so the camera kind of focuses back on where I do the work. And man, I'm stoked. I think this is going to be a great roundtable. We've got 5 experts talking on 5 different segments of the power sports industry to help dealers grow their business. And I'm super, super stoked. So if you're a motorcycle dealership, or you own one, or you work at one, or you know someone who does, and you haven't found out about the Powersport Roundtable yet, through all this other social posting I did, I even bought ads this time. You can go to powersportroundtable.com and you can join the conversation. There is a registration link. It should take you to a page that says sign in. And folks, we are ready to go. Also, if you're in any other one of my social links, you'll see the page to actually join the meeting. I posted that. It'll come up at 9:05 is when that'll get posted. So folks, this is it. We are 10 minutes from showtime. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. All right. Here we fucking go. Hey, brother. Let me go. Yeah, because you're a panelist. Yeah, because I don't think that's the passcode. I thought the passcode was power. Let me see if I can go and edit this thing over on the attendees, hosts, panelists. Invite. Email. That is not it. It's Andrew at what? Oh boy. I have Andrew at theworldsfriend.com. And that's the one I have in this account. What email address? A Oaks. Yep. 104 at yahoo.com. All right, I'm going to send you this. My fear is that it's going to send you an attendees invite instead of a panelist invite. Somebody else just got in here. Hey, Joe, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you great, man. You sound awesome. I'm using my lav mic again, so I sound like I'm in a tin can a little bit.
Oh, you sound good.
Andrew is having a hard time signing in. I got him on the phone right now. How did you sign in? Did you use what I put in the LinkedIn?
Yeah, so there were 2 links. The first one was, let me see, let me just look real quick. It was the top link, the very first one. And then it asked me to put in my email address in order to complete the registration. And that's what I did.
Yeah. Andrew, did you hear what he just said? So in the conversation on LinkedIn, I put an invite there. He said it was the top link. And when he clicked on that, he had to put in his email address. and it's the one that I used to register you as a panelist. And then that brought him in. I'm worried that Nathan's doing the same thing. He doesn't seem so. And I haven't seen Jason yet. Yeah, you are probably in as an attendee and not as a panelist. Which email address did you put in? I put it, oh, if you use that top link, according to Joe, if you use the top link that's in that post I put in our LinkedIn conversation, it's going to ask you for an email address, and it's going to be the email address you gave me for Stress HQ. Can you just copy and paste it into the browser then? Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Could you do me a favor? Jump into LinkedIn and message Nate and Jason that the channel's open.
Yeah. Just
And
on the group chat. On the group chat is fine.
Yeah, on that group chat on LinkedIn, and maybe be real bold and tell them, maybe paste in the link that you clicked, because chances are they're clicking the wrong link. Okay, well, you'll come in when I'm going to click, because right now we're in practice session. That's the panelists get into a practice session. So when I click start webinar, I'll look for you and bounce you over to a panelist or to a co-host. Okay. See you, brother. Bye-bye. Joe, I think one of my upcoming webinars should be on how to use Zoom.
Yeah, dude, you ain't kidding, bro. That would actually go gangbusters.
Because we're supposed to have 5 people here, and it's just you and me.
I feel kind of lonely. I mean, nothing against you, but it's just 2 of us.
Yeah. Nate was texting me this morning saying that he felt nervous. And so, which is so weird. He's like, I have a podcast and I do this and I do that. And he's like, it's so weird. I don't know why I feel nervous. And I'm like, I don't know why I feel nervous either. Just show up, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, I get it, because even though I do quite a bit of webinars, I think I do sometime between something between 12 and 18 a year.
Cool.
There we go.
Jason made it
here.
Jason made it.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Were you stuck in some kind of waiting room?
Yep.
Andrew was stuck in a waiting room too.
Yeah. Thanks,
So,
Joe.
Yeah, no problem.
So last time that we did this, and Joe was with me, Joe, what did we have, man? It was like 6 or 8 pre-registered people, and we ended up with 60 coming into the thing.
I think so. Yeah, man. Those last minute people, are great.
Yeah. And so this time we've got 15, right? So I'm thinking, well, we've got twice as many people signed up. So that's got to be good. Now, Nathan is, wow, I love when that happens. Nathan is texting me and saying that he's there. So he's probably in the same waiting room that Andrew is in. Which is okay. So my goal today was to start out with Nathan, right? Switch into Andrew, and then I wanted to do, how do you guys feel? Jason, do you feel, Jason, do you feel that you would do better later or earlier in the day? Like, would you feel better after other people present?
a coin toss, brother. If somebody who maybe has that
Hey, there's
little bit
Nathan.
better experience, I then I flow from there. Feel free to
Perfect.
jump in and help a brother out if you see me struggling.
Oh, dude, do the same for me too.
Well, typically the way that I see this is I picture it like working at a Home Depot, right? I start at one end of the building and work my way back. And so I like to start at the front end and work my way back. Also, I'm really, really good at time management in live events because, like, for Christ's sake, man, I work for Ducati, right? The Italians would show up with a new plan halfway through the program. So I'm really good at tying it up at the end to make sure we don't go short or that we don't go over, right? So I put myself at the back to kind of deal with that stress. So we're going to do like an introductory round, right? We've only got a couple more minutes before we go live. Andrew's in the audience thing. He got stuck. He couldn't get in as a panelist. He couldn't figure out which link to hit. So once we go live, I'll bring Andrew in, right? And then we're going to kind of go around and do quick, like, hey, I'm Kurt. I'd like to welcome Joe and Jason and Nathan and Andrew. 5 experts. We're going to bring it to you. We're going to bring the heat. We're going to tear this thing up today. Folks, stay with us. It's 5 hours. It's a long time. But, if you need to step away and come back, you can do that too, right? And then, so by the time we actually go to a session, we're going to be at about 12 to 15 after 9 o'clock, right? And so that means the first person's going to go till 9:50, 9:55, somewhere in that area. And then remember, it's going to be a 10 or 15 minute span before we go into the next one. And then 40, 45 minutes, and then a 10 or 15 minute span to the next one. If at some point in this you feel like you lost track or you're out, so like you're pop, because it happens, right? Just go, hey, Kurt, Joe, what do you think about that? Right? And then that's the cue for one of us to jump in and go, oh, well, in my experience, blah, 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 and then try and get it back on the tracks. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Periodically, you're going to see me kind of step away or step back. A lot of times I'm doing posts online, or I'm trying to take care of comments, or I'll throw up a live and I'll say, hey, we're live right now. And you might see me doing weird stuff. Try not to let that distract you, but I'm trying to get more people to realize that, hey, today's the day. This is when you're supposed to be here. All right. We got roughly twice as many pre-registered people this time. And so I'm hoping that we have, good attendance when it starts.
I'm gonna see if I can have my marketing assistant just like start blasting some shit on my personal LinkedIn and on the Powersport Dealer Marketing Group and just different,
Cool.
Different places. Yeah, so we can get some last minute registrations.
Cool. And then we had Laura last time, who was awesome at getting into the chat, but pop things into the chat. Someone says something that makes sense, go, oh, that's awesome. Or that's, I did that at my dealership, or I saw a guy do that and really have a big win. But you want to try and get the chat going. All right.
Do you?
I'm going to hit start webinar.
Got it.
Hey, folks, welcome to the webinar. I am thrilled to have you guys here. If you are in the wings or you're just signing into the Powersport Roundtable, we are absolutely thrilled to have you. And we've got a set of experts that are bringing the heat for you today. We've got Joe Iribarren's going to talk about some BDC stuff, right? Business Development Center. I've got Nathan Sannel. I believe you say it's Sannel, yes?
Yep.
Wholesaler. It's got some finance tools. I mean, he's just going to talk to us about inventory and money and just cool things on the sales end. I've got Jason. Jason Gerald is going to be with us. He's with Motorcycle Industry Jobs, and he might actually show you a handlebar or two during his presentation. But he's here to talk about human resources and how to bring the right people to the right position at the right time. And folks, we know that finding people is hard right now. But if you take a creative approach to it, sometimes there's some solutions for you. So we're going to talk a little bit about that today. And stuck in the wings, stuck in the waiting room right now is Andrew S. Oakes. So I'm going to disappear from the spotlight. I'm going to bring in Andrew. He's our stress coach, and he'll be talking to us today about trying to reduce our stress levels inside the dealership environment. If we could, I'm going to turn the spotlight over to Joe Iribarren for just a little bit. Joe, tell us a little bit about what you do at Go Beyond Creative and kind of what it's going to be about today. And I'm going to disappear and do some work in the back end.
Awesome. Yeah. Can you guys hear me okay? At least panelists give me a thumbs up. Awesome. Thanks, Kurt. Glad to be here again for another round of the Powersports Roundtable. My name is Joe Arabaran. I am the owner and founder of Beyond Creative and Dealer Lead Pro. And without boring you too much, essentially the nutshell elevator pitch of what we do is we help dealerships do two things: generate leads on the internet so they can get more people through the door to buy more motorcycles or more wave runners or more side-by-sides, jet boats, you name it. We help out. We specialize on power sports, marine, and RV dealers. And then the second branch of what we do is lead management, because we notice that there's this enormous kind of twilight area between when a lead online kind of clicks submit on a web form and then the time that they actually come into your dealership. And that twilight area, a lot of people don't understand because it's intangible. I would say that, the vast majority of sales associates don't really think it's a real lead because it's intangible. They can't touch it, they can't feel it, and up until it comes through those doors and they're like, oh, wow, it's actually a real person. So they're always gonna tend to focus on what's in front of them, on the person that's in front of them. And so that twilight zone, that twilight area goes unnourished, it goes ignored. And what that translates into is that a lot of the advertising dollars and efforts that are being put into your lead generation are going down the drain, essentially. You could be getting more without even having up the ante on the amount you spend for lead generation. You could be reaping a lot more out of those current leads that you already have. So that's the second aspect of what we do. Simple way to break it down: we generate leads for dealerships and we help them manage those leads so that the leads have a great experience from the moment that they hit submit on your website to then getting them in through the door and getting that appointment. And that's what we help you out with. And my topic today for the day is going to be particularly on the lead management aspect, on what some of us know as industry jargon, BDC, aka Business Development Center. That's going to be the core focus of my presentation today, because a lot of dealers right now aren't necessarily struggling with generating leads because of the temperature of the market and inventory issues, but they have come to realize, oh crap, I'm having a hard time with my team following up and getting back to people. So that's what we're going to talk about today. And I'm going to give you some really important, strong takeaways of things you can implement yourself, relatively simple things, some of them a little bit more complex, but it's all good, that you can implement that is going to fix a lot of that boo-boo for you guys.
Cool. I'd like to welcome Andrew S. Oakes officially to the panel. We got him in, so that's a good thing. And Jason, if you would, just give us a short snippet, man, about motorcycle industry jobs and kind of where you think you're going to go during your presentation today.
Thanks, Kurt. Well, we had a pandemic this year. I don't know if anybody saw that, and that has kind of thrown a real monkey wrench into the hiring of things. But I think what we do at MIJ feels like sometimes 2 clicks away from being as popular as going to your dentist. Hiring and looking for a job are never really all that much fun. So what I try to do, what we try to do with the company, is make that just work better and easier for everybody. And it's unfortunately, there's never going to be, I say never, there may never be an easy way to be able to do this part of the job. So, but we try to, every day we're sitting here asking ourselves, how can we be of better assistance? And while we're not recruiters, we do work with recruiters, and we'll talk about that later. But I think, like I said, maybe just being able to offer some advice to dealers, because I know that, I see it every day, what people are posting, and I see their successes. I see when they don't have successes, and from a job seeker standpoint too. So,
you kind of hit on something right there, and we'll go through this when you're talking. But when you said, I'm not a recruiter, it reminds me of another group I'm in that deals with digital marketing, right? And they say almost every time they get together, they go, there's a difference between marketing and sales, right? So marketing is the pre-sale, and then sales is the transaction. And what I pick up from you is, you know what, I'm not I'm not sales, I'm marketing, right? Like you attract people, and then maybe the recruiter, lassos them in for the final kill or something. But and I said that in a really bad way. We're not trying to kill people, but you know what I mean? I just want to make sure that we create the right environment so that people understand. Like, I watch your stuff on LinkedIn, and it's like, I really like your approach to trying to attract people to a position, because it's more than just turning a wrench. You're like, hey, do you like riding off-road in Texas? They got lots of land, go check it out, and it's like they picture it. I don't want to give it all away, but we'll let you talk about that when you do your thing. Andrew, I know you were kind of late to the deal here. Welcome to the roundtable. Just a little snippet about you, what the focus of your talk is going to be on, and then we'll jump into Nathan for our first presentation today.
Okay. What I'm going to teach you is today, I'm going to teach y'all individual techniques that you look inside of yourself to solve your stress, but I'm also going to take what I teach individuals. So my big deal is I help free people from the grips of stress, anxiety, and depression. That is my target. I'm hunting it. I want that to go. And I'm going to teach you how to utilize some things by looking inside of yourself, but also how this same kind of picture fits your dealership as well. So I'll apply it back as well to the dealership, and how an individual has capacity for stress as well as a business has capacity for stress, but I'll tie all that together.
And you know what? I mean, I know I look weird taking pictures of the screen and stuff, but there's reasons. When I invited Andrew to talk in the roundtable this time, this came from a really solid place in my heart of wanting to pay it forward. I visited a lot of dealers in the off season this year. 2020, while it brought great opportunity and great floor traffic to the dealerships, it also brought a lot of unforeseen obstacles, like broken supply chains and getting replacement parts or getting things through service. And the stress levels just went up to here. And when I talked to a lot of dealers that were talking about potentially shuttering their businesses, in fact, a gentleman that I am very good friends with was talking just last year about putting the key in his door and walking away, right? And through making some small changes to his business and the way that he thought about his business, he stuck with it and ended up having the best year of his business's career. So this is one of those things where I think it's so important that we have someone that can talk to us about stress and stress management, that it gives us hopefully an opportunity to see that silver lining around the cloud, the opportunity within the obstacle, and the other cliches you hear me say all the time. So Andrew, I'm thrilled that you're with us, man. I'm looking forward to what you bring to it for us today.
Thanks for having me.
Just to give the viewers at home an idea of what the agenda is going to look like, and to kind of take the weight off the shoulders of the panelists. Nathan's going to be with us first. We're going to get him started in just the next minute or so. Andrew is going to go after Nathan, and then you're going to hear about HR, right? Because we're going to go, Andrew, take the stress out of your life, and then we're going to let Jason put the stress back in your life, talking about hiring people. Then we're going to bring Joe in to talk about the BDC, right? And Business Development Center, and lead generation and lead follow-up. And then I'll bring it home for you guys with a talk on service and fixed operations. Nathan, how you feeling, man? Are you ready to take the spotlight?
Yeah, why not? Absolutely. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I'm definitely when I first reached out to you after the last panel, I said, boy, I'd love to participate in this. I have a particular narrow area of knowledge in the power sports business. It's pretty deep and pretty focused. And I thought that perhaps it would be fun to be an expert on one of the panels. What I didn't realize until 5 days ago was that I'm going to be presenting, and I really didn't have and don't have an agenda, but I did throw together a presentation. I'm going to focus on specifically trade-ins, using a wholesaler, other methods. We'll talk a little bit about sourcing, which right now with the inventory lack is extremely important. But I'm going to get into a little bit of the weeds of managing your used, and how to buy and how to sell, and know when to hold and know when to flip, and this sort of thing. So I guess with that, I'll introduce myself. My name is Nate Sannel. I'm the owner of National Powersports Distributors. I started the business 20 years ago selling used bikes on eBay. And rather than take the traditional dealer approach of opening brick and mortar, I started online. So I started the company with $500 in my garage, buying old mopeds and motorcycles, fixing them up, scrubbing them up, and selling them on eBay, even before there was an eBay Motors. So my version of a dealership, well, it wasn't a dealership. It was more individual, tracking down bikes and finding where the demand was for it. Very different approach. But as we got larger and larger, started adding people in brick and mortar, and we kept moving to bigger and bigger locations, we found ourselves in an interesting position that we focus on pre-owned. That is our brand. We are also a Triumph dealer, and we fluctuate between the #1 and the #2 Triumph dealer in the country. 2 years ago, I believe, we broke the all-time United States sales record for units sold in a year. And that's all time, Triumph's all-time record. We were #6 in the world for Triumph sales. And even with all that being said, Triumph represents at the most 6 or 7% of my total sales. We do used, and that is our emphasis. So in order to source that many units, of course, we have to find them everywhere that we can. So we have 4 major sources of inventory. We buy, obviously, we take trade-ins. We're going to talk pretty deeply about taking trade-ins. It's going to be the emphasis of what I want to discuss. We buy from other dealers. So we act as a wholesaler, and we've partnered with a lot of dealers. We buy on the curb. Obviously, we actively and aggressively try to buy bikes from individuals. And we, of course, also buy some units at the auction. So we do things a little differently than most of the people that are sourcing their inventory. For most of the people I talk about, they source their inventory primarily from the auction. And I want to talk at length about where you should be sourcing your inventory and how to manage it. So I'm the owner of National Powersports, but I'm also the CEO of the software company that we built to facilitate this relationship. And that's called Bank My Bike. And Bank My Bike is a dealer-to-dealer trade-in management service. So it's a very modern take on what used to be just called a wholesaler. And that's what I prepared my presentation on today. And that's what I figured I'd grab for an area to discuss. So I guess with that, we want to roll right into my slide presentation, which I hate doing. I have 2 podcasts, and I much prefer to talk with people, but I'll do my best, and I'm very open to being interrupted during it.
And you know what, Nathan, one of the things that I kind of want to touch on, and I might be taking you by surprise, and sharing the screen and the PowerPoint and all that's fine, but I deal with dealers. Like when I visit dealers, I deal with some that don't even sell used bikes, man. That they like take in bikes and they just go and wholesale them, and they don't even entertain selling them. And I go, I thought there were bigger margins in used bikes than new bikes. Why are you beholden to new inventory? So it'd be cool if you kind of touch on some of that. And I don't want to give away all your business secrets, but it's kind of cool that we bring that value to the dealers and maybe your perception.
Why don't we touch on it right now? I mean, it's all part of the presentation, but the more we can go into depth about that, because that is really the core of the conversation is, what are you doing with used? What is your plan? Do you have a strategy? And is it the best strategy? So to answer your question, let me see if I can, the best way to phrase it. I'm a little lost as to how to start this, how to start going down there. I'll tell you what, and I can't speak for everybody, but what we typically hear as the main reasons why people handle used in the manner you just spoke of, where they'll take in trades, they don't want to retail it, they just want to wholesale it, and they just go with the standard route. They take it to the auction. Well, if you want to be in the used market, and I think this is the answer to why some people do it this way, you need more knowledge than most people think. And I think right now with the market the way it is, it's going to hide a lot of sins. And that's one of the things I want to talk to. Let's take that flip side of what you spoke about. There are a lot of dealers right now that are increasing their used sales department, their pre-owned. They're actively looking for more units, and they know the demand is there. So obviously they want to fill it. But the reasons that kept dealerships from having a robust pre-owned category in the past are still relevant today. It's just they're going to be delayed a little bit. So right now, the most important, okay, everything starts with the trade-in. Let's talk about how are you getting your used, what's your used opportunity for retail, and that sort of thing. And I'm not even going to open the slide presentation for a bit. I'd rather talk about this. Much rather talk about this. When the market is this hot, everybody sort of gets fooled into thinking they're an expert. I akin it to when the stock market is high, a lot of people think that they know how to kill it in the stock market because they got in when it's high, it goes a little bit higher, and all of a sudden they're an expert. It's a similar analogy in the used bike market right now. You should be doing pretty well with pre-owned right now. I mean, the demand is very high. And we know that because we're seeing it at the auction, and we see the money that dealers are paying for bikes at the auction is, I will use my word for it, it's insane. Okay, again, for someone that we sell over 2,500 used motorcycles a year. It's our specialty. And I can't figure out how many people are making any money on the front end. Sure, back end, absolutely, financing income and warranties and things. There's always opportunities if you have someone that wants to buy the bike at the price you're selling. But there's a couple ways dealerships can hurt their business under the guise of thinking they're doing a great job with used. Let me give you one example. I talked to a dealer that we used to buy a lot of bikes from years ago, and I noticed we weren't doing that much from them lately. And so I said, well, this was preceded by a customer coming into our shop to buy a bike that said they tried to trade in a bike at this particular dealership, and the salesperson or whoever said that they didn't want that unit. So I called the owner of the company, and because that's a perfect lead in for me to go, we should be working together because you're losing sales. So I called him up and I said, what are you doing? He goes, oh, I'm buying everything. I'm killing it. I'm buying bikes from people on the curb. And then, I don't want to make this indicative of our industry, but it is somewhat still exists. He said to me, man, I said, what do you do with the stuff you don't know? What do you do with the oddball stuff? How do you handle what to give for a number when you're not familiar with that unit or the market? And you know what the answer was? He guessed. We lowball it. We put a number on that we can't lose. Okay. So in his eyes, he's looking at his financials, and he's looking at his used, and he's killing it. Because the units that he is taking in, he's stealing. But what he doesn't understand is, first of all, he's not aware of everything going on in his dealership. Telling me that he takes everything in is not true. From the customer's mouth that bought the bike from my floor, all the way to the point where he's not seeing the point that we live in a very connected world now, extremely connected. How you treat people, it's sort of like karma. No matter what, it's going to come back and affect your reputation positively or negatively. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Same reason why we need to give good service. So if your used plan is to take everybody out at the knees, then the bikes that you get, you're going to do very well on, whether you bring them to the auction or whether you retail them. But what you could be missing is the fact that the other side of being in a connected world is that your customer knows what their bike's worth. Your customer has done deep research on their own unit. They know what it's worth. And when they walk into a dealership and you get a number that's 30%, 40% what you see it or what you know it's worth, not only are you not going to trade it, you're not going to buy the new unit from that dealership. So that's sin number one. Another reason why some dealers don't want to get into used bikes is because, well, frankly, there are some units that they shouldn't. If you're a Harley dealer and you want to be in the used market, if you take in a 10-year-old Aprilia, so this is a very, very different audience, a very different market, and you need a lot of knowledge about what you might encounter when you run it through your shop. So the reason, Kurt, to go back, is a really long-winded answer, but to go reason, the reason why most people are not selling more units on the floor is because they know they don't have the knowledge and they don't know what resources to use to gain that knowledge. And that leads in really nicely to how we work with dealers to help them with that knowledge.
Perfect.
Cool. All right. So why don't I fire up my slideshow? I'm going to rip through it because I'm much more interested in the questions and having discussions like that. But let's go through it so I can explain what Bank My Bike is, how we help other dealers, and sort of what the win-win is.
Excellent.
Again, I hope everybody understands that I really didn't come here with the intention of pitching anything, but this is something that I think should add some pretty decent value to people that are trying to figure out how to avoid some of the pitfalls of used. So let me go to share screen and bring up. Oh, you got to allow me to share my screen. You have to host enable it, Kurt. I'm trying to remember how to do that.
All right, I've got you as a co-host, and just for the other panelists, I'm going to go through and upgrade all you guys as well. All right, you should be ready to go, sir.
All right, I'm getting there. I think I'm going to have to open it up. You're probably seeing the early preview, and bang. Let's see. There we go. All right, how's that look?
It's clear as a bell, man. Looking good.
Good. All right, let's go through this. So what I'm going to move my, I'm going to move all you guys up so I can see my own slides here. All right. So we're going to talk about adding a wholesale partner to enhance your pre-owned sales. Everybody's pretty familiar with using the auction. Wholesalers have been part of the industry since the beginning of time. They're used in automotive, marine, things like that. But Bank My Bike is sort of a modern version of what using a wholesaler can be. Side note, in our company, one of the things that we've been very successful is looking at our industry, finding out what the friction is between the customer and the dealership and working hard to remove that. We've taken the exact same approach on looking at what the typical wholesaler relationship has been with dealers and removing the friction that's involved with that. So that's why I ended up building Bank My Bike rather than just doing everything only over the phone. So I've already given my introduction. We'll get out of this. And what we were talking about earlier, what's your use strategy and why do you need one? I'm going to minimize this here. There we go. I'm just moving some screen stuff. All right. We just discussed this a little bit. In today's market, even with it being hot, there's two reasons why you need to take in used. Number one, you want to sell everything you can. It's a pretty high percentage of our customers have a bike at home that's where their money's tied up with. And in order to get them into a new bike, you need to figure out how to transition them from their previous one. So you're going to lose sales opportunities if you don't offer a trade-in value on every single trade opportunity. And before that, you need to ask for the trade opportunity. You need to even find out when someone comes in looking for a bike, ask them if they have a trade. If you're looking for inventory, taking a trade-in is a considerably higher gross margin than buying a unit at the auction. I think we all know this. So what are you an expert in? We were just talking about this. What are you an expert in? What market do you know well? Because that should be the market you attack. Your techs understand that brand or that segment that you do. Your salespeople understand how to sell those used products, which are a lot in their wheelhouse. And it's important that rather than trying to be all things to all people, is to be a little focused in your strategy, just as you're focused in your strategy behind any other department in your dealership, whether it's service, accessories, etc. Attack that market. So by the flip side, what are you not an expert in? If you need to take every trade opportunity and someone brings you a unit that you really are not familiar with, you still have to give a competitive number on that trade-in, because whether you're going to wholesale that unit or whether you're going to retail that unit, you kind of need to know what you're in for. And then along the same lines, what do you want on your floor and what don't you want on your floor? I'll give it a generalization. Harley-Davidson dealers typically want to see the units that they can put a warranty on. A lot of Harley-Davidson dealerships do not want to bring in a 60,000-mile, 15-year-old bike. They know all the potential problems with that, and they'd much rather wholesale it out. But of course they have to take it in trade. So, you know, if you're a highline boutique type dealership, you might not want beat up bikes on your floor dripping oil. You might not want other brands because it might confuse your customer. Again, your strategy is important and everybody's is different. Something to consider, and something we just spoke about, anything you sell, almost anywhere, outside, well, even at the auction, it affects your reputation. So you have to think really clearly about where you want to sell these products. And if you think that, you know, you can take in wholesale units, not put them on the floor and just dump them on Craigslist, Craigslist is just another version of your floor. Same thing with eBay or any electronic media. It's just a digital door to your dealership. So everything still applies. And then this is something that we see a lot. When times are good or when people are looking to take big trade-ins, they'll over-allow. And over-allowing it's the result of not understanding the market. Now, once in a while, I mean, the ACV's account is there for a reason. Once in a while, you want to take some money out of the new unit you're selling, that's your prerogative. But when you start using to overpay for used, you're heading down a slippery slope, because all you're doing is you're just moving your potential profit. You're moving your loss to somewhere you can't see it. So it's something to really be aware of and to watch closely. Part of your strategy should be, how many days do you want to hold this inventory? Just like your strategy for anything, any dollar that you spend in a dealership, you should have a strategy for how long do you want to wait for that dollar to make its return. So buying inventory and just slapping it on the floor, and then one day taking a look and going, oh, I've got $250,000 extra in inventory and aged inventory, all at over 120, is not the place you want to be, especially because the used market moves extremely quickly. We talk internally at our company, we treat used bikes like groceries. We consider them spoiling the minute that we write a check for it. And everything that is going to delay the time, the days on hand, needs to be focused on. So from there, your natural question is, what do you do with your aged pre-owned? Let's say that you put some units on the floor, you take some trade, you put them on the floor and they hit your predetermined days on hand. What do you do with them then? So I think right now, the most obvious answer is you take them to the auction. But as anyone who's used the auction a lot knows, is you might get a little bit more for that bike at the auction, but it also comes with some cost. It comes with some personnel costs. It comes with some time cost. And it's really hard to know if you're going to nail it or not when you take units to the auction. So again, pitfalls and cautions. We've already been talking about a lot of this, but the markets fluctuate, and usually rapidly. So right now, when it's easy, everyone's a hero. But when it changes, if you're caught off guard, it's just going to be like having 2-year-old brand new units sitting on your floor. You're behind the market all the time, and it ends up being a terrible situation. Again, turns are the key. You don't want to have inventory that you've got more in the unit than what the retail market will bear. And right now, with the prices people are paying for bikes at auctions, and we're seeing used inventory at new bike prices, well, that's a byproduct of the fact that the OEMs can't produce enough. So that demand will continue to be high until production comes up to meet demand. And then that market will turn around very quickly. And when it does, you can't expect that that bike that you bought 120 days ago, that you bought at what the current retail is, you can't expect that you're going to be able to get out of it. You're going to take a loss on it unless you get really lucky. So again, days on hand, I think, is incredibly critical. This is the most obvious one. You can't let your emotions get so in the way of thinking the market is so hot that you can pay any price for any bike and you'll sell it. You might think right now it's happening, and it does happen right now because the market is on fire hot. But if you think that's the norm, you might be in trouble down the road. Something that in the past has caught out guys like me, where the market changes like this, and I'm going way back, but in 2006, 2007, 2008-ish area, Honda had overproduced VTXs, and they put massive, massive incentives on them. And all of a sudden, a $15,000 cruiser had a retail on the floor at every Honda dealer of $99.99, and I had 2-year-old units on the floor for more than that because it was a $15,000 bike. So, and this goes on, you've got to know every manufacturer. You'll know the incentives coming from the manufacturer, the OEM that you are a carrier of, but you might not know for something else. And there would be nothing worse than buying a bunch of bikes at inventory and then finding out an incentive came out and you paid too much. Right now, the last thing we have to worry about is end of year factory incentives. They can't produce enough. That's not going to be in play for a while. But when the market returns back to normal, it is a factor. Let's see what else. Pitfalls. This is something too that when you get, if you're at the auction and you're buying units, something looks decent, but taking it back to your shop and finding hidden needed repairs often will make you upside down, especially when you don't have the extra margin to absorb those repairs. Book value. Book values really are becoming, they're a reference. But nowadays with companies like us and what we do, the book is 2 months behind. And with the way the market is right now, what's going to happen is the book value should come up pretty drastically this year. I expect the book value to go up enormously. And it might go up right about the same time the market actually levels out. It's behind. A company like us puts values on bikes based on the market today. So again, days on hand is critical, and knowing where the market is today is critical. So if you use a book value and you really don't understand that BMW that you bought that has the check engine light on, it might not be a simple fix. It could be a $3,500 part. It could, and so familiarity with brands is really important. And you see it at the auction all the time. You see somebody in the old days buying a Ducati that didn't have its red key, and a non-familiar dealer not understanding that was going to cost them $2,500. It wasn't a simple fix. These kinds of things can catch you out. So a lot of it, unfortunately, only comes with experience. And again, we spoke a little bit about this. Getting into the market late without significant experience and knowledge is a fool's game. Well, fool's game is the wrong word. I don't mean to sound insulting. It has more risk. It has a lot higher risk. I think you can say that with anything to do with any business. Getting into a business that you don't fully understand or have the resources around you to understand is risky. So in the past, the relationship between a wholesaler and a dealer went something like this. The dealership would call a buddy, whether it was a wholesaler or whether it was another dealership that carried the brand of the trade-in coming in. So the dealership is looking for someone that knows the market for the unit that they want to take in. So they call somebody like a wholesaler, and the wholesaler says, I'll give you X for that. Now the dealer has at least one value of what it's worth. The dealer goes to work, tries to take it in trade. And if they do take it in trade, the relationship always worked like this. I helped you stay safe. I helped you make a sale. In exchange for that, you will sell me the unit for what we bought. It's a win-win, friendly, complementary relationship. But now things are different. And if you'll indulge me, I'll tell you a little quick story of almost like the catalyst for why Bank My Bike, why we changed our direction. In the past, I had that same attitude about our dealers. I felt as if I'm paying people with a huge amount of knowledge to share that knowledge in exchange for giving that knowledge, we get the bike. And what we saw happening more and more was dealers who were using us on a daily basis, but keeping the bikes and putting them on their floor. So it gets, from my point of view, it got a little frustrating, quite frankly. And so I remember I called one of the dealers up and I said, you know something, I'm not an unpaid consultant. You use my knowledge in exchange for the bikes, and that's the way this works. And he said to me, he goes, well, we do, we sell it. We're just not selling any. I said, we've done 125 quotes with you in the last 6 months and you've sold us nothing. That's not good for me. It doesn't help me at all. I'm trying to run a business here. I said, I'm going to shut you off. I can't do this for free. If you want to pay me a monthly charge, then maybe I'll consider continuing to help you in your dealership, but there has to be something in it for me as well. And so I said, I'm going to shut you off. Thank you, but I can't be a free resource to you. Well, I got a call from the owner. This was the sales manager. I had that discussion, called, and he said, what are you doing? He goes, I guess we got a little situation here. Our managers, or I said, no. The situation is you're taking advantage of me and I'm getting nothing out of it. And I said, I can't do business that way. I'm sorry. Thank you for the past, but I'm going to focus on helping the people that we have a win-win with. He said to me, he goes, you can't shut me off. And I said, oh, yes, I can. I can shut you off quite easily. And he said, no, you don't understand. You can't shut me off. You're part of our process and we need your knowledge. And I kind of said, okay, I've got to go back to the drawing board here. We have a value here that's greater than just buying the unit that the dealer doesn't want. We're a resource. So I realized that what we really were is the best buying guide you'll ever use, because we'll give a dealer a price on the exact unit with those flaws, with those miles, with that repaint, whatever. And we know what the market is today. So we give a number that's as strong as the auction, but we make it easier. And the way we've worked with dealers in the past is through the tools that we have, is it's so quick to get a number from us, is you can do it while the customer is on the floor, so you don't have to put a number on the bike. Now, even if you're familiar with the market and you know what the right number is, it never hurts to get a wholesaler's number on the back end to make sure and stay safe. So I thought about all this thing. I thought about, why is he so adamant on not losing this relationship? And how do I change the way I do business to not just fire people as the business changes? Used market has gotten better and better. Most dealerships are very aware that this is an area of profitability that has great potential for them. And we're a valuable asset. So we decided to change it, say, what we hope now is we're willing to share our knowledge with dealerships who need that knowledge and work as a partner in exchange for the opportunity to buy the bikes that that dealership doesn't want to keep or is aged. So we've changed our tune to understand that used is good for you. Pre-owned units make you money, but you're not going to sell everyone and you're not going to want everyone on the floor. So what we are looking for with using Bank My Bike is to share all of our knowledge in exchange for the opportunity for the units that you don't want, or the units that are aged on your floor. So in this case, we're a buyer's guide that writes checks and backs up the number that we said you should pay for that unit. So with that, we're not the only wholesaler in the United States, for sure. I think we're the most organized one that I know of, and we're probably one of the largest. But regardless, if you're looking for a wholesale partner and you're looking for someone else to give you numbers on a bike to keep you safe, and someone that's got areas of knowledge in the type of unit that you're taking in and you don't, then these are the types of things that you should look for in a wholesaler. Obviously, you want a wholesaler that has a wide breadth of knowledge. If you're only working with a wholesaler that deals in the same kinds of things that you deal in, chances are you probably know as much about that market as they do. This is a big one. If you're going to be desking deals 7 days a week, your wholesaler should be available to you 7 days a week. That's important. Whenever you have the ability to sell a customer or take a trade, you need that wholesaler available to you. You need a wholesaler that's financially stable and always buying. There are a lot of small wholesalers in this country that have a small or certain amount of money, and once they've bought enough of that, they can't buy anymore. One of the most dangerous things you can do is taking a unit you're not familiar with, you don't understand, on somebody else's word, and then when the customer trades it in 2 weeks, the person that said that they the person that gave you the number says, oh yeah, that's what it's worth, but I'm not buying. Now you're probably not stuck with it in this market, but it's not the way you want to do it. This is a big one. A lot of people don't use wholesalers because it's sort of the same mentality that we talked about earlier about giving a customer a trade-in. If you're not paying you, meaning the wholesaler, if the wholesaler is not paying very competitive prices and similar to the auction, and they're paying you quickly and helping you desk your deal before the end of the month, even if they haven't picked up the bikes, these types of things, if they're not working with you, you're going to have to foot it. It's going to come out of your cash flow. Your wholesaler should have multiple ways to communicate. If you like to communicate with text, then your wholesaler should. If you don't like to communicate with text and you want to talk to somebody on the phone, they should be available to you. And then vice versa, if you don't want to do either of those things and you just want to fill out a form and get a quick response, you should be able to do that as well. As you can guess, we do all three of those. I think it's important that your wholesaler uses sophisticated technology and real people. So people do business with people. Regardless of what the technology is, you're really looking for a partner. And just using some online guide that's fueled by AI doesn't give you the ability to say, like many of our dealer customers do, hey man, you gave me $5,000 on that bike. The guy's on the floor. I've got nothing left in my unit to take out, and he needs 200 more bucks. Can you make it happen for me this time? A good wholesaler will always say absolutely, because it's about the relationship, not about stealing one or two bikes. And then the technology, if your wholesaler has any technology at all, your technology shouldn't be the only thing and your only way of communicating with that company as well, because sometimes you need an answer now. As a matter of fact, most of the time you need an answer now. So what you're really looking for is a partnership that's a win-win. A wholesaler that's not looking out only after his interest of getting bikes from you, but a wholesaler that adds value to your experience and your trade-in numbers, which equals more sales opportunities. So Bank My Bike is like having the most knowledgeable power sports buyer as your own employee. That's kind of how we've set it up. Our buyers, we've been in business 20 years. I don't know what the total number of used units that we've sold, but it is in the tens of thousands. And every single day we are in the market looking at what is doing what. And we have built internally sophisticated tools to let us know where the market is. So getting a quote from us is really like hiring an extremely knowledgeable veteran buyer. Bank My Bike gives you an opportunity for extremely quick turnover. So the units that you don't want on your floor, that you have to take in trade, you can quickly get the money back out of, so you're not sitting on it. Even using the auction, there's typically 2 to 6 weeks in delay, and that's if you sell the unit for your reserve price at the first auction. So, and it usually also takes employees and time out of your day to focus on getting those units to the auction. Obviously, using Bank My Bike, if you're using a value guide that's putting a number on a trade-in that they guarantee, you don't have to use your ACV account in this case. You know exactly what you can get for it if and when you decide to wholesale it.
Nathan?
The other thing that we can offer that I don't
Nathan,
believe...
can I bug you?
Yeah, jump in.
So this is the second time that ACV has come up, and we've gotten a comment asking what ACV is. And it's actual cash value, but I would love for you to just a lot of folks don't actively use these terms the way you use that. So I want to make sure that we can define that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The funny thing is, for the first 18 years or 17 years of business, I didn't know what an ACV account was. The way my business is set up, there's no point for it. ACV accounts to me don't make sense. ACVs are the most scary way to hide flaws. And I can tell you flat out, I had a sales manager that was hiding his mistake purchases in the ACV account. ACV stands for actual cash value, for those of you that aren't using it, what it is, it's an area where, let's say I give you $5,000 for the trade-in, but you have to put $6,000 in it. And you did that because the new unit you're selling, you had good, healthy margin. You had $3,500 or whatever it is, and it's been sitting on the floor and you want to move it and you're willing to sacrifice it $1,000, but you don't want your sales numbers to reflect that you discounted that unit. So you hide that discount in your ACV account instead, which if you're looking at your financials and your cash flow and your profit and loss at the end of the year, all you did was just remove the individual unit that you didn't do well on and throw it into a big pile. Makes sense?
As a former car salesman, I can tell you that the ACV account was the way that dealer principals and sales managers stole from the salespeople, because they would bring the unit in at an actual cash value of X, then it would go through reconditioning, which cost, Y, but then the ACV somehow before it hit the used lot would be ACV, was of X plus Y plus Z plus ABC, right? So then when the salesman actually sold the used unit, he's thinking, man, I got like $4,000 in this thing extra, right? I got $4,000 in padding. So he discounts at $1,500 and then gets a commission on $500. And you're like, where'd all that money go?
Or he owes the principal money now. Lost
Yeah.
money. Yeah. So, all right. It's kind of cool to hear that not many people use it. It's also interesting to see that typically, if you don't have an ACV account, my guess is you're probably not doing a pretty robust used sales. And that's not necessarily the case, but it's sort of indicative of it. It's sort of industry standard and part of most people's dealer management systems, or how you set up your chart of accounts more accurately.
Cool. Thanks, man.
No problem. Please interrupt me as much as you can, like quickly. The other thing that we do, and this is something recent, I love this idea, and I'm so excited to do this. I'm doing this with a number of dealers. With Bank My Bike, if you're a retail customer and you want to sell a bike, and we're buying a bike through Bank My Bike, you fill out a form and you tell us about your bike. Everybody's got a form on their website, a trade-in form. So the way we work, and we've worked in the past, is the dealership logs into Bank My Bike and he fills out the form that communicates with us internally that tells us what the bike is. And then we bounce the quote back to the dealer, and then he gets to work. So the dealer has to take that information from the consumer. We have created a forward-facing trade-in form that works sort of like the Kelley Blue Books of the automotive world, in the sense that we can put that form when a customer puts a trade-in inquiry into the form on a dealer's website. What happens is it goes to us. We look at the bike information, we work our numbers, and then we send to the dealership the lead with what we will pay for that bike. So when the dealer gets the lead, they already know what the trade-in number is, what we'll pay for it, and they're safe, and they can call the customer first call with the trade-in number ready to go. We're doing that with a number of dealerships. We're doing it in automotive. For car dealers, they're finding it fantastic. They don't know what questions to ask their customers who want to trade motorcycles in, and we just handle it right from the bat. So we're a service provider in that area. We have a number of motorcycle dealers that have done that as well. So it just saves my salesman a lot of time. Of course, there has to be a level of trust. The first thing that I would ask if I was a dealer looking at the service is, I'm not sure I want you to know who my customers are, especially when I retail used motorcycles. But some of these dealers I've been doing business with for 15, 16 years. And that's really the core issue here, is that we have win-win relationships and trust, that we're there to help them, and there's a byproduct that's good for us, and our service to them is good for them. So if somebody wants that option, we have the ability to do that. And this is the bottom line. Yes, 2 or 3 days ago, when the panelists here were on a phone call, on a Zoom call, just kind of talking about what we were going to be talking about, Joe, I think it was you that asked me, the dealers are asking right now, this is the number one question, where do I find more units? I need to sell more used bikes. It's profitable. We're kicking ass. I need more units. Well, the answer is most of the dealers right now are turning to only one source. They're turning to the auction. And quite frankly, there's a lot of people there that don't understand the value of these bikes that are paying too much for them. I mean, everyone that I know who's in the used bike business, who's going to the auction right now goes, I don't understand. I really don't understand. We're watching some mistakes happen. Again, the market's so strong that many of people making these mistakes, they're not mistakes right now. Right now, they're making a lot of money, but it can be. So what other sources can you use to get more units? Obviously, you want to buy from individuals on the curb, as they say in the automotive business. That's one method. And the primary method is taking more trades. If you're not taking every single trade that you can, then you're losing sales opportunities on your new, and you're losing opportunities to sell that used unit. Side note here, where you source your inventory affects your margin in the pre-owned market drastically. And, you know, it seems pretty self-serving to try to bash the auction, and I don't mean to, but the fact of the matter is, and I have years and years and years worth of data of which method of purchasing is the most profitable. 100% every single time, buying units from the auction is the least profitable way to be in the used market, flat out. And by it, not by a small margin. Before we started, I wrote some things down. I'm seeing a delta difference between the most profitable way of securing bikes and the auction of anywhere between 8 and 10 points less margin. And for some of you that are familiar with what your margin is on used bikes, that's a big chunk to lose. It's a huge chunk to lose. So you do need to look for alternative sources other than the auction. And the best way is to take in more trades. The units that you're not familiar with, find a way to find out what that's worth and take that thing and trade.
Cool. Nathan, I got to jump in on you, man. We've got a question from Rob. He's one of our attendees. He had asked if you were part of Bank My Bike. I said, absolutely. And then he was asking if there was a fee to be part of that organization it says, does it have a cost to use the service? And then I know that Joe had a hand up as well. So I want to make sure that Joe gets a chance to jump in as a panelist and ask his question.
Okay. So right now, we're probably going to continue to do it for free in exchange for the opportunity to purchase the bikes that you don't want. Now, we can do that anywhere across the country. I will tell you that this is powered by real human beings. So the more our traffic increases, the more human beings we have to hire and shift around and train and do things of that sort. And there is a point where we will probably going to a $299 a month, but for each month that you sell us at least one bike, it's free. So if you, by the time you get to, we have some dealers that move a lot of units to us who do extremely high volume, and they would hit those 12 bikes in the first month. So the way I'm going with this is $299 a month, but for each month that you sell us a bike, it's free. And if you hit 12 bikes over the course of that year, at any point, the rest of the year is free. So as long as I get one bike a month from a dealership, I'm happy to partner up with them.
It makes sense, dude. It's a fee, but it's waived through use, right? So it's like a proration.
Yep.
Perfect. And then his follow-up question was, do you ever part out any of the trades that you take in for parts markets and things like that? Like, do you ever get something where you go, this isn't what I thought it was. I'm just going to break it into parts.
Only when we make mistakes. This is
Cool.
hopefully
And
not
then
that often.
Joe, what did you have, man?
Yeah, so a little off the cuff here, you have mentioned, and as you know, and those of you that have been on with us since the beginning, I mentioned we do lead generation and lead management. And one of the things we've recently been helping our dealers with on the lead generation side is like generating interest in not even people coming in to buy a vehicle from them, but just to sell them their vehicle. Because oftentimes, you know, and Nate, you just mentioned trade-in, and I'm like thinking, man, forget the trade-in. Right now, there's sometimes some dealers don't even have anything for the customer to trade, you know, to trade up to, you know. So my question was, is there anything right off the top of your head that you could recommend for any dealer that's, you know, on here today, where, hey, if you do this, you know, you'd probably get a little bit more inquiries on your website, or I don't know, maybe they can utilize their email database, or any kind of recommendations where they can kind of just get that influx of interest of people, because there's even a lot of people strapped for cash right now, you know, that they're willing to part without actually, you know, trading up. So I'm really, you know, wanting to hear your thoughts on that, if there's anything in particular you could share.
Well, again, I know this sounds strange. Well, yeah, let me try to answer your question more directly. The simple answer is, if you're good at marketing selling, you should be good at marketing taking in trades and buying. It's all the same thing. I cannot tell you how many P&Ls I've looked at dealers who have almost nothing for a marketing budget. Zero.
Yeah.
People listen in today's days and age, people aren't just walking in your store. You have to give them a reason to. So rather than go into specifics of what you should put on your website, or if you should put it up on your website, or, you know, let's start with the basics. When somebody calls about a bike, why don't you start by asking them if they have a trade? That's something that people don't do. They say, oh, I'm so excited, I'm going to sell a bike. I'm going to sell a bike. Let's stop. So do you have a trade in? Because your deal's going to be structured differently anyways.
Yeah.
So one way to find more units is work on training with your salespeople to start asking people regardless. That's the key. And here's a gauge. You should know what percentage of the units you're selling have taken trade-ins. And this will give you a pretty good idea of whether or not there's an opportunity for you right there or not. If you're taking 50% of trade-ins, and by the way, I cannot tell you how many people have told me, oh, we take a trade-in on everything. When you really take a look at it, you're lucky to be at 20%. Lucky. It depends on your volume. I mean, if you sell 10 units a month, well, that's a little bit different story. It'd be easy to skew those numbers. But when you start talking hundreds of units a month, if you're not taking in at least 20%, you have an opportunity. Yeah. You have a big opportunity there, especially to work with a guy like me. It means that there are bikes that you or your salespeople are afraid to give a trade-in number on. You don't have the resources you need to feel safe. If you don't feel safe, you're not going to offer the trade-in. So this is that cycle. Find the tools that you need to know what that thing is worth before you take it in.
Yeah, absolutely. I like your immediate first answer, which was, if you, in my words, I'm paraphrasing, if you suck at marketing selling a bike, you're going to suck at marketing buying one. And I think that speaks to, there are a lot of dealers out there that do a good job in their marketing aspect, but we wouldn't be in business if there weren't a lot of them that didn't suck on really generating leads. So I agree with that notion, which is at the 30,000 foot overview is whatever, forget the message, is, you know, do you need somebody from the outside to help you generate those leads, or just go internally with how you're currently generating, but go over to either your current vendors or your in-house team and tell them, hey guys, we need to get more, you know, stuff through the door.
Well, I'm sure this drives you absolutely insane, but let's back up one more step and go, how well are you managing the leads that you have? Before we worry about generating more leads, are you even managing what you have? And you know, let's start with the basics. What's your time frame for answering the customer? What's, you know, the basics that you guys go over with people day in and day out. This is just another department in your dealership.
Yeah.
So the best practices and best principles apply to this. But when you find that people are struggling with pre-owned and they want to get into it more, but they don't know, it's because they don't have the knowledge base. And that's where they should be. You either find a really good buyer and attack the market, or you use a tool like us, or you get really good at guessing where the auction market's going to be that fluctuates rapidly. But there's no magic here.
A tool like what you offer is so powerful for a dealer, because, like, let's just say from our perspective as BDC, as lead management, right? And our reps, meaning the Beyond Creative and Dealer Lead Pro team is working. You know, we put on our dealer shirt. So let's just say we're working for Joe Schmo's dealer, you know, Power Sports dealership. And my rep represents them, and they get an inquiry. Hey man, I saw you're trying to, you're paying top dollar for bikes right now, blah, 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 blah. To your point, if the dealership doesn't have a tool, how does even my BDC rep or somebody internally keep that conversation moving when they don't know what to tell them? But with a tool like yours, start putting in the info, keep the conversation going, you know, and then the whole idea is let's bring the bike in, to the store. So,
Well,
I got to break in, fellas. Hold on. Nathan, if you have something that you have to share that's in your presentation, I want to give you like the 2-minute warning to get to that. And then, this is exactly what this Powersports Roundtable is supposed to generate. I mean, it's obvious that Joe and Nathan need to have a relationship beyond the roundtable, right? So this is exactly what this is about. This is perfect. But I want to give Nathan a chance to finish up whatever slide he's got to show us. We got a couple minutes to wrap up Nathan's session. Then we'll do a 10 or 15-minute debrief and launch into Andrew Oakes. Good?
Cool. All right.
Sounds good. I feel guilty for cutting into his time, man.
Yeah,
no. We're good. I'm just looking at the clock, and I want to respect everybody's sessions, right? But this is exactly what this whole endeavor was supposed to do. It's meant to spark creativity and conversation.
Cool. I think pretty much we probably just talked about everything that's on this slide, but yeah, might as well finish it up. So why us? Why Bank by Bike? You know, I think we've approached the wholesale market from the same point of view that we have approached the retail market. We are trying to address the friction in this relationship, the typical friction that exists between a wholesaler and the dealer that they work with. So, you look at the tools that we've done. This is all about doing what you just said, Joe. It's about finding out what the value of this trade-in is prior to selling the bike, because it gives you so much horsepower when you're structuring the deal or negotiating. When you've got this side of it all figured out and you can do it before you get to that point while the customer is still making their decision up or making their mind up, it's so valuable to your salespeople and it increases your profitability a lot. So what are we? We're a value guide that gives you an exact value for a specific vehicle with all of its flaws based on the market today. And we back up our quotes with a buy guarantee. So we keep you safe. Our quotes are answered by real people. Right now it's Barry and Ben. You want to give us a call on the dealer line, say, hey, Barry, hey, Ben. And these are real human beings that will help you out and share what their market knowledge is and tell you what you should do. They're extremely knowledgeable too. They have a huge amount of knowledge. So regardless of the technology we use, I just said this, we believe that people do business with people. The technology we have is just the method to facilitate that relationship. That's it. We're willing to share our knowledge with you about the market to keep you safe, just for the opportunity to buy the bikes that you don't want or the bikes that don't work out for you. And just so everybody knows, we're not a brand new company. We've never marketed this outside of our region. This was a tool I built to facilitate the relationship that we already had with over 200 dealers. So just to give everybody an idea, rather than somebody from outside the industry trying to develop some technology that they can come in, this was born out of the way things currently work in our industry, just a better way to do it. So we already have 200 dealers that do business with us. We consider them our dealer partners, and we're ready to expand the process now. We've got the logistics and the trucking and the shipping to be able to buy bikes anywhere in the country and work with a dealer on a regular basis anywhere in this country. And that's it. That's my last slide. Let me kill the share.
Well, I'm just going to take the lead on this one. And Nathan, I just want to throw it out to you, man. Based on all of our previous conversations, I'm going to say that you are a bullshitter. You were prepared. That was great, man. Nerves be damned. I was thrilled to have you, and I really like the information. You mentioned ACV and projecting days in inventory, and those are two big things for me when I consult with dealers. And then I really liked when you were talking about your own business from an entrepreneurial mindset and saying you've got to know your product and know your value, right? Like, what do we sell? What are we in business for? And so many times I talk to dealers that started out as enthusiasts and they lose sight of the fact that they have a business, and like maybe they're in the people business. Like they haven't recognized, hey, I'm in the people business. This is what I do. And instead it's about the trinket instead of the relationship, right? And so, man, I really like what you brought to it. And I might have stole some thunder from other panelists with their comments, but man, I really wanted to give you a big shout out there. Thanks for doing that.
Well, thanks for having me on. If anyone wants to say, I can talk about this stuff till the cows come home, because this is my life. Last 20 years has been my life. And I think it's an opportunity. I've always looked at business as, it's not about stealing something from another dealer. It's about figuring out who to work with and how we can help each other.
Yeah, I want to ask you kind of a pinpointed question. And again, it's another one of these where I might be putting you on the spot.
I'm all right.
But when we talk about days in inventory,
Mm-hmm.
I can remember being a salesman, right? Because I did sales for a while. And I can remember the owner going, hey, this EX500, because that's how old I am, that EX500's been in inventory for 139 days. We're going to put a $50 spiff on that because that piece of crap's got to go, right? And if you own an EX500 and it's your favorite bike ever, I didn't mean to call it a piece of crap, but he would say it's a piece of crap, it's got to go. And in my mind, as a salesperson, I'm like, why are they busting my stones about this EX500? If I'm moving units, I'm moving units. If I'm selling, back in the day was the Interceptor 750, right? If I sell an Interceptor 750, why am I in the doghouse? Because at least I sold a unit, right? But the boss wanted me to sell that EX500. What does the days in inventory mean to you?
Cash flow.
And is it because they're paying interest or floor plan on inventory, or how?
All of that. Well, let's say you have, as a principal, you have capital available to you through a number of methods. But for most of us, it's limited. You only have so much capital. If your capital is sitting on the floor, and it doesn't matter if it's in used bike. I mean, I don't understand why dealerships, they'll move units off the floor after 30 days, but they'll let their clothing and accessories and apparel hang out for a year and a half before it turns. And when I say turns, I mean, if you have $10,000 in inventory at cost before you get that $10,000 back, before you turn that 10 grand. So rather than looking at it as turning a unit, it's turning dollars. And for some reason, it just seems to be easier when you have one unit to put a spiff on or something, because quite frankly, every dealer should be looking at the days on hand with any hard product that they own, whether it's a helmet or whether it's a bike. Because how you price that depends on whether it's fresh, whether it's stale, what the demand is. And we miss the mark all the time on purchases, whether it's clothing or motorcycles. When you miss the mark, you do something about it. You get as much cash back as you can so you can reinvest that cash into a better investment.
I can remember doing fixed operations consulting and talking to parts managers about their purchase system, right? And a lot of them use that term open to buy. But then when I would talk to sales oriented people, they didn't use the term open to buy. It was almost like I can trade in until I run out of money or something, right? It was like this weird, like it wasn't like a pre-planned concept of spending the money. And maybe that's the mindset switch that has to happen to really make people do that.
There's another very important part. I don't want to get too, I tend to get a little bit wordy. There's an extremely important part in thinking of days on hand. When you reduce the days on hand, you also increase your margin. And I'll tell you why. This is so important. As things get stale, what do? You mark it down, you mark it down, you mark it down. Well, now you've got your money that you've got sitting in that bike. Your cost hasn't changed. You still got $5 grand invested in it, but your ability to profit off of that is diminishing as the market changes. So you'll find that if you can reduce your days on hand by as much as 30 days, and when I look at days on hand, it's the moment I wrote the check to the moment I'm paid in full back for that unit. It's not under deposit. It's not when it's prepped in the shop. It's when I wrote the check before, and then when I get my money back. If you reduce your days on hand, you'll find your margin is up because you're selling within the current market. As soon as you start trying to sell units that are not within the current market, this is when things go sideways real quick.
Last March, I put out a post, an article, and I said, I think COVID's going to drive traffic to the dealerships. Based on my experience at the OEMs, I knew the supply chain was going to be broken and replacing inventory would be tough. And I warned, protect your margins and you're going to run out of inventory. Now, as an example of this, I have friends right now at the auction right now in Vegas sending me pictures of motorcycles that to me are modern vintage collectible bikes. I mean, they're just beautiful, but people are bidding. It's almost like the Amway example, right? I used to love Amway until I realized I wasn't buying it wholesale and selling it retail. I was buying it retail and trying to sell for retail plus, right?
Mm.
And as an example, last night, I just sold my son's 2006 KX85 for $1,900 in cash. And 2 years ago, that bike was six or $700, right?
So,
And
well, no,
shoot,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, that's. I think I
but my
already gave
point
the
is,
example.
the guy that bought it put a YZ on hold for his son, but he says he can't take delivery for the next 4 to 5 months at the earliest because of backlogged inventory. The idea that we have a waiting list in Southern California to buy a kid a dirt bike was unforeseeable 2 years ago. You know, there was a glut of inventory sitting in warehouses all over the place, owned by the different OEMs, and now and I'm a little more critical of the OEMs than maybe I should be, but they're out of inventory. And now it's driven up this used market to a point where it's like, now I got to buy him a 250, right? Because he's grown, he's a big boy now. And I'm looking at like $3,500, $4,000 for a used 250 that 2 years ago was $1,800.
Well, we're going to find ourselves eventually in that situation that I talked about, the Honda, the factory incentives, where right now, I mean, you can see it. That's a perfect example of late model stuff is in some cases going for more than what the MSRP was on the unit. So if you're buying based on that premise, you better move those units within this market. You better not be sitting on those when this cools down, because when supply comes back up and you can get that brand new YZ, you're not selling that thing for $1,900 anymore. So just everybody really needs to understand this market that's in a bubble.
All right. And then my apologies to the rest of the panel because I just started talking. I mean, if you guys got something for Nathan, now's the time to have that panel discussion and round out something that I might have missed. And then, Andrew's being so patient. He's sitting there grinning at his camera, but he's next. He's on the hot seat next, right? So folks, another 5 or 10 minutes, we'll have Andrew going, but I want to give the rest of the panel a chance to ask a question or engage Nathan. Oh my goodness. Did I ask that many questions? Now I feel really bad.
No, I wanted to
right.
say thanks to Nathan for, I have no skin in that game. I mean, maybe I do and I just don't realize it, but you made it really interesting. I mean, I was engaged the whole time and learned a shit ton. So thank you for making that rad. Look, I even took notes. So
awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, super interesting.
It's one of those where Nathan does this every day and he thinks he's not sharing anything that's deep or whatever, right? But it's people don't realize what they're an expert in, right? Like you just dropped so many truth bombs about sales and inventory and finance and even just the charge of accounts, right? Like dealers are watching this, or they're watching the replay that's going to be available on the website and they're going, oh, I should probably look at that. And that could be the difference between an extra $15,000, $20,000 in their bottom end at the end of the season. And that could be the difference between putting a key in the door and calling it quits or putting in another season. Right. And that's the condition that a lot of our people are in right now. A lot of dealers are making that decision. Am I going to keep doing this, or am I going to sell off to Ride Now or one of these bigger companies? And I think the more we can add value to them and help them become financially sustainable through this advice, I think it's just awesome.
Cool. Glad it went well.
All right. Andrew, how you feeling, man?
I'm doing good, man. I got a cold, but I'm rolling, man. I'm ready to rock, dude.
Well,
Nathan, that was awesome, man. Got me wanting to flip bikes, man.
Flip bikes. It's like flipping real estate. You could start your own Nat Geo channel, like Chip and What's Her Face down in Waco, Texas, right? You could just drive around the country, buy and sell bikes and make a show out of it. Nathan did a really good job of bringing up a lot of subject matter that might actually increase stress levels, Andrew. So your timing on this is pretty good, right? So your job is to do your thing. And I'm going to let you have at it, man. If you got to share a screen, share a screen. If you just want to talk. But
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and put you on featured speaker view and let's see what you got.
All right. Appreciate it, man. All right. So often I tell people that I'm a stress coach or I'm a stress management guy. And sometimes I get a little bit of feedback like what the F does this guy know about my life? Like I'm not in the car business. First off, I'm not in the car business. I flipped a couple cars in my day, got one, cleaned it up and sold it. Other than that, I've never really been in the car business. I did 6 months of service writing at a Camping World, and my wife did 5 years of service writing at a GM dealer. So I got a little bit of knowledge about it. But here's the thing. I don't have to know anything about your business or your stress in your life to help you, because I know somebody that does, and that's you. I just teach very simplified fundamentals for every individual to use. And you won't hear me using these big terms like somebody that went to school for a master's in psychology. What you're going to see from me is what I call a street view of psychology. So take this little ball here. If you're looking at this from your angle, say if we're all sitting in a round table and this is what you see. Well, on this side of it is what I see. Is this not the same ball? So I'm talking about the same stress. I'm talking about the same thing. But with me, you're going to find that I simplify them, that where the masses can use these things. And I'll take you through that. So Gallup conducted a poll, and they found that 86% of people admitted to being unhappy. And you think, okay, well, that makes sense. Look, 2020 just happened. It's spilling over into 2021. There's all these new rule changes, all these issues that's going on. There's all this hate and division and all these things. But here's the problem. This poll was done in 2016, 4 years before the pandemic. 86% of people were admitting to being unhappy. That leaves 14% of people that think they're happy. That's pretty rough. That's really low. So what I found in my business, researching stress, researching happiness, that stress and happiness are directly correlated. So if you rate your stress at a 9, I would deduct from that you're about a 1 in happiness. You're not on a 10 scale. So you're not experiencing much happiness at all if you're at a 9. And if I could push your stress levels down to say a 1, I would deduct from that you're probably about a 9 in happiness. So what I work with is I'm actually the happiness guy. I want you to experience those moments of joy. Like even people that think they can't experience these great moments of joy or these great levels of happiness are able to once we attack the stress. So if we can push the stress down, we can push the happiness up. So stress plus happiness equals 10. So whatever side, if you're a 9 in stress or you're 9 in happiness, the other side would take the opposite, which would be the 1. The leading cause of death in the world is heart disease. You want to take a shot at what do you think the leading cause of heart disease is? It's stress. Leading cause of death of males under the age of 40, suicide. Why do people commit suicide? High levels of stress. So it appears that I'm saying, hey, look, stress is the problem. But what if I told you stress didn't come to hurt you? It came to save you. So stress is actually good. Now, how does it make any sense? Let me back my chair up here before I hit my computer screen because I'm a very animated person. Hope that's all right with you. So imagine you just work. It's springtime, right? So people are working in their yard. So imagine you just worked in your yard or you just cleaned your house and you just worked really, really hard for 2 days in a row. You are dead beat tired. You go into the house and you lethargically make it to the bathroom and you pull back the shower curtain. You got to take a shower before you go to bed. That's all you want to do is go to bed, but you got to take a shower because you're dirty. You pull back the shower curtain, you hop in the shower. When you hop in the shower, you reach down and you turn the water on. All of a sudden, ice cold water comes out of the shower head and hits your skin. You yank the shower head off and point it away from your body. Or you duck underneath. If you got one that's fixed, you'll duck underneath the shower head and try to avoid the cold water hitting your skin. Or you put your shower curtain in between you and it, or you jump out the shower. Now, what happened? That same lifeless body that had no energy whatsoever all of a sudden had tons of energy. Tons of energy, so much that you had the reaction skills of a ninja. The brain met a discomfort. Brain meets discomfort. It feels the body with stress energy. That stress energy is given to you to be able to remove the discomfort causing it. So here's the problem though. The brain doesn't know the difference between cold water hitting your skin or an alligator biting your leg. All it realizes is, hey, I've met a discomfort. Let me give him the energy to get the heck away from this thing. Now, if you look at stress, I'll define stress as an emotion. And now this kind of rubs people wrong sometimes, the higher level people, but the people down on the low end that are trying to understand this, they kind of like it. And I do too. Stress is an emotion, energy in motion. So the body is being charged up with all this electricity, all this energy, ready to go, ready to fire, because the brain has met that discomfort. So think of love, another emotion, right? Think about your favorite sports team. Think about your favorite bike. Think about your family. Think about the things that you love. Think about the experiences that you love, maybe riding your bike or going on a hike or something. Think of those things and you will feel the tingles running inside of your body. That is energy in motion. So an emotion is energy in motion. So what causes stress? There's multiple different things that cause stress, but the things that we need to understand is who we are and how we are internalizing the stress as the information comes in. So our past, what it might have happened in the past, like say I was popping those little bubbles from the mail, that might drive some people crazy. Some people are like, oh yeah, let me get a sheet too, and then we'll pop them together. But maybe somebody has a link to that being a bad memory. So that causes a discomfort for them, but also your present. So if you're having, a fight at home with your wife, you're probably going to work and you are coming in with a little bit more bad energy. You are already geared up, stressed out. So therefore you are starting to perceive more things that are more stressful. I'll give you an example. Imagine you're having a really bad day. We'll go with this. You're having a really, really bad day. And you walk by the desk and you bang your knee on the desk. You're like, oh, you get so aggravated. Change the script, okay? You're about to get ready for a date or something really excited that something really exciting that you have been waiting for quite some time. You're super fired up. You're charged. You go hit your knee on that same desk. Boom. You're like, total different energy. So you're excited and still you met that pain, but it didn't turn into that aggression like it did before. So our present is really controlling a lot of what we're experiencing. And then your beliefs, what you believe about something. So if you believe something is negative, if you believe something is bad, then of course your brain's going to pick it up as a discomfort. So sometimes the work that we can do is like, okay, well, the assignment of meaning that we're giving it, well, this is bad. Well, how do we know it's bad? Sometimes we just got to work a little bit on processing the information so it does not go into our computer as a discomfort that's going to fill the body with stress energy. All right, so I'll take you into an example. So as I'm saying, the brain is dumping the energy into the body. So oftentimes we are assigning like our bigger pieces of life as all of our stress. Like if you ask somebody, what are you stressed out about? Finances. Finances is almost every single individual. Some don't have financial stress, but here's the deal. Stress is not reserved for the poor. So family stress, job stress, there's multiple different stressors. So I utilize the body in this reference as a balloon. Everybody has a different capacity for stress. Imagine going out on a road trip. Some people can go 8 hours and never have to stop to pee. My sister couldn't make it out of the same town. My dad went crazy, hated it. She wasn't even allowed to drink water. 3, 4, 5 hours before we would leave, no, you ain't drinking nothing because you're gonna have to stop to pee. But everybody has a unique capacity, just like urine. You have a unique capacity for stress. Some people have a high capacity, some people have a tiny little capacity. So we're going to assign family stress, right? Got a little bit of family stress going on, a little bit of financial stress going on, a little bit of job stress going on. Now, say you bang your knee on that same dresser every day. A little bit more stress. Brain meets discomfort, fills body with stress energy. So every time I meet a discomfort, I'm going to fill this balloon up just a little bit more. So you have a long nose hair tickling your face in the middle of a board meeting. Say your mailbox door doesn't fit quite right, so sometimes the mailman leaves it down and it gets rain on your mail. You got uncomfortable shoes. You got a hole in your sock. Pants got too tight. You're sleeping on a bad pillow. Maybe you have a dirty cup holder and you bring in a cup from the car and you set it on your desk right on some important paperwork and it leaves that dirty little ring. So every time we meet a discomfort, it is pushing more and more air into this balloon. So people experience stress as a pressure. Check out the balloon. The more discomfort I push into this balloon, the more you think that the balloon is causing the pressure. But the balloon isn't causing the pressure. It's what you're putting into the balloon that's causing the pressure. So how much air do you think I could possibly put? All right, so how much air do you think I could put in this balloon before it starts to become anxiety, where I start to think that this is going to blow up in my face? I call it the 3 rut nose. When anxiety shows up in your life, stress is the root cause of anxiety and depression. I won't go into depression today, but I will go into anxiety because a lot of people are experiencing anxiety. The 3 rut nose. The reason why I call them rut nose is because it's a rut. You're like stuck in a rut. Zig Ziglar says a rut is a grave with both ends kicked out. We don't want to be in a rut. So the 3 things that change is you have no hope for a better future. No hope for a better future. You don't have a dream or a target. A lot of y'all, the owners here, probably have targets and goals and dreams and things like that. So I'm not really preaching. I'm just saying these are the 3 that create anxiety. And then the third one is you have no active plan for removing discomfort / stress from your life. Our brain, having a target, our brain wants to know where we're going. And it also wants to know that we're not allowing stress to keep adding up. We are doing something actively to remove it. Life is going to hand you stress no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing. Life is going to give you discomfort. So you have to have a system in place to remove it. If you don't have a system in place to remove it, when number 3 is out of whack, you don't have a system to replace or to remove it, then number 1, no hope for a better future, is very present as well. So I'll go back to the balloon. This idea that I have is people were like, okay, well, I'm my doctor, I'm 100 pounds overweight. I got to lose this 100 pounds. You know, that's a discomfort in my life. Or, you know, this other big deal, our dealership's not big enough yet or something, you know, have different, everybody has all these little different stresses but they're always assigning the big pieces as a problem. I'm asking you to do something different. I'm asking you to attack those little bitty discomforts, like move the dresser that you keep banging your knee on, trim the nose hair. As you do these little things, you start to let air out of the balloon. You go get new socks, you know, you get new shoes, you clean the cup holder, right? As you do this, it starts to relieve the pressure in your balloon. And it doesn't seem like much. It doesn't seem like it can make that much of a difference. Andrew, that is the silliest thing I've ever heard. Here's the deal. The average waist size of a male in America is 34 inches. Did you know a 15% difference? 15% difference will put you at a 29-inch waist. Think about wearing 34-inch pants with a 29-inch waist. You are swimming with extra room. And when you get extra room in the balloon, I call that tolerance. You become way more tolerant for the world. You experience way less discomfort if you have more room in your balloon. I'm skipping over a few slides. If I was given a presentation to, say, some employees opposed to the business owners, there's a couple other slides that I add back into here, but I'm going to skip over some of those. So I want to go through an exercise because it might seem, like I said, too simple to make a difference or make an impact in your life. And I'm going to go back to the bladder just because that is the brain's way of communicating, or the body's way of communicating with the brain. Say you really, really have to pee. That's the discomfort. That's how your body's communicating with you. Think about if you're hungry. Think about this one. If you're starving, you're hungry, right? That's a heavy discomfort right there in your stomach, right? That's a discomfort. Try to breathe all the air out of your lungs and try to keep the air out of your lungs for just a second. You will experience a massive amount of pain and discomfort in your chest. So the discomfort in this scenario is your body and the bladder. So you really have to pee. You're sitting in traffic, gridlock traffic, and you really, really have to go. Well, you start dancing around a little bit, right? They call it the pee-pee dance. You're like, oh, shoot, I roll the window down, try to distract myself, maybe turn the radio up, maybe smoke a cigarette, whatever. You finally get home. You go trying to put the key in the door. You can barely get the damn key in the door. And you're like, all right, you run to the bathroom and you start peeing. As soon as you start peeing, you're like, your brain is relieved. Your brain is excited because, and it is actually releasing happiness chemicals inside of your brain because it is so excited that discomfort is removing itself from your life. You're removing the discomfort from your life. So therefore, it is giving you the feelings of relief. It is saying, hey, everything's okay. So even though those little bitty guys moving the dresser, trimming the nose hair, getting new socks, they seem so small, the brain is still going to reward you as if you just beat the crap out of that alligator that was biting your leg. It doesn't know the difference. All it knows is that we are moving forward. All it knows is that we're removing the discomforts from our life. I'm going to give you another example. I will give you one more example. And this one you can actually feel for yourself. You can experience right now, but I'm going to ask you to trust me for a second. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. And go ahead and breathe freely. But start to pay attention to your feet. Feel the blood in your feet. Just feel it flowing through there. Feel the temperature of your feet. Just be aware of what's going on. Now start to ball your feet up like they were clenched fists. Ball them up as tight as you can. Squeeze them harder. They'll start to hurt. Continue to squeeze them. Squeeze them even harder. Squeeze them even harder. Take in a deep breath. Slowly begin to release your feet and be aware of the relief coming back in over your feet. All right, y'all can open your eyes. What you just felt there, you was able to experience relief, even though you have the same exact amount of stress that you did 5 minutes ago. How was somebody able to experience relief? Because I forced a discomfort on you. And when I allowed you to remove that discomfort from your life, the pain in your feet, your body experienced that relief. So that is just one more piece to prove that all you have to do if you want to remove stress and increase happiness is push those little guys down. Now you have minors and majors. It's important to work on your majors. But if you want immediate change in your life, if you want immediate impact, like you feel like that noose is there, if you feel like that pressure is just pushing you down, start to put energy into removing those little discomforts. And it is crazy. I call my philosophy sudden comfort. Comfort is nothing more than a lack of discomfort. That's how I define comfort. So if you remove those little discomforts from your life, there's a moment of relief that shows up. It could happen in a single day. The darker it is, the more anxiety, the more depression, the more issues you have, the harder you work at it in removing those little discomforts. In a day, 2 days, 3 days, 3 weeks from now, you could be in one of the happiest places you've ever been in your life. Now, that's unique to the individual, but just working on those little bitty discomforts is very important for your overall happiness. So just like you have a capacity for stress, your dealership, your business has a capacity for stress. One of the ways that we're trying to battle stress or handle stress is, well, you know this one, very familiar. Most of the people, if you look around, if you're in charge of people, people try to turn a blind eye to it. Well, that doesn't work. CDC says that 70 million people, there's only 360 million people in America, by the way, 70 million of them have a sleep disorder of some sort. 70 million people. And in my research, in my work, what I believe that distraction or avoidance, they're just tied together, is the reason why so many people have a sleep disorder. Imagine it like this. Say your brain is driving the car of your life. Your heart is sitting in the back seat. Well, your heart doesn't have any arms. All it has is a voice. Your heart is asking the brain to do things in a certain way. Hey, slow down, be cautious, don't do this, don't go over there anymore, don't drink like that anymore. Why are you drinking like that? Why are you putting yourself in that situation? Hey, don't go down here, hey, just lose the 20 pounds. Well, the brain is sitting in the front seat and it's drowning it out. It's just cranking that radio up all day long. You swiping on your tablet, you're paying attention to something else. Hey, if there's no noise, if there's no radios, there's no TV. I was guilty of this. This is what I did. This is how I lived my life before I changed my life at 27. Your brain never gets a word in. You think these people that say, hey, I have my best ideas in the shower, or I wake up at 3 a.m. and all of a sudden all my world problems come back in. Well, what's happening? The brain is like, nobody's listening. Oh, we're in the shower now. There's finally no distraction. It's just me and my brain. So now let's communicate. Let's talk. In the middle of the night, why do you wake wide awake at 3 o'clock in the morning? It's the heart knocking on your brain saying, hey, buddy, things are going wrong. We need to talk. We need to talk about this. That's how you know people are trying to avoid looking at the stress, and that doesn't work. The other thing that we do is try with addition. We try to add things to our life. Well, this is going to make it better. Or we try to say in the dealership, you go to the service writers, you bring them donuts. Me and my wife used to have this coffee truck, iced coffee, and we also sold ice cream. And we would go to a dealership and they would buy $500, $600, $700 worth of product for their employees on a constant basis. And if they weren't buying from us, they was buying from the hot dog truck. They were buying from, the pizza place. They were giving, trying to win and push down stress, increase morale with addition. What I suggest is you can keep those in place, but allocate some of that money that you would try to go with addition. Addition doesn't work, by the way, because it's always having to come. The first three letters of addiction, ADD, add. Addiction, add. Addition leads to addiction. And those people that were standing there at my truck were not appreciative that the business bought them that, like they were owed it. So it's not even going down in a good way. Take that money and look at the different little discomforts that are going on in the business. Pay attention to the majors. Work on your majors long term. Maybe you have the inventory problem right now, or maybe you need a bigger dealership, or maybe you need a smaller dealership, or you need more furniture. There's majors and minors. Work on those little minors. Do you have your service writers at the front of the store baking in that glass box? Possibly tint the windows. Put some tint around those people. Are there computer problems? Is somebody's desk right next to a noisy refrigerator? Kurt told me that he went to a parts supply room and they had the air compressor right in there with the guy in the parts room. These little discomforts are eating at your employee. These are overall tearing down your morale. I'm simple, and it doesn't seem like these things work, but I'm telling you they will. I've watched them work. When I started out coaching individuals one-on-one, I had no idea that executives were going to start to reach out to me because I didn't think my people were that high. I didn't think people from other countries' governments, high official governments, would reach out to me. But it turned out that every single individual can benefit from this system, no matter how high, no matter how low. Removing the little discomforts from your life is the way to go. Take you through some statistics. So a Forbes article I recently read said that employers that invest in their employees' mental health see a 4 to 15 times ROI. I don't know how they quantify data. I don't know how they get their numbers, but that sounds pretty good. So other things like there's mental health kind of things that you can do, like you can bring in speakers. So lifting morale that way, or teaching people different techniques, or having certain things available for them. You can change things up. There's multiple different things you can do, but mental health is very important. But I believe that if you just make a constant list, walk around your dealership, visit people, ask them what is bugging them. Is the little typewriter, copywriter thing, is that an aggravating or frustrating thing for them? If it is, try to remove those things. Have less discomforts for your employees to experience throughout the day. Depression accounts for 200 million lost workdays a year. 200 million. It says 17 to 44. This is Forbes. 17 to 44 billion in lost work. And that's the end of my presentation for today.
Dude, first off, round of applause, air fingers, however people would do this stuff, on Zoom calls nowadays. But what you just brought to dealer owners, talking about the balloon, and the balloon's not the thing, it's what you put in the balloon. I was having flashbacks, man, of like working at the dealer level. I can remember consulting with a dealer owner in Albuquerque, and well, everyone knows I worked with PJ, right? And PJ's an A+ type personality type. I mean, he's all the time going, right? Well, right behind the parts counter was like a slat wall where there was like inventory there, but it was like not merchandised well. And it drove PJ insane that people at the parts counter would stand at the parts counter and watch YouTube videos when they didn't have customers, thinking that they were working instead of fixing this poorly merchandised thing of brake pads, right? Well, he would lose his marbles, man. And I was there as a consultant, and one day he just went nuts. And I can remember thinking right then and there at that time, why don't they just re-merchandise the stupid brake pads? It'll take 15 minutes and then it's off the list. Like, why are you allowing the owner of the store to have a conniption fit over something so stinking simple, right? And it's like, move the thing that you bang your knee on, trim the nose hair. I mean, you gave simple examples, but that's at the dealer level. It's, and I want dealers to be able to put this into perspective, right? Nathan mentioned in his talk that clothing gets outdated, right? I can remember a certain brand that's already been mentioned on this roundtable was putting out merchandise, and then they wanted you to merchandise their stuff and then track the inventory and then automatically refill stuff. And it just got to where tracking these stupid polo shirts and umbrellas and stuff was like, I'm in the motorcycle industry. How did I become a polo shirt and umbrella guy? And it got to where people were losing their minds. And a couple of stores I went to, they had like no extra larges, right? They had like 2 extra smalls, a small, a medium, no other shirts. And they were still taking like these waterfall racks to put stuff on display to make the OEM happy, when what they needed to do was take their incomplete size range, put it on a sidewalk sale and blow that crap out at cost, and bring in new merchandise that they could turn, to steal Nathan's term from his presentation, right? Because you ain't gonna turn, a couple of extra smalls and a medium at retail sitting on a half empty rack for the next 2 seasons, right? Put that shit on the sidewalk sale, blow it out, bring in the new current stuff, a full size range, and market that at MSRP. But don't be afraid to blow some stuff out if it's incomplete. And those are all drivers to stress as just the way you talked about it. To be a dealer owner and see millions of dollars of your finance dollars just sitting on the sales floor being wasted, I would imagine each one of those things is just chipping away at somebody or blowing into that balloon.
Yeah, I think sometimes you got to spend that money. You got to take on those extra discomforts. So it's important. There's just two different types of discomfort. There's one that's going to lead you toward your dream, that leads you to your better future, and then there's one that does not. Well, the negative ones, life's handing you those. One of the greatest depressions we can know is let the negative discomforts pile up while never taking on any of the positive discomforts. The positive discomfort in this scenario would be, yeah, cut the price down. Cut the price down, you take a cut on it, but hey, look, we're removing the discomfort in life. So a positive plus a negative equals zero. That's neutral. You want to be neutral. You want to be at that sudden comfort relief zone.
Yeah, it's interesting. And again, rest of the panel, I encourage you to, unmute, hit them with your questions. But you had talked about, like the personal balloon and the work balloon, right? Like there's personal stress and there's work stress. If you were to prioritize one for a dealer owner, what do you think is more important? Like getting personal stuff in line so you can be sharp at work and then work on work stress, or get rid of the work stress so you don't kill your family at home and then work on that? Or is it a simultaneous thing?
Who's the most important person in the world?
There's all kinds of politically correct answers, but at the end, it's you. You have to take care of you before you can take care of others.
That's right. Every single individual, if they get up right now and go to the mirror, that's the most important person in the world. It all starts at home. It all starts in between your mirror and you. Everything in life gets better through your own mirror. So you work on your balloon. And you can work on them simultaneously if you want, but you get to be the best person that you are. You get that tolerance built up so you can handle things. You're not flying off the handle with your employees because you got everything in check. You got that extra capacity in your balloon. And then attack the big balloon, attack the work balloon. And prioritize it the same, minors and majors. So stay in tune with the majors and have a list for goals for them, but get in touch and make sure that you are paying attention to those minors.
Cool. I saw Nathan put a hand up. Nathan, what you got, man?
I'm kind of curious, is it rather, I'm listening to this as a very different approach. That my approach was really more focused on the physical causes of how you feel emotionally. They're tied back into when you have stress, you have an increase in cortisol, and it gets to the point where your cortisol levels get so high that little thing, it's sort of like a salt saturation. You put enough salt in water and eventually no more salt dissolves. And I think cortisol from the work that I've done is one of the stress hormones that you're fighting. And rather than look at breaking out into categories what types of stress you have, more learning some of the physical tricks and tips, such as deep breathing, such as learning how to quiet your mind, learning how to be present, and then doing the sort of psychological work to dig deep into why is this incident causing you to be flush with cortisol? What is the fear that you're not facing? So, I mean, there's a lot of work involved, but Andrew, I'd be curious to see how much you feel, approaching this from a very mechanical point of view and explaining how that ties into your emotion through these chemicals. And I'm curious how deep you're into that.
Absolutely. I mean, your physiology, it ties into your mind, right? I mean, they're working together, because if you are depressed, well, what do you do with your body? If all of us right now, every single individual here, if we put a panel of 10 people in there and only one of them was depressed, I guarantee you every single person here, unless they're totally drunk or stoned, would be able to pick out the depressed person, because the brain is in a depressed state. It carries the body, the physiology, into the same depressed state. So the way you're using your body directly affects your brain. If we go back to distraction, from one of the things that we're trying to solve our problems with, what I do teach is a lot of mindfulness and meditation. I tell people to turn their phones off. I mean, any screen, any stimuli, any distraction, 2 to 4 hours before you go to bed. Allow your brain and heart to have that communication, to allow that meditation, that free space, and utilize things, deep breathing. One of the things that I like the most is Wim Hof. You familiar with Wim Hof? Okay, so what he's doing is he's actually learning, he's teaching you, and I approach everything by comfort, okay? So I believe that comfort and discomfort control every single decision you ever made in your life. Now that's way too deep to take in this conversation, but I will tell you what Wim Hof is doing is he's intentionally exposing you to discomfort. When you're intentionally exposed to discomfort, the more discomfort you are exposed to, it increases your tolerance. So remember I told you that balloon was a capacity? What he's teaching is for you to focus on your breath, to get centered, find a place of comfort, right? So you can take on a shit ton of discomfort, which is ultimately growing your balloon.
He's also training his atomic nervous system to change its reaction as well. So again, with that mental ability to deal with discomfort, there's a physical response, and he knows how to use that physical response for growth and for benefit. Some of his techniques are extremely old Tibetan techniques used in Buddhist thing. I mean, it's really nothing new. He's taken an old breathing technique and he's bringing it out to the masses. But people feel superhuman when they learn how to control the chemicals that flow through their body from reaction to life.
And what he's found a way is to master the master. So if I flick you right now, there's a moment, there's a second, there's a brief moment before you feel that pain. He has learned to work inside of that pause. Viktor Frankl talks about in his book, A Man's Search for Meaning. Fantastic book, especially if somebody doesn't have hope for a better future. Read that book. It is fantastic. There's this little gap, and what he's learned to work in is inside of that gap where you feel the pain and you register the pain. He's learned that he can change that assignment of meaning. I'll give you a quick one where you can change the assignment of meaning. When I was younger, my mom called me a faggot and a queer, and she was mentally abusive since I was 5 years old. Okay. I was always trying to be this tough guy. I grew up and became an alligator hunter, a railroader. And I'm like, why is my life still so crummy? What happened is I always thought life was happening to me. Like, stop making it happen. I was a victim. So I changed my life whenever I changed the assignment of meaning that my life is happening for me, not to me. So all the bad stuff was happening so I could become better.
I use that term all the time.
Assignment of
Every
meaning,
time I've
man.
heard anybody else, life happens for you, not to you. It's all in how you look at. You're not in control of what happens. You're only in control of your reaction.
That's right. Just to add on to what you there, what is his name? Jack Canfield. So event happens, reaction happens, and then outcome. Event plus reaction equals outcome. You control reaction.
You know, so much of this rings true for so many folks that are watching this, and I don't even know how people connect the parallels in their own mind to their own situation. But like, I know, for instance, I used to be 50 pounds heavier, right? And then when I started mountain biking and when I lost all the weight, that was great. But then I converted my lifestyle into mountain biking, road biking, and wearing a heart monitor to check my heart rate. And I got to where, like you said, with the breathing, I could lower my heart rate climbing a mountain on my mountain bike, because I'd find myself going, I'm dying. And I'm like, okay, settle down. Like, you're going to the top of the mountain. It doesn't matter. Kurt, you are going to the top of the mountain, in through the nose, out through the mouth, in through the nose, out through the mouth. And I would calm down and keep driving on the pedals. And next thing you know, I'm listening to Daft Punk in my headphones. I'm having an absolute blast. I'm at the top of the mountain. I'm taking pictures and giggling with the sign, and it's done. But it's over time. It didn't happen overnight. Like, it took a long time to get to that. And when I go to dealerships and I consult with dealer owners, man, I'm seeing people that are sometimes doing 6, if not 6.5 days of long, hard labor trying to get themselves through their business week. And I think to myself, how can I convince this dealer to find his mountain bike Zen moment? How can I convince this dealer to pull himself out of this mess? Hire an hourly person to do something. It's worth the dollars to give that time back to yourself and get your mental and physical health back. Because, and I say this in a lot of my outside the power sports training, where I talk about Physical fitness leads to fiscal fitness. You can only perform as well as your body lets you. And so much of this is, it just resonates. Everything you said today, Andrew, just resonated with me. I thought, man, that was an awesome talk. I really enjoyed that. Does anyone else on the panel have anything? Because again, you know, it looks like Nathan's found another kindred spirit, and then I've commandeered the channel. So, Joe, Jason, you guys got something you want to add? Or, oh, Jason's nodding. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm welcome for challenges too. I can
I'm not
defend my views.
wasting mine like right now. I've got 35 minutes to try to bore people with, so I'm going to save mine for like in there. It was awesome, man. It's like I say, there were a lot of takeaways for me, and you know, kind of like what will be talking about. I think, like I said, I mean, it's right in line with hiring people and hiring the right people. So you gave me bullet points that I didn't, you know, I guess I hadn't really thought about. So thank you. That's cool.
Thanks. Thank you for that feedback.
When I take this task upon myself of building a roundtable and getting input from others, like Joe's been a great help with trying to source people and ideas and concepts or genres to put into this roundtable. Some people might look at the marketing that went out and said, this isn't even in my wheelhouse. Why do I want a stress coach talking to me in the middle of a power sports day? Right. And it's like, all of these elements have their place that's going to drive value to running a dealership, right? Your mental health, your physical health, your inventory, your financing, your open to buy, your inventory turn, your HR, your lead follow-up. And then of course, I'm going to talk about fixed operations and service at the end. This is all, if I didn't have you guys as experts joining this roundtable, it would just be some fat bald guy talking about oil changes, right? So man, this is just, we're you know, almost halfway through today's event. And I got to say, folks, I'm thrilled, and I'm glad that you guys are all here. This is working out really well.
Can I say two things to close on what you just said, and then one to circle back to Nathan, because you just reminded me of a good point. If you invest, remember, comfort is nothing more than a lack of discomfort. If you invest your time and energy and money into removing these discomforts from your dealership, you are going to have a dealership that people are laughing. People are enjoying being at their place. Here's the deal. Comfort controls everything. Remember, comfort and discomfort. Women have these little receptors inside. They walk in and say, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with that guy, but he's weird. So I just get this vibe. I get this energy. Sorry about my language. But that's what my wife says. That's her words, not mine. So they get these vibes, right? They get this energy. And that's because the salesperson is not in his own state of comfort. Look at Adolf Hitler, and I abhor everything that he ever did. But how did he get in the position to be able to do something like that? Because he truly believed in what he did, and he was totally comfortable with his nasty, demonic mind. And he convinced other people by comfort, because he was comfortable with it. Oh, it makes sense. The best salesman in the world, it doesn't matter if they're selling good products or bad products. They are simply comfortable. So if people walk into your dealership and they get that vibe that this is a very uncomfortable place, do they want to buy something? No, but they don't know the difference between ill thoughts or bad intentions, or the fact that somebody does keep banging their knee on the same dresser every day walking in, or the same desk. They don't know the difference. All they do is feel that energy. Jump back to Nathan. So with the physiology and your mind being tied together, if the problem is in the body, get into the mind, meditation. If the problem is in the mind, get into the body. Go out there and start walking, start cleaning up, start doing physical activities. And that'll be it from me.
Can I make a quick comment? We have a second. I used to do a lot of well, I still do, but I used to run 100-mile races.
Wow.
And you get into a very interesting community of people that have massive mental ability, because everybody who's running a 100-mile race, your body doesn't last 100 miles. It eventually reverts to your mind. And I was interviewing a guy that puts on these extreme races for my podcast, and he said something to me related to stress that I think is really important here. Is 150 years ago, we had low expectations for our life and extremely high ability to deal with adversity. Now we have flipped those two things 100%. We have extremely high expectations out of our life and extremely low ability to handle adversity. And this is related to this crisis that we have in mental health is a part of that. And, like what you said, Kurt, and what you're just saying, Andrew, sometimes the best thing you can do when you're depressed or anxious is move your body. It could be just a signal that you need to flush some chemicals out and you need to just be tired and let your body take over. But they're inexplicit. I mean, they're so intertwined. Most people aren't really aware of the mind-body connection. They're very disconnected from it. And it's a godsend to understand it.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, I'm gonna throw right back at you with that, because say if you're sitting on the couch for, I don't know, 9 hours watching TV, your heart's pumping. And I'm not talking about the chemicals. And I don't, like I said, I don't break things down into like these big science deals. I break them down in very simple terms. Your heart's pumping, your heart's pounding, right? Because it's in a state of discomfort. So your brain's in a state of discomfort. Maybe you've been doing the same thing for the last year. So it's been in a state of discomfort 7, 8 hours, 24 hours a day. It doesn't know the difference that you're sitting there watching the TV or you're running from a cheetah. So it's still pumping all this extra energy, all these extra things into your body. So they're sitting around. So what he's saying is when you start to use your body, those chemicals actually start getting burned off and you're starting to deplete them. You start to sweat them out, you urinate them out, and they're getting out of there. And you're also going to gain relief from your brain saying, hey, we're doing the right thing because discomforts are leaving.
And there's no better advice you can give to a CEO or anybody or a manager working there. When you think clearly and you're not completely full of stress, you make better decisions. You make better decisions about your business. You make better decisions about your personnel. They're unbelievably related.
All right, I'm going to break in and I'm going to give Andrew a during the roundtable assignment. Hopefully Andrew's okay with this. But Andrew, I need you to jump into the chat box and I need you to put in a couple of your links for people so that they can follow up with you. You guys also mentioned a couple of books and you guys mentioned them so fast and you mentioned the authors so fast that I didn't get a chance to put a comment in for our viewers. So if you would, list a couple of those books as resources. So Andrew, what I need from you is a couple of links on how to follow up with you if people want to reach out to you for stress training or something like that at the dealer level. And then also those books that you recommended, because I'm not familiar with them. So it's a good resource for me, but it's also a good resource for the listeners.
Okay.
And then with that, is there anyone else that's got anything to beat Andrew up on about his talk? Because I thought it was amazing, but I do got to watch the clock and I got to make sure we get to Jason so we can talk about human resources. Are we good? So as you see, we got a roller coaster going, right? Nathan brought the stress up a little bit talking about inventory. Andrew took the stress out, telling you how to take care of yourself. And now we're going to get Jason online to bring that stress level back up and talk about human resources and how to find the right people. Jason, are you ready for the spotlight, sir? All right, I'm going to put you on speaker view. And folks, if you are an attendee, this is, I know that this particular segment, we are looking for like all the questions that you want to throw at us. So if you've got a question or a comment or a statement, you can put a hand up. That's at the bottom of your screen. So you can put a hand up and I'll get to you and ask you if I could forward a question to Jason, or you could just put it right in chat and I'll try to break in on Jason verbally and get that question asked. You're up, buddy.
Awesome. Well, let's start by, if maybe those that aren't familiar with motorcycle industry jobs, what it is and how long it's been around. Because I still find there's a lot of people in our industry that don't know it exists. And a guy named Alex Balon, he started it 17 years ago. It's a little over 17 now. So it's been around for quite some time. And it's fun to go through just through the employers and see how many people have used it at one point in time or another. Problem is you have a lot of turnover. Somebody who used it 8 years ago doesn't realize it exists. Maybe somebody else who's come in new doesn't have motorcycle experience, and that happens quite often. So again, Alex started it 17 years ago. And I'm going to talk a little story about like kind of where I came from, and not that I want the story to necessarily be about me, but since I am arguably the face of MIJ, and I help out people. I like for people to know that who I am and what do I bring to the table so that I can try to help. One more thing on Alex is 8 years ago, Western Powersports, the distributor, obviously everybody in here should know them, they approached him about being a regional sales manager. So he's doing that. That's really his kind of day-to-day operations and why he brought me in. And he's pretty hands-off with it, but yet ultimately it's still his baby, and he wants to see it grow. Problem is being WPS, there's ever so slightly a little bit of a conflict of interest there, so that again he kind of keeps really hands off with a lot of it, just so that he can be focused like in the WPS thing. And so I started off like so many other people, being an enthusiast. I was into motorcycles. I used to go visit my local, my local shop wasn't really a dealer. It was just a parts accessory store, but it was a really bitchin' parts accessory store. And luckily, things happened and I was able to like land a job there. And I started working in motorcycle dealerships back in Indiana, which is also pretty cool for me because I've been the enthusiast. I took the next necessary step was going and working for a motorcycle store. And I did that for 6 or 7 years when a really, really lucky nod came about and I was able to move to sort of my dream, operation. And I moved to California and went to go work for Fox Racing as an inside sales rep. The neat part about that for me was now I'm on the other side of the counter. I'm dealing with the very people who I used to be one of them. And now I'm that guy who's, talking to the parts kid and kind of giving them hope that, is that always, hey, Jay, how do I get in the motorcycle industry? Because I was kind of looked at as I pulled that winning lottery ticket, if you will. So fast forward, I worked for Fox Racing. I ended up like working in a handful of other places within the industry over the next handful of years. And kind of weirdly enough, I found myself, I was working for MSR Hard Parts as the brand manager, and they killed the brand, the Mag Group, Tucker, whatever it was, they killed the brand. You're not fired, but you no longer have a job. I'm like, well, that feels like firing to me. So I'm unemployed. So now I'm like sitting on the couch, I'm watching Ellen, trying to find a job, all that good, happy stuff. And through the power of Moto networking, I landed another job working for Bonnier, which was the magazine publishing company. So Dirt Rider, Cycle World Motorcyclist. Unfortunately, the print world wasn't doing so strong, and not long after being there, I found myself right back to unemployed. And it was a big group. It wasn't like, hey Jay, you suck really bad. Could have been, but at least they lumped me in with some other people who probably didn't suck. So twice I found myself being in the precarious position of being unemployed. And again, through the power of networking, I was able to get connected with Alex Balon and did this MIJ job. And what started off kind of feeling like, I'm business development. So what started off feeling like, okay, cool, it's just a job. I can kind of do this till I find something. And even he said that, do this until you find something, that might even be able to use MIJ to find yourself that next job. But the really cool part is I always jokingly say, I feel like I'm kind of helping do God's work for my industry, because I find that I end up having to talk a lot of people off ledges, whether it's job seekers or helping employers. And by and large, most people don't have to call me to post up a job or apply to a job, but we're available. And if so, I'm always happy to do that. What I kind of find is it's always really surprising to me how maybe just the blinders that we have on when we're doing this stuff, that things that seem so obvious to me from what I see every day, aren't obvious to somebody who's working like in a shop, and some dealers have an HR person who may get it. Sometimes that responsibility is being handed off to you know, to maybe the service manager to look for a new service technician. And they probably don't know how to write a proper job description, and sometimes those job descriptions can be really, really short. Sometimes they can be ugly and long and full of bullet points, and nobody really gives a shit about all that stuff. So, um, so I'm trying to think like where I would, you know, from there. Sorry, I'm like kind of catch myself here. But I was gonna say like what Nathan was saying is at the end of the day, we work with people, and that's kind of where I try to get in there and help. It's hard on both sides. It's hard as being a job seeker. It's not very much fun to look for a job. A lot of people don't feel like they get callbacks from employers. Employers don't like looking for people. It's, you know, it's a real challenge. And again, that's where if I can always try to get in there and help, I certainly try. Although there's only sometimes so much that, you know, we're able to do. So, and I was just looking at my notes here. I was going to say it, and I lied, you know, like about not sure that like what Nathan learning what he does added any value to what I do, but that's not really true because I do talk to so many dealers. I feel like sometimes like I am a psychiatrist, if you will, with like getting these people on the phone, and sometimes I'm able to help point them in, yeah, in a different direction, even though my job's not doing what you guys do. It's having been in the industry for as long as I have, it's, you know, you have something to be able to add to people who are only work within their own four walls. It's one of the nice things about doing the motorcycle industry job thing. It's kind of like I have my finger on the pulse of a lot of different things because I talk to dealers from all over the nation. I'm not just looking at it from like one segment. I also get to like talk to everybody from, you know, KTM, Husky to Western Powersports or Alpine Star. So I get to see a lot of different things that are going on and kind of keep my finger on the pulse, which is really, really fun because you hope that that's something that you can, you know, you can like be able to help out job seekers. I know that we've talked in the past, Kurt, you know, about, you know, we've talked, you know, numerous times about a lot of those things.
So if I could break in on you for just a second, Jason, part of what really intrigues me about what you do is what you just said, right? Like, so you have a bank of, you know, possible job seekers, right? That know to look to motorcycle industry jobs, and you have them to communicate with. But dude, like, you know, you got dealer DCSs, right? Dealer communication systems that go through you. Western Powersports. I mean, you mentioned some killer names, and giving you that overreaching, that expounding kind of like look at the whole industry, you know, kind of outside looking in, is super, super cool because so many people don't have that. Like, I deal with people at the OEM level that have no idea what it's like to work at a dealership. And I deal with people at the dealership that have no idea what it would be like to work at WPS. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's cool that you get to see that.
It is. And I think I probably glossed over the part, like, because I ramble so much, but it's what MIJ does is motorcycleindustryjobs.com. If you're a job seeker, you would go there, create your profile, and you can apply to jobs. On that, there is that part where people get nervous about creating accounts because they always feel that their current employer is going to see that and be fearful that they're looking for a job. And I don't want to say like that's not a possibility, but I mean, it's okay to have a LinkedIn account. Yeah, you know, it's like it seems only natural that you would want to keep your information up to date, and especially like when things can be so, you know, volatile, and you just never know when you might when you might need to be able to like look for, you know, an opportunity. From a employer standpoint, this is where you would go in there, create an employer account, and we have, you know, I don't know, probably like 6 or 7, 10 options, something like that, you know, of different kinds of way to be able to post jobs. But by and large, you post a job, and we have resume browsing, so you're able to like be proactive and look at that. But we'll talk about all that stuff at the end. But that's what we are. So it's basically, it's a job board, but it's a job board that's focused on motorcycle industry people. You know, you have Indeed, you have Craigslist, you have Facebook, you have a bunch of other great avenues to be able to like get your job out there. We are that one that where if you're looking to be in the motorcycle industry or looking for people, this is a solid, solid place. And that's again, that's why I always drop the 17 years. It's like if we weren't doing something right, it wouldn't have been around for 17 years. And to tie in Andrew's really awesome presentation as well. Sorry for the dog noise in the background. And but to tie in Andrew's, it's like that happiness thing has been something that I've lobbied for years. I mean, ever since that I worked in a motorcycle shop, I was always geeked out to be able to work in a motorcycle store. And then as luck would have it, I got to work at Fox Racing. Fast forward to like where I'm at now, it's one of the things that I try to get employers to think about is having employees that are stoked to be there. We're expendable income. Nobody needs to ride a motorcycle, although I'd argue that. But we've all been into those dealerships where you walk in and you feel like you're a burden, and you've got a parts kid or a parts manager is just an asshole. And I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, dude, I came in to be stoked to like talk moto and look at motorcycle stuff. And now I'm kind of turned off. And one of the things that I'll say time and time again to dealers like is as soon as that customer is not having a good time going into the store, you didn't necessarily chase them to another store. You may have just chased them out of the industry. You may have like given them a reason to go golfing that weekend. No offense to golfers, but if they went golfing instead of riding their dirt bike, street bike, they probably didn't do it solo. They probably went with a friend. And if that friend rode motorcycle, that's 2 less people like on bikes that weekend. And if they were going dirt biking, that's 2 less people going through the front gate, 2 less people buying oil, and all that stuff starts to add up. And to me, I'm always like, you got to keep the people coming in your store happy. So it starts with having really happy, workers like behind the counter. I mean, knowledgeable, yes, but shit, man, I think that being stoked to be there is arguably more important than being knowledgeable. Most of the time it's like, dude, I'll figure it out. I mean, I kind of wear my heart on my sleeve, and I wish that I could maybe go to like every dealership and help every customer, because I feel like that's the kind of person I was when I worked in a store. I mean, I would sling leather jackets back in the day, first gear leather jackets, and I had no idea about riding street bikes at the time, but I loved the bullet points of it, and I had a good time like teaching people and teaching the retail customer. And I found myself selling $650 Kilimanjaro jackets back in the day. And I thought that was always pretty cool, because I think that they could sense my enthusiasm and sent people off. And again, while I can't be at every dealership, these are the things that I try to encourage any dealership. So like, look for those people, it's like, look for that one who's got an excitement and an enthusiasm. And while I don't want to take away from what it is that MIJ does, I kind of tell my story of like, that's how I got in the industry. That person that you may be looking for might be the one who's already walking through your front door, and they're coming in there for a reason. And maybe you've just never like, posed that as an opportunity to them to like want to work there. But maybe if you were, they'd be like, well, yeah, that'd be rad. I would love that. And that person that wants to be there is going to like move motorcycles. They're going to move helmets. They're going to like stock the shelves. And I know, because I deal with on the MIJ side of stuff, COVID has brought in a fair amount of people who've called me and looked at this as, they got let go from their industry or, due to furlough. And now everybody feels like, man, I'd really like to work in the motorcycle industry. It seems like something fun to do. And there's one part of me that I try to discourage them, but not to fully discourage them, but just to say, hey, it's not all it's cracked up to be. It's like, we don't make bank. It's like there's a lot of hard work. It can be a little bit messy, but at the same time, I'm also going to be that guy who says, but if you look at me, I'm pretty happy. I got the Team Andrew like going on here. I've always been really stoked at what it is that I do. It's given me a heck of a life. So, and that's why I kind of like, not to make it about me, but I kind of like to use myself as that example sometimes as somebody. I'm like, they're out there. There's Jason Gerald's out there that would love to like work in your dealership. Now, how you go about finding them is the trick. But I think a lot of times they're the ones that are walking through your door anyways.
I want to jump in on you again, Jason, if I can. You're touching on something that is so tangible and so real to me in what I see when I visit dealers. I'll visit a dealer and the dealer owner will do, hey, come here, pull me aside away from everybody and be like, man, I'm really just looking for a couple A technicians right now. And I'm like, yeah, you and every other dealer out there, dude. Like, do you think I have these people in my pocket? And then I'll see the enthusiast come in and I'll watch the staff almost blow the enthusiast off, to your point, almost blowing them out of the industry, right? And I'm like, that's your dude. Like that's your new employee. And how do we communicate to dealers that you can train up, new folks? To your point, an enthusiast that's trainable and coachable is sometimes more valuable than somebody that's bringing their old bad habits to your store.
Yeah, 100%. I've always, there's these parts of me that get maybe a little bit sometimes sideways with, having worked at Fox, I saw when we brought in people from outside the industry, there tends to be this, maybe somebody's got something that we don't know. And that's true. But I've also seen a lot of people like who worked in management positions. Again, I'm not trying to attack Fox. It's just the place that I worked. I could also use, dumb dog, I could also use other places that I've worked where we've brought in people from outside the industry and that passion wasn't there. And, I think, like I said, if you have somebody who has that excitement that wants to be there, it really, really pays off. And like you said, they're coming through the door. And when it comes to the techs, I actually had a dealer recently in Westfield Cycle there in Westfield, Indiana. And he told me, he says, most of the techs that they've got have all been apprenticed in and they learned it. And I thought, wow, because I needed some uplifting news because a fair amount of what we see these days are service techs. I just took my good friend Robin Hartfeld to the airport this morning and we were talking about that. And he says, the service tech thing's not exactly new. He says, like 40 years ago, he's like, we were already going through that stuff. But it does feel, maybe it's just because of the chair I sit in these days, but I hear about it a lot. And that's one of the things, I have to remind dealers, it's not like there's a surplus of them sitting around at home watching Phil Donahue. You need you're gonna have to reach out to people. And that's the scary part because you don't want to be like poaching them from other competing dealerships. You don't want to be that person, but at the same time, you're gonna have to be proactive in your approach on how you go about doing that. In that case, we have a resume browsing option on our site. And I tell people, I'm like, it's super valuable. It's super valuable no matter what position you're looking for. But when you post a job, there's a little bit of serendipity that you're hoping that somebody sees your job in your neck of the woods during the 30 days that you put it up. It could happen. You could be a wing and a prayer. It could also be 31 days later, you're sitting there looking at me going, Jay, we didn't really get anybody. I'm like, it's not going to be easy. I can't promise you that you're going to find those people. And that's why you're going to have to be proactive and start finding and reaching out to them. So.
Yeah, it's super. I just think about all the dealer visits I've had and these conversations. I'm going to probably put you on the spot or maybe take you off tangent from where you were, but how does motorcycle industry jobs work? Because you said earlier in the day that you're not a recruiter, right? You're like the marketing for a job, not the recruiter. So I know for a fact that there are some recruiting companies that have charged upwards of 60 to 90 to more to bring in like a master technician to a shop, right?
Yeah.
And so a dealer is going to be out $90,000 to put a technician in a stall. And then how many hours of labor does he have to generate to turn a profit on that 90 grand, right? As a business person with numbers, that's where my head goes, right? Plus he's probably paying the guy $40 an hour flat rate, right? To attract him in the first place. How does motorcycle industry jobs work, and how is it different from that model?
Yeah, Alex and I talk about this all the time. You know, I mean, obviously there's from the dealer standpoint, I get it. There's a desperation of that like service base sitting there, not turning, you know, out any customer stuff. Now all of a sudden you got an angry customer, you know, is not able to get their stuff done. I mean, we've heard it. You and I talk about bicycle stuff. Bicycle industry is going through the same thing, which is one of the things I want to bring up. Obviously, the service tech mechanic is not something that's only unique to us. I've got friends that work in automotive. I got a friend that works in construction with Caterpillar, and he's like, same, dude. We're running the same stuff. So service techs by and large are just going to be hard to find. And yeah, we do work with, I think there's three, there are probably more recruiters than what I'm aware of, but I know that we work with Jan Plessner and Elvis over at Action Recruiting. We've worked with Doug and his crew at V20, and now brought on, you know, Moshe and Dealerocity. I know that Jan, her and her team are always looking for service techs. It's one of the things where like, give me 100 service techs, I'll have them placed tomorrow. They'd be loaded. But you're right, it's really expensive, and you get that I don't want to, you know, it's a kid glove kind of service, but you know, but they are helping you find somebody specific, and I don't really like get too involved with them. I mean, I just help them post their jobs. I mean, Elvis does most of the work where they'll post the jobs on our website. I might push, you know, I help to push stuff out to social media and stuff. On the MIJ side of things, one of the things that we've always tried to encourage dealers, and when you think about the amount of money that somebody may spend in order to look for one service tech with that recruiter, we have a service that is a monthly service that's $199 a month, but it allows you to post an unlimited amount of jobs. So you don't have to post just that service tech, you know, post up a sales, a lot porter, you know, parts kid, you know, whatever it might be, post as many as you want. And give you an idea, one job's 160. So to be able to post 5 or 6 jobs for $199, it's pretty good. And now it allows people to have the resume browsing to be proactive. But the thing is some people they'll tell me that, well, we're not really looking for that many people. And I have to remind them, I'm like, it's not so much that you're necessarily looking for them today. It's that you don't want to find yourself upside down next month or 2 months from now, and then feel desperate to like post that job and start the ever so slow process of finding the right person. It's slow. I see it all the time. It's slow. So we encourage people to always be looking, you know, keep the service tech job up, keep it like up there month after month. If you got 12 like applications, and even though you didn't need anybody, but 7 months later, somebody leaves, you already have your own mini database of people who showed interest. And yeah, maybe it was 6 months ago, but you don't know where they are.
Yeah.
We don't know if they're still sitting on the couch. Maybe they took a shitty job that they don't want to be at and would be happy to jump ship. We write an article. I say I've written one, but Alex writes an article for Dealer News each month. And one of them that's really resonated with me was this one that was assume versus presume. And we run into this all the time. People just make up an assumption in their head. Well, they probably don't want to work here anymore. It was 6 months ago. Do you know that to be a fact? You don't. Make the call, you know, find out. And so that's why we have that subscription service in play.
Dude, and
yes,
to your point, I know a ton of technicians that are brand loyal. So they might be stuck at a Japanese store, but they really want to work with a European brand, where they might be stuck at a European store and they know, you know, Suzuki's, Hondas, and Yamahas inside and out. and it's when you make that assumption that so-and-so's down the street and they're probably happy, you made a horrible assumption, right?
Mhm.
And I think of dealerships as being that fishbowl example, right? That it's they put themselves in that fishbowl and they'll only grow as big as the fishbowl allows them, right? But if they grow, like you said, a mini database of possible contenders, right? They expand the size of that fishbowl and they give themselves the ability to expand and grow their business when the opportunity affords itself. If they keep themselves restricted and then always blame the current conditions or the current environment when they could have pre-planned for growth, it's one of those, it's like chicken or egg kind of thing to me.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to sometimes communicate that to dealers a lot of times and make them think that, it's like I'm wanting it merely just to pad our, you know, paychecks. But as I always tell people, I'm like, look, man, we ain't vacationing in Barbados like on this. It's like we're not getting wealthy. It's, again, all joking aside, but I feel like it's doing God's work. I mean, we really are trying to keep our industry strong. You take like what Alex does with Western Power Sports. I mean, he's still, even though yes, he's got a second job, it's still a motorcycle industry job. His job to sell more product through WPS directly relies on people being in those stores and moving product, selling him fly gear, moving like, hard drive stuff. So it still behooves him to make sure that there's the right people in the job. And I mean, I tell my poor wife all the time, it's like, I don't want to go get a real job. I always jokingly say real job. I know we run a business, but I live a lot of people's dreams in what I've done. I've gotten to do a lot of a laundry list of neat things in this industry. 12 years at Fox Racing was a ton of cool stories within there. And that's just, I don't want to go do something else. I want our industry to be strong. And if I can only be one person and try to help do that from this little chair, well, I'll sure as hell do what I can to try to like help make dealers happy. And that's, nothing breaks my heart more than when I can't. But I also want dealers that want to make their customers happy. I mean, that's what I'm always like, why I guess I'm so adamant about trying to make sure that, the people that come through MIJ have that excitement and passion for wanting to be there. Same as like the dudes that are on this panel.
So without calling out people by name, because that would be a definite no-no on this broadcast, what do you do with the dealer that just keeps coming back to you and has employee turnover that is so much higher than like the competitors in the area, right? I'm sure that there's certain people that are like, I need another parts counter guy. I need another parts counter guy. I need another parts counter guy. At some point, you're like, dude, how are you blowing through all these people? Like the pond's only so big.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
how do we talk about reducing employee turnover? And I know for your business model, it's a repeat customer, so there's income to be considered. But as an industry, how do we deal with this level of turnover?
That's a good question. I mean, I think it starts with having like really, really awesome forums like this that hopefully get dealer principals excited about their business again too, rather than maybe just seeing as just a job. I don't know. I think that maybe that's naive of me, but I like for people that have some passion, because I think it would bleed down into parts managers. I mean, we've seen plenty of crusty parts managers who could give you a Yamaha XT350 like circlip, like part number off the top of their head, but they're also a doorknob of like dealing with like with the customer on the other side of the counter. And I'd like to think that it's like if we had people that are at those positions are more excited about being there, they'd maybe they wouldn't go through as many people, because then they'd probably we'd hire that right person who's excited to be there, in spite of the fact that, and I don't want to say, I hate to pound the point home that like we don't make any money, because it's obviously plenty of people have make nice little lives out of this. I just try to say, look, we're not making medical industry money. But man, I mean, another thing that I've seen is how many people, and I've got a guy in mind who left one of the distributors, promises of all this money, got there. The money was okay, but he missed it. He missed the motorcycle industry. And he was like, hey, Jay, how do I get back in? And I hear it all the
Yeah.
time. And so I think that's one of the things where, I mean, I try to just be that rah cheerleader for how cool it is that, you know, what it is that we get to do. And, you know, one of the things that we do over at, I do on Fridays on Motorcycle Industry Jobs with the social media is an industry profile. You know, some of us weren't ever going to be fast enough to be the next pro racer, but guys like us who made our way in the industry, it's almost, when I was growing up looking at motocross action and stuff like that, you would see names like Jim Hale of Axo or Jeff Fox over at Fox Racing. And I'm like, well, maybe I won't be fast, but I could be one of those guys. And so we try to do that with those social posts every Friday and make almost an industry hero out of somebody, because that does give that, you know, kid who's in Waterloo, Iowa, you know, hope. It's like, maybe I could get to a shop, you know, and that's always that stepping stone. Go through your dealership, go through, you know, you don't just go from the couch to being the RSM for KTM. You know, it's, you need to like start in a dealership, you know, learn there and you know, try to, you know, cut your teeth in the dealer. I think that's another thing. It's, I post a lot of jobs on LinkedIn. If anybody follows my LinkedIn, you'll see I don't always take the most professional approach in trying to make I don't really try making job descriptions as much as I just try to bring interest to our website and to the jobs, because I want people to just be, it's fun. Motorcycle industry is fun. It should be fun. So that's how I keep keep the stress off my shoulders, is I'm pretty lax, you know, but I take it serious, but I'm pretty lax about how I do things.
Dude, part of what attracted me to even following you on LinkedIn was the way that you would post a job. Like, I remember you posted one in Idaho for WPS, and it was like, you know, do you like whitewater rafting and mountain biking? Right. And it was like, yes. like where's this going? Right. Well, you could have a job working in the warehouse at WPS. And I'm like, you know, do you like sparkly bass boats? No. Well, come drive your boat on the lake at, you know, Havasu or whatever. And, you know, it's our dealer's close to this. And when you see that purposeful disconnection from the position and the drudgery of what the work is, you realize that, oh, there's hope that I might actually enjoy myself there. The best
Dealers
memories I
ask me,
have.
dealers
Yeah.
ask me sometimes, like, can you help me write a job description? I'm like, I don't know that you want me to. It's like, this isn't going to be very professional, but that's always my thing, is to try to make it be fun. And Alex told me when I started MIJ, he was like, you wouldn't go see a movie without seeing the preview. I'm like, yeah, good point. You always see the preview, you get excited for it. Yet these dealers will write, when I say dealers, I mean, since we're talking dealers, we'll aim it at dealers, but there's a lot of dealer stuff, and it just tends to be like, here's the job, here's the bullet points, you know, here's the benefits. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. That's status quo. That's what everybody writes. But I'm like, I don't like status quo. It's moto. How about we write something fun? You know, if you're from Austin, how about like we try to sell people like on the idea of, you know, what Austin's supposed to be a pretty like rad town. So let's call that out. You know, like what if you're Colorado? And that's the thing. It's this assume versus presume kind of thing. Is people start looking at just the people within their little circle. And you post it on MIJ for, well, what if somebody is looking to move to Austin? What if their, you know, husband was moving there for work, and you're like, well, shit, I want to like work in the I work in the motorcycle industry. What's over there for me? I know I went from Indiana to Bozeman, Montana. Where did I look? I went to the local, shop, and I basically told Cliff Gullett, I'm moving to Bozeman. I need a job. And he didn't know me. He made a position for me.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, I ended up there. So yeah, don't assume that, you know, it's like just because somebody applied from outside of your area code, that they're not worth having a chat with. Happens all the time. People just, they push aside those resumes or those applications from somebody who's from outside their territory.
Well, and just being real with and being timely with what's going on politically now, without being overly political, COVID has caused a lot of places to reduce their hours and their availability and things like that. And then there's other states that are open. And if I'm a technician or a salesperson or a parts person and my pay is based on the flow of that store, right? I might make myself available to move to Texas, Tennessee, Mississippi, one of these states that are open.
Yeah.
And so this might be a really good time for dealers in those areas to go, hey, I got to up my game. I could build that mini database you were talking about.
Yeah. COVID's been certainly interesting, like on the MIJ front. This isn't unique to just MIJ, but I always remind people, I'm like, it was a little over a year ago when stuff closed down. We thought that was it, right? We thought, we're too fragile. We're done. This is where the motorcycle story ends. That was a great run, and I was at home working from home, and I would talk to Alex, and Alex unfortunately was bummed because he didn't get furloughed from Western Powersports. He was kind of hoping for a furlough. And I was like, why is that? And he was like, I don't want to be stuck here at his office dealing with all the dealers that are going to want to do returns when nothing was selling. And he was going to be the only voice. So he was like, oh, this is going to suck. So fast forward a handful of weeks later, we'll call it a month, I think it was. And he was pinned. And I was like, oh, it's that bad. He goes, yeah, but it's the other side of bad. He goes, I thought we were going to be taking back returns. Then they called everybody back. And so, yeah, so how awesome that our industry went from, I think we're done, to a nice little shot in the arm. And going back to Nathan's part, it's like, yeah, let's make hay while the sun shines, but this may not last for forever. But I think that, like I said, we have that opportunity to try to keep all these new butts on the seat, keep them stoked. And I think the way that we do that is by putting those right people in the stores, those people who are excited to maybe found themselves furloughed. Now they see an opportunity to come work in the industry. Take the person who's more excited over the one who's merely knowledgeable, but is kicking a can down the road or is being, a jerk. We want the ones who, went to Andrew's School of Happiness there. So
well, dude, we're coming up. We're coming up on your session's time. So I want to make sure that we give you an opportunity to say, hey, this is how you reach me. If you're interested, do A, B, and C. Take the next minute or two to do that. And then I want to welcome the rest of the panel to come in and pepper you with questions and try and corner you.
Yeah, well, the website is motorcycleindustryjobs with an S.com. And we work really, really hard. Alex spends a ton of money with an SEO guy to help us try to collect. I mean, we've got pages of spreadsheets of keyword searches to try to capture all the different ways. So that really helps with our Google search engine. And why that's important to people is because of, if you're a dealer, we really hope that somebody who's looking to break into the industry or something like that sees those jobs in your neck of the woods. And if you've posted on us, it hopefully rises it to the top. So motorcycleindustryjobs.com is our website. There's a phone number on there, but everything pushes through to here. My email is jason@motorcycleindustryjobs, but same thing. Any of the emails that go through there push to me. I see everything, which is also the other really fun part about my job. I see everything. I see everybody who's looking for a job. I see everybody who creates an account. It's the fun part, but it also is one of those things that helps me keep my finger on the pulse and know kind of what's out there and hopefully be an asset to any dealers who call and ask. And I will always shoot people straight. That's just, I'm not here to try to BS people and just merely take their money. It's like, dude, we want the industry to be strong. And in order to do that, I'm always going to be honest with people and do what I can to help.
Yeah. And then just as a reminder, this is going to go out in a reminder email to people that have attended, but if you're not formally registered or somehow seeing this on a friend's computer or something like that. I know that Jason's got a deal through Motorcycle Industry Jobs that they want to offer to people that came to the Powersports Roundtable, and it's basically well, Jason, you describe the deal.
Well, I did a 3-pack of job, and the reason I did a 3-pack of jobs is I mean, I want people to set them up for success. And again, sometimes like a 30-day job can be a little bit of a leap of faith. And by doing a 3-pack of jobs, and what I did was it's already discounted at 3-pack from whatever, I can't remember what the dollar amount is, $477 down to $429, but I took another $100 off of that for using the code Roundtable, so people can effectively, it gives you almost like, buy 2 get 1 free, and people could use them, post 3 different jobs, post up a service job and keep the other 2 in your back pocket, or keep 1 in your back pocket. If it doesn't go, you could just relist it, because again, as I said, sometimes 30 days isn't enough time, so hopefully that helps help some dealers out and get some interest if they've not used this. And if you have, it's like, dude, just smoke a deal.
Yeah. And then, like I said, folks, I'll have details of that going out in a follow-up email. And if you need to reach out to Jason to get more details, feel free to do that. Folks, Roundtable folks, I got Joe and Andrew here. Do you guys have any questions for Jason?
Good.
Here comes Joe.
Damn it.
I think it was a great presentation, because definitely it's something that I come across every time I go to dealerships. That conversation always comes up. So it's something that they're always looking for help with. So
my biggest thing is, it seems like, and the audience that I'm trying to appeal to an audience, right? And now I'm going to say something that sounds disparaging to the audience I tried to appeal to. It's not that. I'm saying this in love, right? It seems like there's always a hesitation or a procrastination, or it comes up to, holy crap, it's June and I got 3 open spots in my dealership. And I don't know how to communicate more clearly, especially because I see it on the other end, right? So Jason, you see them coming because they need somebody, right? But I see them on a dealer visit when it's gone too far. They've needed somebody 3 months ago, right? And I wish I could communicate to people to be like, hey, you might not have that open position right now today, but you need to start getting yourself in that mode to be fluid, to be flexible, to make things happen when you need to make them happen.
Oh, that's what I hope that, as this video gets out there to more people and stuff like that, maybe they'll see the honesty that comes from all of us. Because I think if you were to look at it on a website, I could see being like, oh, they just, we don't have the necessary, we don't have the necessity to be able to, hire that many people. We don't have a reason to pay $2,400 a year, which is when I was talking about the subscription, $199 a month, $2,400 a year, versus looking for one service tech and paying them, as you said, 50, 60 grand or something like that, just via the recruiting for one service tech. All of a sudden that $2,400 isn't so bad. And trying to get them in the mindset of saying, like, dude, it's not that you necessarily need somebody today. It's that you might need somebody tomorrow or 2 months from now, and you need a starting point. And it is, I get it. It's an expense that people don't want to spend. But again, something Alex always said, MIJ is the kind of place that nobody thinks about until you need to. And then all of a sudden everybody's like, dude, we need somebody. And I'm like, oh, that's not going to happen. You're looking for a unicorn. So it's not going to happen like quickly. And again, hopefully this thing helps, again, show the honesty that it's like, we're not just trying to like take your money. It's like, we're here to try to help.
And the other side of the coin is, the idea of training them up or mentoring folks, especially on the service side. And I'm not stealing from my own presentation right now because I'm talking about something different later. But I have a process I go through with dealers and service managers where I show them the cost of a distraction to a technician. And I say, hey, you need an hourly person. You need someone that can, you need a lot person, or you need an entry-level tech to do, like an ELT, to do this function. And they'll go, oh man, I can't afford that. And if you take the the $15 an hour minimum wage they're proposing, you go, okay, well, that's what, $650, $600 a week, right? And so you go, I can't afford $600 a week to pay some kid to walk around here with a broom, right? And that's what dealers think. But when I show them that 10 distractions a day to a single technician can cost them, $65,000 a year, all of a sudden that $15 an hour doesn't look so bad. And if I can use that hourly person or that lot person or that entry-level technician to save 10 distractions a day times 3 technicians, well, now I'm not saving, but I'm creating, $180,000 to $200,000 in parts and labor revenue for my department through the addition of that hourly employee. And it pencils every time. Every single time. If you're at $120, $130 an hour for your shop rate, you're looking at $180,000 to $200,000 a year to gain an additional revenue with an hourly person assisting your 3 technicians. And I don't know how to, that has to become more common knowledge. A lot of people don't seem to understand how that works.
Well, again, there's been so many good takeaways from like what we've talked about already today. It's like, maybe there's something as we all roundtable, maybe there's something we can all do together and try to get that in front of more dealers. And hopefully this continues to grow and get more people in front of it and see that all of our hearts are certainly in the right spot for helping grow this thing. Because I'm surrounded by people who care. Robin Hartfeld from Dealer News is, I'm not even allowed to talk to him, like sometimes on the phone, like depending on what time of the day it is. If my wife sees that, she's like, she knows that me and that dude get on the phone. It's an hour worth of just, talking moto and not just for the fun, but it's like, but we just have too much caring sometimes that we get amped. And how do you help every dealer? I don't know, but I sure as heck want to try.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's awesome. Does anyone else have any? Oh, Andrew's got a hand up. What you got, Andrew?
If I can unmute. Man, I love your approach. You're basic. Back roots basic. Grassroots. You're fantastic in your approach. I like the idea that you were saying. It's almost as if you're writing a dating profile. You don't want to be bored, and you don't want to say the same cliche things. We're a fun place to work. Well, every other guy said that he likes long walks on the beach too. So be uniquely you.
That's awesome. It's awesome you say it. Alex uses the Match.com reference all the time, and it is. And that's the thing, man. You're trying to find somebody who like wants to be there. At least I think that you want somebody that wants to be there. Not just a warm body. And so yeah, it's pretty cool that you would mention that.
And I liked your emphasis on growth. Just what you were saying is you got the guy that's really good with all the part SKUs, but he's like a doorknob with customers, and like the importance to be able to take care of the employees that are there and not have that high employee turnover. But like, how much does it cost for getting an acquisition of a new employee? Why not just spend some of that money on some training? Because a lot of people in school, they didn't teach us anything about finance. They didn't teach us anything about emotional intelligence. And they didn't think it teaches anything about base level communication. So here we are put out into the world. We don't have all these trainings. So taking some of that money and allocating what you might lose from acquisition of new people, putting it back into your employees would be great. There's a guy, Andrew Carnegie, you might have heard of him. He was America's first billionaire. He used to pay Charles Schwab $1.3 million a year back in 1910. Because Charles Schwab didn't know anything about making manufacturing steels or anything in the manufacturing business, but he knew people. And Charles Schwab would go around and motivate people in very unique ways. If they were having problems, say at one of the facilities that they were at, there was employees that were smoking in the building right underneath the smoking sign. Well, Charles Schwab said, okay, well, I'm going to end this. And he said, he put 2 cigars in his pocket, walked over to the 2 employees that were smoking underneath the thing. And he said, gentlemen, I really appreciate the job that you're doing. I really appreciate everything that you do here. And he just names off things. And he says, here's 2 cigars for you, gentlemen. And if you wouldn't mind, smoke them outside, points at the no smoking sign and walks away, gain compliance. But these are things that you can train people. All this stuff can be taught, but the information just, if Andrew Carnegie had all those warehouses, he had so much going on. And this is an account from Napoleon Hill from an interview. He fired 3 employees there out of all those warehouses. Only 3 employees ever got fired throughout his entire business lifetime. Only 3. He trained them. He found ways to train them and take care of them.
Andrew's still bringing the like fun and knowledge, man. Always killing it.
All right, folks, I just, you know, the air hands, the claps, the whatever you guys do for Jason. I really, I appreciate the input. You know, Jason, it's one of those things where, you know, it's like so many people that are guests on the roundtable. You're like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to bring value to this thing, and the value's there. If the inspiration for people in the industry, whether you are a job seeker or a candidate searcher, you're the spot. Like, you're it. Like, that's the thing. I mean, sure, there's Indeed and there's monster.com, if that's still alive, and LinkedIn posts and all those things. But realistically, I've seen you post on LinkedIn, right? So if people go through MIJ, they're still going to get exposure on LinkedIn, right? So, man, thank you so much for your input today. It was awesome.
Thank you.
And I'm looking forward to hearing you give Joe a hard time after his presentation on the question and answers.
Got it.
Joe, man, how you doing, man? You're just over there grinning. You gonna be ready to take your segment and roll with it?
I think so. I'm excited, you know, so let's see what happens.
Good. My daughter, I want to give her a shout out. She has been good enough to bring me multiple cups of coffee. So if you see my logo and not my face, it's because I'm having an emergency of my own that Mr. Oakes talked about earlier today with bladders and balloons. But Joe, I'm going to turn the spotlight over to you. You're in charge. You do your thing. You knock it out of the park, and I'll be back in just a moment.
Awesome. Let me check before you go empty your bladder that I can share my screen.
Okay.
Yeah, I got access. Perfect. Beautiful. So
Cool.
let me get rolling on that note. Go do your thing. Go empty your balloon.
You're on speaker view and you're in charge. I'll be right back.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. All right, guys. So my panelists, just let me know if you can see my screen. What you're supposed to be seeing right now is the full slide of best follow-up practices for dealerships.
I see a blank screen.
Oh, that's not
Joe,
good.
it says Joe has started sharing his screen, but that's all I see.
Okay, let's try something a little different. Hang on. Let's see. Stop share. Let me do a share again. Desktop 2. How about now?
I see now. Best follow-up practices.
All right. Awesome. You see it in full screen mode?
It is. It's full screen and with my little 4 box of us on top.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
I got it.
Nice. That's what we got. Okay, that's what we want to see. All right, cool, guys. So I'm going to try to stay as animated as possible, going through a topic that can be a little daunting, but the purpose of it really is to try to demystify it. Okay. Earlier on, if you were here at the beginning of the session, you probably heard me say about what we help dealerships with, which can be broken down into 2 very simple things: lead generation and lead management. You're probably not struggling with lead generation at the moment because there's inventory shortages, and you know, right now it's just dealers are essentially riding the wave, which is great. But one of the things that have subsequently happened is that they realize, oh crap, I've got a problem responding to leads, not only in time, but handling the amount of leads. And so what I'm going to talk about today is a process that in reality shouldn't just be implemented because of the fact of what's going on right now in the market, but in general, because it's going to help the overall user experience for your leads, and it's going to optimize the amount of money, the return on investment that you get from your ad dollars. So what you're going to learn about the presentation that I'm bringing to you today is how to quickly and effortlessly follow up with the qualified leads, maximizing your return on investment. You're going to optimize that follow-up process so that you can make the most out of your marketing efforts and sync the sales process with your marketing so that you can boost your dealership's revenue, and how to use follow-up and automation technology so that your team can focus on what, in my opinion, matters most, which is really that true human interaction. And I think a lot of this, I can tie in so much to, your presentation, Andrew, earlier on with regards to stress, because when a lot of salesmen find themselves having to answer all these calls, answer all these emails, that's one of the biggest complaints. And I'll get into that in a second. That's one of the biggest pain points, and it kind of inflates that balloon furthermore, right? So I won't bore you two guys. I won't bore you guys too much with the details about me, but I think one of the critical components you should probably know about me is I started in digital marketing over 15 years ago, and I started out in the car industry. I have a personal passion for the outdoor industry in general, particularly power sports, boating, and RV. And I worked both in-house for car dealerships and power sports dealerships, some really big ones in South Florida. And I saw the disparity between the two. And I brought my passion to say, oh man, I really want to bring dealerships the resources that they deserve. Because unfortunately, by a lot of software companies and just a lot of companies in general that provide services, they're kind of seen like the redheaded stepchild, because they're like, oh man, automotive's where the money at. So we did it the other way around. We started from power sports as opposed to how other companies do it. They start at the automotive, and then they're like, oh, second thought, there's more money over there in power sports. And then they head that way. So I've, done columns in big publications such as Power Sports Business, Boating Industry magazines, and have gotten to do really cool collaborations with industry leaders such as Dealer News, Mark Sheffield from Spader, and Law Advantage, to name a few. And we've been really lucky to work with awesome dealers, and they're all unique and different in their own way, but they have some sort of commonality that we have been able to come across, right? So they talk about pain points with regards to the lead generation and the lead management aspect. And they talk about BDC companies being too expensive, having a hard time hiring somebody who would be the right person to handle the leads in-house, or that when they look for BDC companies, if they decide to outsource, that they're not power sports focused, that their internal team does not follow up enough or doesn't have the time because they're too busy, or that they just get too many leads and they can't handle them internally. And those are really more like symptoms, not really the root of the problem, right? The root of the problem boils down to leads not having a good user experience from the time that they start becoming a lead, that they kind of fall under your radar, so to speak. And that most dealers are not going to reach out enough times, okay? And they're going to start losing customers anywhere between 60 to 180 seconds of not responding to them. Now, this may freak you out because you may be thinking, holy crap, how do I respond that fast? And I'm going to show you some of the secrets that we use to do that. Now, all of this essentially boils down to all missed revenue, right? And frustration and difficulty and training and culture, all of that gets aggravated when these problems that dealers face are left untouched or unsolved. You guys can still see my screen okay and can hear me okay? Thumbs up? Can see you guys. Just give me a hell yes.
Joe, you are rocking it, man. The volume's awesome. The screen's clear. Everything's good.
Okay, awesome. So there's a little case study. Thank you, Kurt. This is a case study I really like to use where, shoot, almost 35,000 lead calls generated in shy of 2 years. We say, okay, the marketing worked. And then I always like to ask the question right after, but did it matter? And that's a really important question. I see marketing and sales as two main important parts of a ship, right? So think about a ship, you're trying to travel, and then you've got the propeller of the ship. It gives you the thrust and moves, right? That's sales. I mean, we know sales is the lifeline. It's the heart pump, it's the heart of any business. Marketing is like that rudder, because marketing, you depending on how you want it to go, you want to move a certain type of inventory, you want to focus on a particular market. Marketing is that rudder for sales. They both have to work together. And how many,
dealers come and tell me, oh man, I can't get the left farm to talk to the right one. My marketing and sales department just have that issue, you know? So there's a twilight zone there, not only in the communication of the two, but also in the communication when the lead comes in, being able to nurture that lead so that it materializes into an actual sale. And that's why I ask, did it matter? Now, for whatever reason, that screen is blank, but we'll skip over it. So the number one biggest factor between top dealerships and the rest. This may not come as a shock to you, but drum roll, please. It boils down to lead handling. Lead handling is everything when it comes to digital marketing. When it comes to getting that lead to materialize, a lot of sales guys are like, wait, why am I going to worry about some guy that hasn't come into the dealer when I've got, 1, 2, or 3 in front of me? Because they don't see it. It's intangible to them. But the truth of the matter is, we know statistics tell us that the vast majority of the sales buying cycle happens online. It's like damn near 80% of it, right? So it's there, it's happening, they're vetting you. And then when they become a lead by actually hitting a submission on your web form or on Cycle Trader or whatever else lead, generation source you've got, there's that twilight zone that needs to be bridged, needs to be gapped. And I'm going to talk about that. So those dealers that have the lead management, the lead handling properly covered, they follow that Italian economist formula of the 80-20 rule, right? It's about 20% of the dealers that are taking 80% of the revenue. The rest are kind of squandering off, and see what they can get for the scraps for the people that weren't contacted by the big guys, or for whatever reason, they just got lucky. So let's talk about what's the cost of bad or poor or a missing lead management strategy. There's going to be a loss of web form submissions because they're not going to convert, meaning converting into actual sales. Sales will start dropping after just 60 seconds. And I'm going to show you a stat, which is crazy. The actual metric is 180 seconds. It's when you start going lower than 100% as far as you being able to convert. A slow response time equals poor customer experience. I've had dealers that we kind of just listen in the background and we just do the lead management, but we don't do the BDC. And then we've got our system and we get notifications and they're like, dude, can somebody from your team contact me? And literally they've asked like 3, 4, 5 times. And it's just like, they're begging to be sold. And by this point, they're frustrated. So, what do you think they're going to be like when they come into the showroom? They're going to be so predisposed to be upset at your sales guys. They're not going to be predisposed to being sold, There's an insufficient number of touch points that leaves money on the table, unconverted leads. There's a poor connect rate with leads and crappy appointment ratios and tons of missed appointments, people that just don't show up. So it all equals just money left on the table. Now, here's where the problem starts, right? 78% of dealerships are going to start losing customers when they take longer than 3 minutes to get back to them. Now, it shows like my next slide is missing a graphic, unfortunately, which really, really, really stinks. But essentially, the way it works is, let me see if I can make some improvise here and make a little last minute annotation. The percentage that, hold on, let's see. Not mouse, that's not what I want. I want to draw. The percentage that we get if somebody answers within, not 39, 391%. That's your conversion rate if you answer within, oops, ignore that, 60 seconds. I'm having to improvise here because the graphic, for whatever reason, didn't embed. Now, if you go to about 180 seconds, which is 3 minutes, sorry for my chicken scratch, that's going to bring you to about 98% conversion rate. Figure that. Isn't that crazy? Now, most dealers are like, yo, that's crazy. How do I get my people to really, answer that quickly? And I'm going to give you some of that. I'm going to give you the answer to those things in a second. So here's where the problem continues. Reps make 75.2% fewer contact attempts that they think they do. Now, I'm going to warn you in advance. I see that the next graphic is also missing, which really sucks. But again, we're going to improvise. So the graph here goes like this. All right. You've got contact attempts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And only up until the 6 is that your conversion rate after 6 contact attempts starts going up to 90%. Meaning you have to start contacting, you have to contact these people at least 6, 7, 8 times before your chances start getting up to where they should be. Now, if you guys had to guess what the average sales rep does as far as the number of contact attempts, you'll laugh in comparison to what I just showed you. A whopping 1.3 contact attempts. That's right. The average sales rep is going to give up after just 1.3 contact attempts. And as you just saw on my chicken scratch graphic, it's going to take at least 6, 7, or 8 times. So this is likely how you're feeling with regards to everything I'm throwing your way right now. But we're going to get into the solution part, I promise. Let's talk a little bit more about the common symptoms, what you see, what you experience in your dealership with a poor, missing, or overall bad lead management strategy. Overly complicated and needlessly expensive software technologies. You're sold on the next new, oh wow, shiny object. Dealer owners are so exhausted with being sold with the next big thing and being promised so many things, and then they just kind of get sold this thing and they don't even get any kind of guidance on like how to use it, right? So what you see on the screen right now is what you don't want. It's just 100 dashboards to have to log into, and you pay for the monthly subscription and you never end up using it. Seemingly low quality leads. Now I say seemingly because depending on where the lead came from determines their intent. So hear me out here. A Google lead, a lead that was generated on Google, is going to be much higher intent than a lead generated on Facebook. Why? Because Google is search-based, meaning if I am looking for a dealership near me because I'm ready to buy, I'm going to say Harley dealer near me. On Facebook, and I won't go into detail with all the targeting capacities that we have on Facebook. We've got an ongoing joke that we say on Facebook, you either are the product or you use the product. But they've got scary amount of data of the interest, of your interest, my interest. They say, I mean, I forget, I think it was Forbes magazine says that Facebook is likely to be able to predict you better than your parents can. And I believe it. They're tracking us. So as an advertiser, we use that to our advantage and we go very fine-tuned into the people we want to talk to. Now, the big difference is they're just chilling. They're hanging out on Facebook. They're not actively searching. So some dealers will say, oh, those Facebook leads are no good. No, it's not necessarily that they're no good. It's just that they need more nurturing. They're not as far down in the buyers, in the funnel, or in the buy, or further along in the customer's buying journey as they would. So that's why I say seemingly low quality, right? Then another big one is struggling with booked appointment ratios or a ton of no-shows. Another one is ghosting and lack of engagement from the leads. And the sales staff complaining about feeling overwhelmed, and I would probably say rightfully so, right? So let's talk about 3 main follow-up strategies that are really successful for dealerships. And this is where we get into the really fun part. You get the meat and the potatoes of it. I'm trying to be very cognizant of my time. So if I'm breezing through this, don't worry. I will be more than excited to give you these, not only this slide deck presentation, but many other resources for free. And you can jump on a call with me, pick my brain and all of that, whether we work together or not. I'm here to help out the industry in general. So let's talk about the 3 main follow-up success strategies that we implement, but we've seen really, really work for dealerships. The first one that we're going to look at is your outreach cadence and pace structure. Okay. So here's a simple, quick to implement tactical element for proper follow-up. What we do, I'm going to divulge my secret weapon, okay, is Dealer Lead Pro. Now, what Dealer Lead Pro does is that it will, and I'll talk about this in a second, centralize all of my communication in one place. But additionally, it will help me put in place lead call notifications, ringless voicemails, text messages, and emails with carefully crafted messaging according to the dealership and the source, right? That is going to nurture that relationship. Now, since I can see that I'm already missing a graphic on my next slide, let me go and give you like a real live example. Let me clear this. Can you guys still see my screen okay? Just give me a hell yes, because I can barely hear you, or I can't hear you or I can't see you, sorry.
Hell yes.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. So let's go into, all right, let's go here into a sequence. And I'll show you guys what a sequence looks like a little bit more real time, because I can already tell that my next graphic is missing, so screw that. Okay, so Harley dealer, check it out. These guys are gonna come in through Harley, Harley Digital Financial Services. Now, let's click into that sequence and I'll show you what that looks like. Well, when somebody comes in, we have now, we know they're coming in because they put in an application on Harley Digital, on Harley Digital's program, particularly on Harley's website. So we structure emails. And a lot of dealers will say, because I found a lot of dealers that they try to fit 50 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bucket. As far as it's concerned with like the first communication. I'm not of that methodology, because we've seen psychologically, they just kind of breeze over that. They don't even read it. The idea with these things are to get engagement. So very simple, but customized. Hi, Joe. This is Casey from Caliente Harley. Thanks for applying for financing on a Harley Davidson. Which bike do you have in mind? Heck, we know what bike they have in mind. That's already been parsed into the CRM. Can you come in today to check out the bike you want? Or does tomorrow at 3 p.m. work better? Those are questions designed to spark conversation. You'll see here, these codes essentially mean that the user's signature gets injected. This means that the user's name will get injected. This will be the user's name that will be injected. Now, the user is the person, like if we have a round robin, the user would be the salesperson. So that's the cool thing. It'll actually, without notice that customization, it's personalizing the message to, let's say, Kurt. Kurt was interested in a Harley. Hey, Kurt, thanks for applying. This is Joe from Caliente, right? And it's got my email signature. Sales guy didn't have to do anything, or BDC guy didn't have to do anything. But that's not where we stop. We're trying to cast a wide net, which I'll get into in a second with regards to part number 2, which is super important. The next part, what's going to happen, is also a similar email in trying to gain engagement is going to go out. Then, and this is so cool, an automatically generated phone call. And I know it's kind of hard to see when I'm sharing my screen, but an automatically generated phone call will be triggered from Dealer Lead Pro to either the cell phone of the sales, the sales guys, or the BDC manager. And it'll say, don't hang up. You have a lead from, and we can change this verbiage and customize it, right? You have a lead from someone that applied, for credit via Harley Financial. Their name is Joe, and they're interested in a 2021 Road Glide Special. Press 1 to be connected. You press 1, the lead is not really on the line. You press 1 and the system's gonna dial that lead that came in. Now, you talk to them, great. You have a conversation, you can note it, you can choose whether to keep them on the sequence or remove them from the sequence, or add them to a future sequence, because maybe they say I'm applying now, but I don't really want to buy till a month from now, whatever the case may be. You don't get a hold of them, then there's a voicemail. Now, for whatever reason, just bear with me. My audio gets choppy when I share it. So just keep in mind that the audio isn't actually choppy, it's just my computer. But check out how we customize. Then we do something called the ringless voicemail. So you weren't able to get a hold of them, right? But when the BDC person or the sales rep hangs up, then something called a ringless voicemail will go. So it bypasses the ringing and goes to the lead's voicemail. and drops a pre-recorded voicemail, which although it doesn't include the person's name, it's very customized because it is talking about the lead the lead source through which this particular lead applied. So check it out. I'm going to just quickly play it.
Hi, this is Casey from Caliente Harley Davidson. I'm just checking in with you about your recent credit application. Please give us a call back. The number is 210-942-1912. Thank you.
So again, the choppiness, that's just my computer. Like, I don't know, gotta replace my soundboard or something. But really cool thing about that is that then that cadence I talked about goes on with, you know, a day later an email, a day later a text, a day later another email, a day later another text, 2 days later another email, 15 minutes after that a text, and then another voicemail drop that was similar, but just saying, hey, just following up with you again. And then we go through, and there's no end. There doesn't have to be an end to this. This is about the average, because this is about close to 20 touch points. But man, we can do so much. Look at this. We can add Facebook Messenger. So if they came in through Facebook Messenger, we can automatically generate messages to them on Facebook. Google My Business is integrated. We can create tasks. We can do manual SMS and manual calls, which essentially means that you can have something pre-set up like this, but it won't actually trigger until somebody manually says, okay, I'm sitting behind it. Go ahead and send it. So that's the big difference with that. And then we could do so many cool things like say, I want to send it at a custom time. I don't want to send it on Mondays or Sundays because we're closed. And I don't want to send it blah, blah, blah. And then you can do if or when, or only if it falls under an exact time. So the sky's the limit with regards to what you can do. And I'm showing you, of course, I've got a bias for Dealer Lead Pro because it's our baby. We built it with dealerships in mind. But honestly, this is not the only tool that's out there. There are a lot of tools to help you, you know, relatively simply implement. And, you know, you'll have to devote some time to putting these things in place. But the point of it is getting this actually, you know, put in place. So let's go to number 2, because I tend to ramble a lot and I don't want to run out of time. Automation and integration. Use technology to do the hard work. You've already seen quite a bit of that. But what I really want to mention now is why automation, technology, and integration is so important. One stat that we know, okay, is that the use of multiple channels of communication is going to increase your success rate by 161%. Now, there's something I tell dealers about a lot, and I tell them, meet the customer where they're at, meet your lead where they're at. I've got a really cool case study about a client of ours, same management, well, I should say same ownership, right? 2 locations, different management styles. North location was smile and dial, pound that phone, and they just wanted to shove phone calls down people's throats. Southern store, much more progressive. I'm not going to say they didn't touch the phone, because they did, right? But their mix of what they did was a lot more comprehensive and evened out, meaning it was even across the board between text messages, emails, and phone calls. And then the North store did very poorly on emails and texts and any other kind of communications such as Facebook Messenger, and they just pounded away at the phone. Guess who do you think fared better? The South store. And the reason why is because we have dug our, you know, we tend to want to dig our heels in because we said, well, this worked before, but it may not necessarily work now. Times are changing, and you know, some people, like I'm the type of person that's a lot more prone that if you're calling me, unless you're my dealer and you're calling me, I'm going to pick up the phone. But even if I did a lead submission online, I'm telling you, even if I submitted my information to your company online and you're calling me, I'm much less likely to answer your phone call than your text. You send me a text, I'll reply. So it's crazy. So the idea of having the multiple channels, particularly at first, generating that phone call, generating that text, and generating that email, is to cast a wide net to see what's going to bite. So here are the biggest ones that you can do. These we actually implement through Dealer Lead Pro, and they're your biggest ones, right? Phone calls, text messages, Facebook Messenger, Google My Business, and web chats. Now I want to make sure that I'm cautious of the time, but I'm going to give you guys an example of one of our dealers that's near and dear to our hearts. And they've got a simple chat widget here that integrates directly to Dealerly Pro. Who the heck has time to stay behind the computer to web chat? I love Engage to Sell, don't get me wrong. They got a good service, relatively inexpensive. I think it's $200-300 or whatever. But nobody sits there waiting for a live agent to go back and forth with them. So this widget that we implement, once I put in, let's say I'm going to go and hit my information. I'm interested in financing. Well, once I go into, let's just go to Basecamp and I go to conversations, boom, there it is, real time, right away. It's not only in conversations and it comes in marked as a web chat, but here's the beauty about it. When I reply, I'm just going to say test, Joe. When I reply, the absolute beauty of this is the following. Watch this. I'm going to change my sharing for a second. Let's see.
Hey, and Joe, just to take some pressure off, Joe, you got a solid, 15 minutes, man.
Okay, cool. Awesome. So check this out. Once, did I end up hitting reply? Yes, there it is. Okay, I just have it. I have it as the rep's name already on here. But check that out. See, it already came in. Test Joe. So now I'm saying, all right, how much down? And I'm texting back, right? Well, look at this. Now it's going to come up. So now we're effectively texting. You saw how I initiated as a web chat, but now we're effectively texting. That lead can walk away from the computer or whatever, and they're effectively texting. This is the beauty of meeting them where they're at. It's a perfect example of what's really important. Same goes for, what is it? Facebook Messenger, Google My Business. You saw text messages, which links directly and very nicely to web chats. And then, of course, phone calls. And I think one that I didn't include in here, but of course it should be included is emails. The problem that we all know, sorry for my chicken scratch, of course, that we all know about emails is open rate, blanket open rate across all industries is like a good, 20%, 12% at best, but it's all good. We still need to cast that wide net, okay? So before I drive you guys crazy, let me jump over to number 3, valuable reporting. This is super critical. Valuable reporting. It's important to have reports on all of your efforts. You want to know, you want to have a complete picture on what we kind of call the secret KPIs, right? Let me see if I can go a little forward. Let's see. Here. No, it's this one. The most important key performance indicators. And there's a sandwich here, really, guys. There's one here, we could call it 0, and that's number of leads, right? But that's an obvious. That's like one that almost every dealer looks at, number of leads. But then there's number 6. What's another one that every dealer looks at? Bikes sold. But almost nobody looks at this. Like I can almost guarantee it. There's very few people. So that's why we call it kind of like the secret OEM KPIs. They're really important. You want to know your lead response time, number of touch points, the connect rate, meaning really the reply rate. How many of them were you able to get on the phone? How many of them replied to a text, replied to an email, replied to whatever? How many of them were you able to book? And how many of them kept or missed their appointments? super critical. So let me work my way back here a little bit. So then, of course, at a less granular level, you want to have a picture of how many leads you got, the sources of those leads, your total investment, your cost per lead. But then you go a little bit more granular, which is, and I apologize because my slides were a little bit out of order, but you get into the reply rates, into the booking rates. I don't have a screenshot here for booking, but that's okay. You get the point. But you want to see, okay, look at that from Facebook, man, I'm getting 62% reply rate. So for somebody that says, like, oh man, those leads are crap. I don't know about that. Why is that percentage getting, you know why? Because they're being nurtured. Look at this. Those coming from the OEM, almost 87%. You know, I can tell you that if you're a dealer, you have got to feel animosity toward the manufacturer, because I know for at least the last decade, the manufacturer, I don't care what brand you represent, has been bopping you over the head, telling you that you suck at follow-up. And I don't want to beat a dead horse, but it's likely that they're correct. The problem where the animosity comes in is that they have no clue how to fix it, and they don't give you the tools to fix it. And these are the tools to fix it. So these three key components, you know, that we've gone over are the most critical aspects you need to implement as far as your follow-up to cure that twilight, to get the most return on investment, the most bang on your buck for those leads you get on organic search engine optimization, on paid Google ads, Rollick, Cycle Trader, Facebook ads. That's why typically those leads don't end up converting. Now, there's another aspect, which is that you want to calculate, you know, how you want to go about this. You've got multiple choices at your disposal. You can have somebody in-house do this. You can have a consultant implement it, and then you can have somebody in-house be the BDC person that does the follow-up and, you know, make sure that they pilot a system like the one I showed you, versus you can have an outsized BDC strategy or company like us do it. You want to look at the amount of leads that you generate, because that's going to determine your cost, either for somebody in-house or somebody outsourced. You want to know the cost for your software, how easily you can access and train and configure regarding that software. And, you know, the number of possibly dedicated reps to the number of leads generated. We have found statistically that most representatives will be very successful between 150 to 200 leads, incoming leads. However, that doesn't mean that they cannot handle more calls. Part of what we actually do is that during downtime and between calls, we have, as an example, our reps make outbound, you know, make outreaches to say, hey, so-and-so, you're coming up for your 1K service. Let me schedule you right now. So to bring it to a conclusion, all right, as a dealer, let's just recap real quick. You're going to want a system that's as technically as simple, fast, and budget conscious to implement. You want something that can scale to an unlimited number of potential customers quickly and inexpensively. It's very process driven. Okay. That's really what it boils down to. And you wanted to address the three main elements of profitability, of profitable lead management that I just shared with you. You want to implement, here's how to get that, right? You're going to implement a high quality lead generation system that's going to cherry pick best prospects for you. You probably already have that in place. So right now your lead generation may not be, you know, something that is conking you over the head, because the industry as a whole, and with the exception of the inventory problem, is doing well as far as leads go. Then you're going to implement a follow-up strategy that suits your dealership's optimum selling strategy. So the software you pick, whether you're going to go in-house or you're going to do it, you know, outsourced, those are things that, you know, you have to take into consideration. You have to map it out. You've got, you know, and hit me up. I've got forms and stuff like that that I can offer you for free so that you can fill it out. The form will help you understand where you're at, where you stand, and if BDC is something that's right for you. I mean, lead follow-up and lead management is for every dealer. Don't misinterpret what I'm saying. Every dealer needs this. But whether an outsourced solution is for you or somebody sitting there dedicated to answering those calls are for you, that is something I can help you determine with, very simple resources that I can hand you. Then number 3, you want to focus on low-hanging fruit by using marketing and automation tactics that are going to give you the highest return on your investment. Because of course, for the interest of time, those sequences that I gave you, that I showed you, are just the tip of the iceberg. Because remember, those people, they may have submitted their lead right now, their information on a whim, but they may not be ready for whatever reason. Maybe something changed. And within 2 weeks, 2 weeks, you could have a life-altering event in 2 weeks. Or maybe they changed their mind, or maybe, I don't know, they're going through a divorce and maybe they're not ready yet. But what, are you going to squander or waste that lead? No. So this is just the tip of the iceberg. You later on, that's going to be low-hanging fruit. They already contacted you. They're already somewhat familiarized with you. So here's what happens when you have the right follow-up strategy when it's implemented. You will dominate your local market without question. I mean, you will be in that 10 to 20% of the dealers reaping 80% of the revenue. Okay, because I guarantee you, vast majority of dealers are not doing this. So you will stand out. You can start reinvesting new dollars to scale what you just implemented, because you could put more money into marketing and more money into advertising. And as you have the system solidified, it's going to go smoothly. And you can start the process of implementing this in-house with the help of someone like me or my team. You can have this either done in-house or you can have it outsourced. It's completely up to you. So once you have this customer lead follow-up and acquisition system in place, there's no limit to how much you can grow. It's really, truly up to you. Now, I don't want to self-promote too much because I get self-conscious and a little bit shy about that. And I'm not trying to sell you guys anything, but if you want to talk to me, whether it is you want to talk shop, ask me questions, pick my brain, I'm going to have an open session right now if I do have time, Kurt, for questions and answers. But with that being said, if you want to set some time where we can more calmly do a cup of coffee through Zoom, then you can grab my calendar. You could see my availability live by visiting gobeyondcreative.com/schedule, or you could just shoot me an email at joe@gobeyondcreative.com. And what I'll do also is I will share any of those resources that I mentioned, or anything else that you might need that may not have resonated right at this moment, but you may say, I have a question about that. I likely have a resource that I can get your way to help you out. So with that, I'm going to wrap it up, and I'm going to see if there are any questions and answers that we can go at.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, do me a favor, close your screen so we can kind of expose the panel. And,
Let me stop.
I just want to, sticking with my trend for the rest of the day, I just want to jump in and be like, thank you for presenting today. Like, the value you brought and the fire hose that you just unleashed on people that are watching this, whether you're watching this live or on the replay, you're going to want to watch the replay because there's a ton of stuff in here.
Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes I feel a little bad because I'm like, oh gosh, I hope I'm not having them check out,
No, it's I put in my comments in the chat thread. I said I could geek out on this for all day, right? One thing keeps jumping off to me, and I'm thinking about the dealers that I visit. I'm thinking about, I've been to big stores, little stores, everything else. And a lot of guys, a lot of owners go, I'm not into that automation stuff, man. We're just a mom and pop store. We're just trying to make ends meet. And in my mind, I'm like, you're going to be a mom and pop store until you fall over if you don't embrace some of these tools and welcome growth into your business. And it sounds mean. It sounds horrible when I say it, but I'm there. I talk to dealers when I consult with them and I hear this. What's at the risk of making it sound salesy, what's your pitch to people that are like, we're just small mom and pop. We're not into automation, because you got into the 60 seconds, 180 seconds, right?
Yeah. So that's a really good question. And there's a couple things that could go about it. Just a quick anecdote about, I'm gonna be right, really upfront. I'm a people pleaser. I don't necessarily like to ruffle feathers, but I do ruffle feathers when I run into blatant things where I'm like, oh my gosh, listen to this call. I'm talking to an owner. I'm like, listen to this call. And then, you know, I'm saying, like, you cannot ignore this. You've got a systemic call problem in your dealership, you know? So at that, and sometimes I'll be honest with you guys, I'll get nervous to have that conversation. But it needs to be had, because otherwise, what good are you doing them? You know what I'm saying? So the reason why I preface it with that is because there was this post online, you know, that somebody made, and it was like this thing that was like, you know, those billboards that you kind of put where you put the letters and it's lit up, it's backlit, you know, and it was like the side of a shop, and then the letter said, if you keep buying from online, pretty soon there will be no shop that's going to install your parts for you. And then everybody, like every dealership owner was going, yeah, man, yeah, that's right. And like, they're digging their heels in. And then I came in going like, sorry guys, I really don't mean to like ruffle your feathers here, but have you ever bought a TV from Amazon and it says, hey, by the way, would you like us to send an installer out there for just like a mere $100 to professionally install this for you? What do you think is going to happen? So the reason why I bring that story is because to the mom and pop, the first thing I would say is we got to get with the times. I love the fact that you're a mom and pop. You know, my business was a complete startup of being a one-man show to now having a complete team. There is nothing the matter with that care and that personal love that goes into it, but you still got to roll with the times. You cannot dig your heels in and say, that's it. So on the second part of that, what I would tell them is there are ways that, and I'm not trying to sound salesy here. This is what we do. We actually offer Dealerly Pro, okay, as a standalone, so they can get it as a software as a service. But I would caution them and say, like almost every other software on the market, you don't want it to just turn into this bill you're getting charged for that you're not utilizing it. Because the vast majority of people will get a software and they'll use it to like 20%, if that, of its capacity. So what I would say to them is, if you don't have yet the finances to hire that BDC person or hire that outsourced agency, get you the software and get you a consultant that will agree to charge you a one-time setup to set everything up for you and teach you how to use it. And then it's kind of like similar to building a website. Now, of course, with our industry is different because I call them rent-a-sites. And I have that bone to pick. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but traditionally a website is, you know, you pay a one-time fee and then you own the website. And then when you need to build a new one, 2, 3, 4 years down the line, then you do it again. But you had the platform built and you had the system already built for you, right? And so similarly, that would be my response to them is, hey guys, budget a little bit for what you're going to spend on a monthly basis. There are a lot of different softwares. To give you an idea, ours is extremely inexpensive, considering that some dealerships I know pay upwards of $400 or $500 just for MailChimp, and Dealerly Pro replaces MailChimp. Then it also replaces text blasting. It also replaces web chat as an example. That in and of itself is over $1,500 of value. And we charge for unlimited usage per dealer location, $497 a month. That's it. And you can unify your Google My Business, your Facebook. But in all honesty, we're not the only ones. There are a lot of other ones. That's why I say it needs to be something that fits them. But what they do need, whether it's a small or a big guy, right? They do need to spend the time planning it out to really think, okay, what level am I going to be on? So am I the mom and pop that needs to, you know, just have the software structured like for me by a consultant, and then you know, we can kind of run it in-house? Or am I going to go all out with this? Am I going to outsource it, or am I going to have my whole sales team on it? Whatever the case may be. And they need to do the research on like finding the right software for them that fits, you know, their needs. I don't know if that makes sense. I kind of went on a you know, off on the weeds there on your question, but.
No, it does. It does. It's one of those things where, I mean, you hit on it. So I think about my own personal example. I have my own training company, Powersports Academy. I want to sell that to every dealer that wants it, right? I mean, the average mid-sized dealer is going to spend $10,000 a year with me on training. So of course I want as many dealers, right? But I realized in order for me as a business person, as an entrepreneur, to make those sales, it's not sending an email message or a social post and thinking someone's going to swipe a credit card for 10 grand.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I got to make phone calls. I got to do emails. I might have to drive out there and shake a hand. And with the thousands of dealers that are out there might be dealers watching this replay, right? And going, well, Kurt's never called me. Maybe he thinks I suck. No, I can't possibly be that person. I can't, you know, so I'm trying to hire folks and pay them a crazy commission to do it. But it's because I realize you have to have all those touches, you know, and the multiple channels and all those things that you talked about, dude, I'm blown away when I see you showed me this months and months and months ago. You know, you gave me a walkthrough and I was like, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. And just think about those posts that we shared on LinkedIn together, you and I, right? All my leadership training boils down to a lot of it with that Pareto principle. 20% of the people do 80% of the work. And the problem is a lot of these dealerships are small and they might have a high concentration of 80%ers in their building. So that's why they might return that email because they have to, or they might leave that voicemail because they have to. And they're going to do the lazy thing and wait for the customer to come to the dealership unannounced and be like, hey, I closed a bike on a Saturday, as if that's something that they worked hard for when it was a gimme, right?
Oh, yeah.
But they're not the 20% doing the follow-up and the hard work. And that's why I think dealers in general, this is a very general statement, not meant to pick on anybody, but I think that's why dealers need to, you know, look at Go Beyond Creative or other consultants that are in that 20% group that are going to be like, I'm going to push every button until I get that customer in your store. And then, you know what, if you've got a building full of 80%ers, they can do the close on the warm up, right? Because it's already been warmed up. It's ready for the close. But a lot of folks don't have that skill set.
Yeah. And that's where, you know, because I know a lot of people say, well, like, oh, you know, the automation, this and that. Automation can be done. It's never, ever set it and forget it, ever. There's no such thing. And as much as I'm a huge proponent for it, I always say, don't expect that, because there's never a silver bullet. So don't expect that you're going to turn this on all of a sudden, oh, it's magically good. It needs to be piloted, right? It needs to be piloted and monitored and all of that. But still, though, the advantages of it, as far as like the reach of how much more reach, you know, once you pass the learning curve of learning how to pilot it and how to manage it properly, oh my gosh, the fruit that comes out of it is enormous, you know. And another thing I would add to that is to people that are very, because I hear that every now and then. It's kind of become a lot less, you know, commonplace, but I do hear people are like, oh, you know, automation, and oh, you know, they kind of, well, here's the thing, because they probably had personal experiences in the past with automation that was done wrong, that wasn't customized, that seemed disingenuous. And that's the problem. And so that's where, you know, working with a consultant or somebody who knows their stuff with regards to the software and how to set it up, like data is everything. Like as a perfect example, if you, Kurt, for instance, submitted a form on our website and you put your names in all caps, and then I'm going to market to you, I'll be damned if that name is in all caps. The system, our system, and it has been set up so that it properly capitalizes your name, because you don't need to be that savvy to realize that, wait a minute, why is this person writing everything else in proper sentence case, but all of a sudden my name is in all caps? Because I came in through the automation, you know what I mean? So those are the details that we're very like huge sticklers about, that make it where it's, you know, thank you. Those are the small details. And that's where you realize like, oh, wait a minute, this is not a human behind it, you know? So yeah.
Andrew's making that confused German Shepherd look now. He's like, hey, I need some tools like this. And by the way, I forgot, everybody, you know, clap and air hands and all that stuff. I mean, Joe, you bring the heat every time, man. This is your second run through the roundtable, and man, your input and your outreach. I mean, you know, you share with your network that we're doing this thing, and whether people see it live or on the replay, it's like you're bringing people in. It's awesome.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm really excited to be here. I totally subscribe to the doctrine that you've got of, you know, helping our industry. I mean, that's really, truly a passion for me, you know? So anything I can do to help.
The more economically sustainable we can help the dealers become, as people in the field, the more they can edify the brands they represent, right? And so, too many times when I worked at the OEM, I would hear like, well, if we train them in this, it might help this other brand, or it might help that other brand, or it might help. And if you hear that, pardon me, that's the trash truck picking up our trash out front. But, we don't have time in this industry, especially with this opportunity COVID's afforded our industry, to sit back and worry about who we're giving pieces of the pie to. We just need to bake more pie.
Yeah.
We just need to get together, man, put some energy in and make something happen. And everyone that's joined this roundtable has brought something like that.
I totally agree with you, man. Totally agree with you.
I have one more question, unless Jason's got something. You're good? I'm jealous. I want to know what Jason's eating because I skipped lunch and I'm kind of hungry.
You got the popcorn. This is quite a show. Mine's not really a question. It's maybe as much as gushing, but that was awesome, Joe. That was something. I mean, obviously.
Thank you, Jason.
I'm really pro small dealer. Big dealers are cool, but I still got my start in the industry working for small dealers. And I won't try to take up too much time here on this, but when I worked at Fox Racing, we were blowing up at the time. It was the early 2000s, and small dealers would call me and say stuff like, yeah, well, we're just a small dealer. And I'm like, no, there is no small dealer to me. If you have customers walking through your door, you have somebody riding motorcycles, you're important to me, because it goes back to, I think that's where I started my whole, if it's two people who didn't go to the track that weekend, that's two less people like on there. And so the kind of like all of that circle back into what you do and what Kurt was saying with, mom and pop dealership. I'm like, dude, everybody needs that help. And the thing that makes yours so rad is that tailoring the message, like maybe like the little bit more, I don't know, stoic approach like works like someplace, but if you're a small mom and pop shop in Wichita, Kansas, maybe that message gets tailored a little bit more redneckish, and and then that people relate, and I think that's awesome, dude. So I'm a proponent, and I'll be lobbying for you as well, man. If I can help it with any dealers, I will most happy to be able to try to push some product for you.
That's awesome, man. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. And to your point, just to add to that, because like one of the things, so we start out with kind of like a basic, idea of like the total number of touch points, and then the timing between each touch point, right? Like that cadence that I talked about. But I always say to the dealer, and I usually go visit with this, by the way, I don't think anybody with an agency does this, because I know Dealer Spike won't do this. But I try to go and visit my dealers at least once a year, and usually within 3 to 4 months of starting to work together, like actually be there at least a couple of days, because I want to absorb their culture. Every single dealer is different. Every single dealership is different. Doesn't matter if they carry the same exact thing as the guy next door. They are different in their own way. Every company in general is an organism in and of its own. So that in and of itself, that's why in the presentation I put carefully crafted messaging. In reality, I should update that to carefully crafted messaging to you, to your dealer. But you hit on a very important very important point about the area you're in, because as an example, we've got some dealerships that are like just about 15 miles from New York. They're a lot more hustle and bustle. So the space in between each touch point is way quicker. Now, if you're a little bit more toward the deep south, then, that starts getting stretched out a little bit. And, instead of it being that you're following up over a span of a week and a half, it's going to be, 2.5 weeks. So those are all things that are really important, to keep in mind, which I guess people, to their defense, a lot of people just don't know about automation, and they just think that automation just means that it's just all the same. It's just a chat bot, or it's just, this and that. And it's not. That's why I think the term artificial intelligence comes in, because it needs to be, and that's where the human input is so critical, because it needs to be customized, it needs to be tailored, it needs to be set up, it needs to be done right. And then somebody needs to pilot it, But then you can remove like a shit ton of the workload, you know, 80%, 90% of like the really heavy lifting of the mundane, having to type out that email over and over again, you know? So
I'm lazy, so, you know, and I get sideways with things and not very detail oriented. If I was in a dealership, yeah, that would be huge. Is that applicable to anything outside of dealers? Have you found?
yes,
Like
that's
MIJ, like, I wonder if is it applicable there?
yeah, that actually is a really good question. And we could probably follow up with like, you know, kind of getting together so that I would understand a little bit more about the process on like, let's say for instance, when somebody posts a job, if there are any other things that like need to happen thereafter, like, hey, check on this, check on that. Hey, you've got an applicant. And then like, you see that they haven't opened it up or something, then.
I got one.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So
Well, I was gonna say like we hear so often, and this it maybe isn't as dealer centric, but although it could be, but people, mainly because I hear it from the more the OEMs and the bigger companies like that. It's like, yeah, I applied and I've not heard anything back. That is a very common, you know, story. So it might be nice if there was that, just letting people know that we're working like on your thing and making people feel like they were.
oh yeah. I think there's room for that. That'd be actually really interesting because that I always love a new challenge, you know, and I think it could
Mhm.
because the application of it is, I mean, the sky's the limit, you know, truly.
Well, I think it's awesome, brother. Good job.
Thank you,
Hope,
man.
hope we can get more dealers like taking advantage of it and getting more people like on motor scooters and UTVs and stuff like that because of it.
Heck yeah, it's all a big circle, right? Because it's, you know, it's not just the sustainability for like our companies, it's the sustainability for every single person that works inside of a dealership. And as I tell our BDC reps, I said, well, not only do you have the coolest job in the world, because you just get to talk, you know, you get to talk shit all day about like really cool stuff, you know, but on top of that, you are literally influencing somebody like that's possibly a life-altering decision. You know, they're going to get on the bike of their dreams or a wave runner or, you know, a side-by-side, or it could be, I don't know, it could be a side-by-side that somebody uses for farming and and it's a livelihood thing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the stuff is really, the possibilities are endless, you know?
Joe, I got one more question or feature to point out that you discussed that gets glossed over, and it falls within my wheelhouse. So I'm going to be selfish and bring it up. Okay.
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
You had mentioned reviewing a call, right? And it makes me, it's such a hard topic because I don't want to say, hey, Big Brother's watching and we're going to record every word and we're going to put the thumb on you and hold you down and we're going to make you feel like crap because you suck at your job. It's not that. But like, I'm thinking of a post that I saw on LinkedIn just yesterday. Someone in the automotive industry was looking for a bicycle rack for an SUV. And he calls his dealer, which I think is a Porsche dealer. And he says, hey, I'm looking for a bike rack. You know, do you have this, then the other thing? And the guy, you know, does the normal, you know, parts guy thing. You know, he's looking stuff up and he goes, yeah, we've got two different options. One's $825 and one's $897, right? And he goes, well, do you have anything cheaper? Well, you know, what about some other options, right? And instead of, you know, taking a name and a phone number and getting some customer information, right, collecting the data that's so important in sales, instead of taking any information and saying, hey, you know what, I might be able to find you a couple of other options, but it's going to take some research on my part. Could I get a name and number and call you back, right? Instead, the guy goes, oh yeah, I think Tool has some stuff, or Toolie or whatever, and I think you can look them up on this website and blah, blah, blah. And off that sale goes. No contact information, no name.
Are you trying to make me bang my head against my desk right now? Because that makes me cringe every single time I hear that so much. I'm like, okay, why did you just leave that call without taking a phone number, a name, and an email? That's like 101. You know, even if you can't help them, like later on, just shoot them a quick, like, man, there are even templates for that. Hey, I'm really sorry, I wasn't able to find the part you wanted, you know, but is it okay to keep you on our list? And if something does come up in the future and we're going to offer it Sunday, come on, anything, but take that information.
Something. And the idea that you can record calls and you can use them, again, not to beat on people, right? Yeah. One of my biggest things that I say during my presentation is very few people in the power sports space, and this goes from the OEM all the way down to the dealer, right, have had formal communication or leadership training. So when somebody makes one of those mistakes, instead of being like, you're an idiot, just go, hey, I noticed you didn't get customer name and information. It's really important we collect the data, collect as much data as possible because it helps us grow our business. You know, we need to be able to follow up with people on lost sales. And if you just coach people, man, they get, and you're giving people the tool to do it. You know, you're able to say, hey, let's listen to this call together. You know, now that you hear yourself on this call, how do you think we could have handled this in a way that would make the customer feel better?
Yeah, it's so key, man. It's really critical. It is huge. Call handling is, and I don't know if I mentioned that, like on Dealerly Pro, we actually have the capacity, it records the calls. And that's why I would have to really work on my stress. So I would have to call Andrew right before listening to calls, because listening to calls is kind of just kind of like, but there's that very quick capacity and capability to do it. And it's super critical to be able to listen to it precisely to your point, to say, not to beat people over the head. I was one of those that was very fortunate. One of the jobs, the odd jobs that I did when I was paying my way through college was actually call center experience. So to me, what sometimes seems like common sense may not really be common sense to a lot of people. But, you know, so having the capacity to be able to record those calls, and show them, like you mentioned, and say, hey, let's kind of go over this together, I think is a very, very, very powerful thing.
Yeah, it's make or break for me in a lot of respects. And on the service side of the business, at the service counter, it's to me, there's almost no replacement for that. So, you know, I even have a course in my training about phone etiquette, because most people in that position have never really had formal training, whether from their parents, through school, or through employment, to understand how to manage relationships, you know, via audio.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Cool. All right. Any other questions for Joe before I steal the screen?
No, I like to give them praise though, man. There's the masses, right? The most normal people, and then there's like these smart people where, like, say if they go pick up this book, like they could repeat it, they remember the information in the book. But then there's like this higher level genius, and that higher level genius is able to, like, really break it down in brand new concepts, like take really ridiculous hard things like the smart people have, that they understand, but they don't fully understand it. And that genius mind can break it down where the masses, like looking at this cell phone, I feel like this is what we just went through. Like, this mental image I see is like, everybody sees a cell phone, but Joe doesn't see a cell phone. Joe sees all the inner working parts. And it was like this spiral, like he just showed you all of that, and then it put back the phone, and here's the phone. It's like, man, high praise, man. I mean, just to have that kind of mind to break things down in simplified form.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's very
Rock
kind.
and roll.
Thank you.
Yeah,
guys.
absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to give you guys a heads up on the panel, because I'm going to be speaking and not paying attention to chat. So if you see someone popping questions into the chat or something, flag me down. The other thing is we still have like a 60 or 70% chance that Clayton will sign in as a panelist. If so, he's kind of a welcome, you know, guest speaker that's going to show up, but he may not. He's had a really, really busy day. We've been texting each other back and forth, but if he shows up, interrupt me in my presentation and say, hey, Clayton's here. And then, you know, we'll take a quick break from my normal routine, and we'll entertain Clayton, because he comes at training from a different perspective than I do. And I thought it would be important if we could share him this visit, if he can make it. Oh, and I'm saying that, and he says I'm here. So, awesome. Now I got to figure out, he signed in as an attendee, I think. So let me see, attendee, Clayton, more, promote the panelist. Look at this, man. It's like I'm a Zoom person or something like that. All right. And Clayton should be coming on board here.
I think I see him.
I see him. This is amazing. There he is.
Are we up?
Awesome. Clayton, how are you, man?
Hey, I'm good. Just probably change my background.
I know that you've had a busy day, and I was making all kinds of excuses for you, but here you are. So that's awesome.
No worries. No worries. It's good to be here. I appreciate the invite, Kurt.
No, I think it's really, really good. Just for transparency for people that are viewing live or people that watch the replay here, Clayton and I actually had a conversation, and Clayton's like, well, I'd like to talk about, service training, but I see that you're already in the service training space and I don't want to steal your thunder and blah, blah. And I was like, dude, we are on the same page. We're in the same book, but on different pages, right? And I thought it was so important to be able to share the spotlight and give Clayton a little bit of space to talk about what he does. And Clayton, could I just launch you? Are you comfortable to do that?
Yeah, we're good.
Let's do that. Let's launch Clayton. And then when Clayton's done, I'm going to jump into my presentation and finish up. And then we'll do the whole roundtable panel thing and really tear each other apart here in the last few minutes. I might even break out a beer at the end of this.
It's Thursday's it's the new Friday, right? So
Thursday is the new Friday. Clayton, what I'm going to do, I'm going to promote you to a co-host, so you'll be able to have sharing privileges if you want to share something.
Sure. Yeah, I've got a few slides ready. I've never used the presenter view co-host view. So if I'm not doing something properly, please let me know. Okay. It's asking for permission, of course. So in terms of introductions, everyone, I work for a company called Jackson Dawson, and it's going to make me quit Zoom to do this, I think. So I don't know if I can share. There we go. Okay. So I work for a company named Jackson Dawson, and we specialize in the deployment of training and information to power sports dealerships. The company's history is started in automotive. So we're Detroit based. So obviously we've got the big three American brands there, and then other brands like Toyota and whatnot that we service. But in the last few years, we've become more focused on power sports because we see the opportunity. And like so many of you dealers understand, power sports and automotive are not the same thing. And there are so many differences, and yet there are so many similarities. And what we have found is that despite the differences, we're able to bring solutions to the dealerships that really revolve around your departments, because there's no one size fits all. So where we work is a little bit unique to like what Kurt said, where Kurt will come in as, someone with a wealth of experience, so many years of knowledge. He's been there, he's done it. He's been in the dealership, so he understands in a way that sometimes an OE might not. And my company bridges that gap where the OEs will come to us and say, hey, we're either launching a new product or we're doing this new initiative. We want to deploy it to the dealers. We want to bring the knowledge that we think we can provide, and we need you, Jackson Dawson, to package it in such a way that it resonates with the audience. They understand it. It actually improves their performance. It helps makes the dealership and the dealership staff more successful. At the end of the day, that is what matters to us, because if we're not making the end user more successful, we're not doing our jobs. And it's a cool world because we get to see both sides of the story. We get to see the dealerships and how they are at the ground, they are the ground troops, right? They are talking to the customers, managing multiple OEMs at once. And then you have the OEM perspective where they have their own objectives. They are focused, whether it's Polaris, BRP, Kawasaki, they're all focused on their own priorities, but somehow the dealerships have to make all these different priorities work. And so it's very much a yin and a yang kind of thing. Quick overview, not to bore anyone, but if you have questions, please throw them in the chat. Obviously right now for all of you, sales is the highlight of the year, right? Unprecedented sales. You can't get enough inventory. Your customers are placing pre-orders and pre-orders upon pre-orders. And so right now, for most OEMs, their focus is just opening up more manufacturing capacity so that we can make as many units and vehicles as possible. Before this, though, we were seeing a lot of competition where that salesperson, your sales guy in the dealership, he was being pulled in multiple directions. He had his Kawasaki rep saying, hey, you got to push our product, the Polaris rep, the BRP rep. And it's my job for my clients to make sure that the products that they are promoting in the dealership, that they have good product training for the salesperson, that the salesperson is equipped with sales tools, that they have selling information, that they have leave behinds. And this is so relevant to what Joe does, right? Where you get that lead and that lead is hot. What are you giving that lead right away to get them excited to come into the store? And is that experience in the store, is it Is it exciting to the customer? Are you able to answer all of their questions? Those kind of things. And even more, sometimes it's digital sales tools. So especially for the automotive brands, we'll deploy digital, touchscreen sales tools in the dealerships to help engage the customers around products in a way maybe a PDF or print piece couldn't. Service and maintenance. This is obviously Kurt's world. So in dealership coaching, we do department evaluations, employee development. We help with performance management, financial management of the service and fixed ops departments. This is crucial because that's such a high margin business, right? There's so much financial opportunity in your service departments that we want to help dealership staff get as much of that as possible. Are you scheduling service appointments in advance? Do you know the highs and lows of your service business from a volume perspective? And are you planning ahead for those lows? Are you encouraging your customers to come in and schedule maintenance visits during those lows to keep your technicians busy? That's critical. I mean, a lot of stores are doing the partial employment of technicians during slow times, or they might even furlough them, hoping that they come back. And everyone on this call knows, Jason especially, how difficult it is to find techs. You don't want to furlough those techs because you might not get them again. So schedule work so that you're keeping them busy the whole year round, and you can reduce that possibility of losing your technicians. Parts and accessories. For all the parts managers on the call, you know how complex your business is. The customer just sees the parts counter and they're like, oh, they just sell parts. No, you have to deal with part numbers. You have to order parts from 17 different manufacturers. You have to understand all the technical manuals that go into the service world so that you can look up the correct part, order it. You have to track all these part numbers. You have to service your do-it-for-me customers, and you have to service your do-it-yourself customers. You have to service your service department. Very complex business that I don't think gets enough attention. And so we try to work with dealerships from the OEM level on improving things like obsolescence, your inventory turnover. Are you stocking the parts that you need, not just what you ordered 3 years ago? Those kind of discussions, the ones we have. And then finally, F&I. That is, are you having a consistent F&I sales process? Do you bring products and packages to your customers that are interesting to them, that they want to buy? Are you making sure that every customer that buys a unit is immediately escorted to the F&I department so that you can offer them all these different protection packages, insurance packages, et cetera? That's critical because that is almost a 100% margin business. If you have a dealership that does a good job with that, that can be a really effective profit center. And so these are the kind of things that OEMs bring us into because we have the industry knowledge, we have the personnel that can be deployed all over, not just North America, but globally. And we try to approach it with a dealer-centric mindset. We're not here to tell you you're doing it wrong and we're going to show you how to do it right. That is not an effective way to get buy-in from your dealership audience. The right way is to build trust. It's to show that we understand your business, that we're not just here making things up. We have a method, it works. And once you get there, then you can start making change. I'm a big believer in that. I love dealerships. Favorite part of my job is getting to visit dealerships and hearing their opinions, getting their recommendations on what an OEM could do better, because there's always ways to get better. And so knowing that that's my job to understand that feedback and build programs that reflect that, I really do think I got one of the coolest jobs out there. And it's just a thrill to spend time with. Anytime I get to spend anytime I spend with a dealership is a huge thrill. So that's a high level view of what Jackson Dawson does for the power sports and automotive world. If there's any questions, please throw them in the chat. But Kurt, I'm more than happy to dive into, depending what your time is, to dive into any of these topics in more depth if you need.
Actually, go ahead and is that your last slide?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and close that so we can see the whole panel for a short bit. And then there's so many things that you and I overlap on with our beliefs and all of that. And one of the reasons that I really wanted to invite you to the roundtable, Clayton, is, I was the guy at Ducati for a long time. I was the guy at Suzuki for a long time, in charge of all the training and publications, all this kind of stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And what was so frustrating was we would make tools available to dealers or to dealer staff. Maybe I should be more specific, right? To dealer staff. And then the completion or the consumption of the material always seemed to be wanting, right? It was like you had to not beat on, but you had to constantly remind people like, hey, this is due to be done by March 15th. Like it's March 11th. You haven't done your lessons yet. And you felt like you were in that position as a training manager at an OEM. You feel like, why do I have to beat on these people to help them find their own success? How come they're not invested in their own success? You know, these technicians, in my position, I was training technicians. So I'm talking to people that paid $30,000 or $40,000 on a student loan to be able to leave MMI with a toolbox and go get a job, right? And now here I am at the OEM offering them a free education to expand their knowledge base. And they're like, I ain't got the time for that, right? How can we creatively or in a more friendly way encourage people to educate themselves, especially when it's being offered at no personal cost to themselves?
That's a really good question, Kurt. In some cases, the programs I've worked with, some are at no cost, some do cost, and by cost, it costs the dealership, not necessarily individual. And so there's two parties now you have to convince of the worthwhileness of the investment, not just the,
the value,
the type, right? Yeah, the value, exactly. So convincing the tech, that's why we emphasize the whole trust relationship. That anyone that walks in a store and says, the OE spent a lot of money on this program, why aren't you taking it? That's not a way to build trust, right? You have to convince the technician, and by showing them this is actually going to help you. It's going to help you improve your skills. You'll be able to demand more as an employee because let's say you've upped your certification level. And then if there's any price tag attached to it, you have to go to the service manager and explain why it's good for him. Hey, you have a tech who's more cross capable. He can service multiple product lines. He can service more complex issues. So that's a big thing. I also think there's a slow shift to the accessibility of this. A lot of the training platforms out there are not necessarily either user friendly or the content doesn't seem relevant. So you see, what do I'm always a big believer in looking at what do consumers use, because consumer behavior almost always drives corporate behavior. And consumers are using platforms like Coursera, where you spend $50 a month or $400 a year for an unlimited amount of courses, and it's almost free consumption. When you break it down to what am I paying for each minute of content, it's very reasonable. So I'm hoping, and I think we're seeing that OEs are going more in that direction, where it's yes, there's a learning and development path where you have stages of development, but also there's a community and a knowledge ecosystem out there where it's just really accessible to anyone who wants it. And as long as you're part of this, privileged OE network of dealers, all the, the Kawasaki's, Polarises, and BRPs of the world, then you're going to be able to access this content, and it's going to help you improve. And it's on demand when you need it, how you need it, short chunks, right? Short chunks, not a 30, 40, 50-minute course, but something short and actionable. Does that help? Does that answer your question?
It kind of does. I mean, you and I talked before, and so I'm a big fan of the blended learning example, right? I believe that there needs to be a virtual component, mainly based in microlearning, like you said, small, shorter things, and an Active Directory where the learner can go, I need to know ABC, and go find ABC and look at it, right, in a short amount of time. I believe we need to build resources that are available 24/7 online that do that. However, and I've learned almost the hard way, right, that to take your program completely virtual eliminates some of the relationship that the dealer and the dealer staff require. So maybe it's virtual for a foundational experience, and then when people get to a certain level, you do that in-person relationship building workshop kind of thing where you bring people together and do community peer-to-peer learning. And as COVID opens up other states, we'll have more and more opportunities to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, obviously, I can't go into too much detail, but we've seen the impacts of that firsthand with a couple of client programs where COVID, we had in-person events planned, and COVID obviously canceled that for many, many months. And now we're trying to figure out how effective can you be virtual. Relationship building is hard. over a camera.
Yeah.
Measuring and managing workflows, how many steps or how much time does it take for a porter to go locate a vehicle and bring it into the service department? Something your average dealership probably doesn't think about. But if that porter, or if let's say that technician is spending 30, 40, 50 minutes a day sourcing vehicles, that's time that isn't spent billing a customer. That's really hard to manage over a camera.
Yeah, it can be. Hey, Joe, Jason, Andrew, do you guys have any questions for Clayton before I steal the screen and go into a presentation? No,
Thought it was
Jason's
solid.
good. That was solid. And the deal is I super appreciate you coming, Clayton, and you're welcome to hang out for as long as you can.
Sure.
I know that your day was packed. So if you can hang around to the end of me, then maybe that'll be a good way to put the two of us together so these guys can ask us questions and see if we can argue with each other.
Yeah, I'm good for another 20-ish minutes if that works for you.
Cool, cool. I'm going to go ahead and steal the screen here and open up a PowerPoint. Let's see if we can make life happen. Go. There we go. Slideshow. All right. And I'm just going to ask for my own edification. Are you guys seeing the fixed operations big screen?
See
All
it.
right, awesome. Folks, fixed operations is my passion. Anyone that's known me for any length of time knows that I'm really service oriented. I mean, I've done sales before, I'm familiar with sales, but I really believe that I need to, they always say the riches are in the niches, right? And I decided to super niche it down. I mean, not just power sports, but I'm power sports, dealers and service. And so I like to focus on that. And of course, it's anything after the sale. So if you're watching live or a replay, you could actually scan that QR code and it'll take you right to my property, which is the Powersport Academy. The Powersport Academy I built to handle training in things like communication. We've mentioned before that, a lot of dealer personnel haven't had formal training in communication, like phone etiquette, person-to-person conflict negotiation, things like that. And so we handle that. Best practices at the counter. We talk about what's required to actually write service and have a legal document. And then once we get communication and processes at the counter kind of ironed out, I start to go into processes inside the shop that drive efficiency, productivity, and really start pointing towards the profit that dealership can make. I've had some folks say, why do you focus on communication so much? And it's, well, just like Clayton was saying with his slides, right? Take a look at sales, take a look at, parts and service. All of that is a transition of the relationship with the customer to get to the back end of the store, right? And if we don't do a good job as dealerships of transferring that relationship to the back of the store, then we don't really have anything to worry about with productivity and efficiency, right? Because we haven't created the demand. So I focus on communication first, relationship first to build that demand. And then once that demand is there and evident, we start working on processes to increase productivity, efficiency, and drive profit. And it works out really, really well. And the reason I know it works out really, really well is because we also monitor growth through tracking our key performance indicators along the way. My training at the Powersports Academy is, it says what things are taught. And it's basically what I said, right? Communication, processes, service writer best practices, a thing that I call the service sales funnel. The service sales funnel deals with that efficiency and productivity. There's a certain order that has to be followed at every dealership in order to make sure that you match the work being done in the shop with the parts flow and the customer flow to make sure that work gets out in a timely manner. The first time you let a technician break the service sales funnel, you've affected not that day's sales, but you've affected the sales 3-4 days down the road. And so what I try to teach dealers is to think big picture and think of terms that are like Joe pointed out in his talk, about building that funnel. And it's almost like building a savings account that you're going to redeem at a later date. If you dispatch your work properly, you'll keep making those savings deposits. And at the end of the month, the end of the quarter, the end of the year, you'll have more parts and labor revenue because you followed the process properly. And so then we talk about interdepartmental flow, keeping that relationship going from the front of the building to the back of the building, understanding what a key performance indicator is. I said we were going to measure stuff, and some of you might be going, measure what? Well, I teach people about what a key performance indicator is, how to track it, how to make decisions based on the results, and move from there. And then, of course, that's reporting and goal setting. And there's not a single person in the service department that doesn't benefit from this type of training. If you have a lot person that understands that everything he does is relatable to the bottom dollar, and you share it in ways that are relational to them, they're going to perform better. And that's part of what I'm looking for when I offer training through the Powersports Academy. So it says here, what do I look for? Now, the reason I switched up my presentation this time around is, and I want to go ahead and change the view that I've got here, because when it does the recording, it's going to be a little off. So bear with me just a sec. Oh, okay. I want to make sure that this is, there we go. Perfect. So it says, what do I look for? This is the question that's been coming up the most since the last Powersports Roundtable. I liken myself to being like that Marcus Lemonis guy that does the, the profit show, right? I have the innate ability with 30 years of dealership experience to be able to walk into a dealership and fairly readily take a look at some key items that need to be touched on, that need to be handled. And people say, so what do you look for? What's the magic? And so I basically put myself in the customer's shoes and I take lots of pictures, right? Pictures are my way of remembering what I saw and why I felt the way I felt when I went through it. And so when I go to a location, I take a look at the business appearance, I look at business signage, I look at online reputation, right? I'm going to hit on one of Joe's topics, right? But I'll take a look at, Google My Business and what do the Yelp reviews say and things like that. And then I start focusing on what's the business communication that I'm seeing in person while I'm doing a dealer visit. And I look at the overall cleanliness. So I covered up the name of the dealership in the picture that's on the screen very purposefully. They might actually be on this call. So I don't want to embarrass them by putting their name out, but I want to tell you a story about visiting that dealership. You see where it says the hours and then it says service department that way? When I went to this dealership, it had just rained. I had never been to this dealership before. So I walk up and I see the dealership and service department that way. I'm a service trainer. I'm looking for the service department. I start walking. Remember I said it had just rained. I was representing a brand that said, make sure you wear nice shoes. So I'm wearing nice shoes. And I was walking back and as I'm walking, I'm taking a look at this building and I don't see any other doors that say service, enter here. So I keep going. I come up to a gate. At the gate, the pavement ended. So where the pavement ended, I'm looking down and I see mud because it had rained and I'm wearing nice shoes. And I thought, well, I haven't seen a service door yet and I can't be a pansy about this. I'm just going to go ahead and find my way. So I walk through the gate, I'm walking through the mud, I'm skirting around puddles, and I go all the way around the back of the building. And there is nowhere to enter this business. And so I walk all the way back around to the front of the building where that sign was, and I walk in that door to the right of that. And when I look, I see the parts counter, and over the parts counter, it says service. And I was like, that's so weird. Why did they have me walk around the building? And those are the types of things that when you're in it, you don't recognize it. When you're there, you're working there every single day, you might recognize how your communication is telling your customer to do something you don't want them to do. And so I focus on that kind of stuff and I take pictures of it. And then we build a package, a custom package, again, to Joe's case, right? You build a custom package for each dealership because each dealership is different. I used to work at Home Depot. I can tell you that every Home Depot is the same. Each store is made in the order that a house is built. So you got building supplies on one end, plumbing, electrical, decor. It takes you all the way out to landscaping and barbecues, right? Each store is built the same. Each Ford Quality Care is built in a similar way. So if I go to a Ford Quality Care, I can tell you where to find, serpentine belts and oil filters and get your oil change done and your alignment checked. But when I go to a motorcycle dealership, there is no standard template, and each of these businesses is unique. So it's important that we treat them all as if they're unique. And then, of course, cleanliness. If I go into a shop and it's dirty, I already know what I need to talk about, right? So again, I'm answering the question, what do I look for when I go to these dealers and do consulting? The next thing is, as I see these things, how do I address them? And so I say, what does a normal sports coach focus on? Well, a normal sports coach he focuses on basics, right? I think about a really good baseball coach. He focuses on throwing and catching, batting, right? Think about a soccer coach. What does he focus on? Focuses on, foot skills, right? I think about all of these different sports genres and what they focus on when they're coaching folks. And what I get back to is back to basics. And so when I start consulting with a new dealership, we really do dive into basics. What are some communication styles, communication traits, work styles, phone etiquette, mental database for each employee over the right way to do things and to start to grow. Once I have that established, it becomes a hard issue. Does that employee behave in a coachable and teachable way? And if they behave in a teachable and coachable way, we've won them over, and now we can start focusing on real growth as a team, right? And then that's where I build the process. Once we have their heart, I know that I can instill process and have buy-in. If you skip over all these other things, because I've had a lot of dealers come to me and go, look, dude, the pyramids and crystals thing, that's cool if you're into that. I'm not really into that. I just want to like ram some processes down these guys' throats. I got to kick these guys in the ass and get them to produce for me. And it's like the moment you start talking in those terms, you've already lost your employees, right? And to, we were talking before to Nathan, we were talking before with Jason about HR things. And, folks, what I'm talking about is having that buy-in. If you lose the buy-in, if you don't have your people's heart, if you can't communicate well or have emotional intelligence in the job place, they're not going to have buy-in, and you're going to suffer from employee turnover, which is going to affect the way that you train your team, which of course affects the way that I run my shop, right? And so that leads us to maintaining your emotional intelligence being super, super important. If you are the personality type that can't manage emotional intelligence, hire somebody that can, right? Replace yourself on the team and empower somebody else to the emotional intelligence of that team. Whether it's a consultant and you're hiring me to work with your people and do weekly support calls like I do with the Powersport Academy, or whether you're hiring another consultant to come in and just kind of like take the read on the people and coach people and lend some personal development to your team, you got to have some kind of an emotional intelligence, some kind of plan in place. And again, for a lot of folks, you became a dealer owner through being a enthusiast, kind of not be so crystals and pyramids. And if that doesn't fit you as all that well, then I really stress that you should hire somebody or employ a consultant to help you with that. Now, people ask, why is my training online? And just of what we need to do at the dealership. And we can teach that in a very, very effective way virtually. We can get people into a space online, have a workable platform, get people in, give them content, show them theory. And then once that theory begins to get solidified, I do biweekly support calls, which are live, and it increases that relational kind of nurturing thing with the student. And then we send reps in to do the handshake, the eye to eye, to build the real big relationship. And we like to get out to our dealers about twice a year. That's our goal as a company. And I see that that's where the most value is actually delivered. I stress that this is not a 2-day workshop. I've worked in the OEM field before, and I've been forced as a trainer to have to try and cram a year's worth of training into a 2-day workshop. Those of you that have had any kind of training experience in the past, I guarantee you, if you went to a 1-day class, that started out as a 30-day program. If you went to a 2-day class, that was a 6-month program, right? People in corporate worlds will say, okay, that's great. I like that you want to cover all that stuff, but we need you to shorten it down so we can do it in 2 weeks. And then we need to shorten it down so you can do it in a week. Then we need you to just take the highlights and we'll do a 2-day series, right? And so as much success as I've gotten corporately in the OEM world by doing these 2-day workshops, I found that by doing biweekly support calls and stretching the curriculum out over a year, I get much better retention and I'm able to work with people at a deeper level. Now, the difference with what I'm offering versus like what the OEM offers, and I'm stressing this as much as I can, what Clayton provides with the OEMs and the OEMs providing all that training and everything that they do, whether it's free or whether it's paid by the dealer owner, it's fantastic. Take advantage of all of it, right? It's so, so, so valuable to have that. But if you can bring something into your shop that is dealer focused and works on your people directly and works on a lot of personal development stuff that the OEMs will steer away from, then you're able to complete that cycle of training. You're able to not only give your people the information, the factual stuff that they require from the OEM to find success, but you also give them that well-rounded personal development, communication skills, how to overcome objections, reconcile differences. When I say overcome objections, I'm talking about sales tools, right? There's 3 root causes for someone to say no to service work. So, right, it's either time, money, or trust, and you got to figure out how you're going to, expose that root cause and then overcome that conflict or overcome that obstacle to get that person to be a buyer. Now, OEMs do a great job of, hey, this is how you fix a Hayabusa, or this is what's required when you sell an oil change kit, or this is what's required when you write a repair order. But very few of them are going to talk about communication, personality traits, work styles, and building a team of different personalities that are really going to exploit all of the talents of your team, right? And so I think that that's a huge difference between what Clayton and I offer. And realistically, if you have plans that are offered by the OEM and you can supplement that with personal development for your service team through whether it's Powersports Academy or another provider, how much better is that? If your staff knows that you're invested in their success, they're going to be that much more committed to you, and it's going to reduce your employee turnover, which is going to drive your bottom line better, right? Folks, I tried to make this one short. What you can see here, and I'm going to see if I can move this. I did, okay? And I'm moving things around for when it records, right? So everyone's like, why is Kurt moving things around? On one side, you could scan the QR code and go right to Powersports Academy. The other news is that I'm offering folks that stuck around for the 5 hours on the Powersport Academy. If you use the code Roundtable 429, that's going to get you 40% off on anything you choose on the Powersport Academy website, right? So does that sound like a hard push? Yeah, it is, because I haven't made, like to Joe's point, I haven't made 8 or 12 touches at all of the dealers that are seeing this right now. So if you have questions, comments, concerns, reach out to me, call me, hit me up through the website, hit the contact link. If you've got a question about, OEM training, and let's just be bold about it, right? If you're on this call or you're watching this roundtable and you work for an OEM and you're looking for training materials or ways to grow, reach out to me, reach out to Clayton, see if we've got the skill set that's what your company's looking for to reach the dealer network and boost your activities. Right, folks, that's all I'm really going to bring today. I really just wanted to push on what I look for. When I go to a dealership, everyone assumes that there's some kind of magic, like there's some kind of, like I show up and automatically have something done. It's 3 decades of experience that walks in and goes, how does that guy answer the phone? Let me take a look at these 2 repair orders and see how these are written. Are they signed? Do they have estimates? Can the mechanic pick up the repair order and a set of keys, turn around and go work on the motorcycle? Or does he have to pick up the repair order and a set of keys and go back to the service desk and ask what the hell this means, right? If the guy can't pick up the repair order and the keys and go to work, that's a loss. The service department is the only department in the building where everything that is done physically by every employee has a direct correlation to the bottom line, right? A salesman can go outside, drink coffee, smoke a cigarette, make a phone call, text his girlfriend, go in and still close a deal by Saturday, right? But a technician walks away from his bench to go ask a question to a service writer, that's 15 minutes gone, right? If your shop rate is $130 an hour, that just cost you $65 for him to walk away and ask a question. Every time you distract a technician, it's 15 minutes for a distraction, right? If you're running a good shop, your parts and labor splits 50-50. So you lost the revenue of $65 in parts, you've lost a quarter of $130 in parts and a quarter of $130 in labor, right? Which brings you to $65 lost revenue. Now you start adding this up. If you distract a technician 10 times a day, that's about $65,000 a year. If you distract a team of 4 technicians 10 times a day because you didn't give them properly scoped work, That's a lot of money, right? It ends up being what, $250,000, $260,000 a year in lost revenue. So I'm super big on this stuff, super passionate on it. Once we get the relationship and the communication fixed at the front counter and over the phone, we're able to drive that demand right through the service department, make them more efficient, more productive, reduce employee turnover. Because if the customer's relationship is better, how much happier is the work environment? And I should ask Andrew that one, right? If the work environment is better, if the relationships are better with the customers and there's less moaning and bitching at the service counter, how much happier are the employees in that service department? And if the employees are happier, right, it keeps your expenses down and it keeps your employee turnover less. So there's wins to this whole thing. And we all have the ability to do it. I look at everybody that's on the roundtable today, and I'm just like, you know, Nathan's gone because he had to take off early. But it's like, look at what Nathan brought to the table, Andrew for stress, Jason for HR, Clayton on OEM training. You know, Joe with the BDC talk was over the moon. I got to watch the replay just to take some of the facts away from what Joe talked about. And I'm super thrilled with what we've been able to bring to today for everybody that's watching this thing. I'm kind of done. What do you guys got?
So you're talking good service. So what defines good service, right? Make sure you look at the customer's balloon too. He came to you to remove a discomfort. He didn't come to you to add a whole bunch of them. So when you had to walk through the mud, you just put another discomfort on your customer. So make sure you're removing the air from your customer's balloon, not putting it back in.
It's, you know, to your point, it's about reducing friction. Who was the one that used the term reducing friction today? Was that Nathan? I think it was Nathan. First presentation of the day. We talked about reducing friction. The more that we can take steps at the dealer level to reduce friction for the customer, the more money they're going to spend. You know, I'm always shocked. Like I love the Ducati brand, and that's my second trash truck of the day, if that's making noise. But I love the Ducati brand. I worked for them. I've been to Italy. I've been to the factory. I know the people that work there. I love that brand. But when they hang an exhaust system up on the wall and say, this is $6,000 and 12 hours labor to install it, I have a little bit of a stroke and a heart attack thinking that some service writers got to sell that somewhere, right? And then people do it. Hey, looks like Clayton's going to sign off. Clayton, man, thank you so much for showing up.
Yeah, sorry guys, I wasn't able to be there for more, but thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
You know, possibly another time, brother.
That'd be great. Thanks everyone.
So when I look at service writers having to sell that, I'm like, where does that come from? How do you look somebody in the eye and go, man, I can put this on your motorcycle for $7,500? And that doesn't happen unless there's relationship and communication. And then of course you need productivity and efficiency on the back end to make sure there's margin in the job. Y'all look so sullen. How you guys doing?
I think it was awesome. I had a great day.
Yeah,
I
Paul,
think
I
I had a
learned a
pretty
lot.
good day too.
Yeah.
So
I learned a lot.
yeah, and you brought a lot too. That's good stuff.
If you say so, but I did feel like I learned a lot.
I'm going to missay your name, but I haven't heard anything from Hajra all day.
He's being quiet. I don't even.
You actually said my name correctly, which is awesome.
That is fantastic. I work hard at that stuff.
Yeah, I can see. No, I've been listening all day, and I think that you guys were great. You all brought something to the table, which is awesome.
Yeah, that's good. That's good stuff. Joe, you know, I'm going to do what we did last time. I'm going to, you know, take these, break them into lessons, put them on the Powersport Roundtable website. But I think more so than last time, and I could be wrong because I haven't looked at the replay from December, you know, too much. But
Yeah.
you brought a lot of heat today, man. There was that demo went through a lot of different features. And so I just want to make sure it's okay with you. When I put that lesson up, is it okay if I put like all your contact info and stuff in there? Because I want, if they have questions, I want people to get to you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That yeah, for sure. And even if it never leads anything, I mean, if it leads to something, it's great because it's new business. But you know, if it doesn't, it's also great because they're getting some form of, you know, help that they need, and that's the idea. When you come from a place of trying to help folks out, I really do believe that, you know, it serves you well at the end, you know. And for me, it's just always been, you know, those are two things I'm really passionate about: power sports in general and the outdoor industry.
Yeah.
and digital marketing. You know, those two things for me, and I know you and I could geek out on those sort of things all day long. So it's just the natural, like, to just give them, you know, sometimes I feel like I mentioned earlier, like self-conscious about like just opening up the fire hose, you know, because I just got all those things just rattling up here, but I'm like, shit, let me try to get them as much info as I can, you know, try to get them while they're there. You know?
I only got 40 minutes. I got to hit it.
But then, you know, they're like, I've got, you know, I've had multiple consultants and like business coaches over time, and they're all like, dude, you talk your way out of sales, and you can talk yourself out of a, you know, it's just like, you just talk too much, like tone it down. And I'm like, but I got so much to share with them. I want to tell them, you know.
I think one of the hardest things, you know, when I talk to a dealer, I hear, so, you know, in my presentation, I said, you know, what do I look for, right? And I try and tell people, this is what I look for. This is what I do when I get there. And then I build the program, and I give you the courses, and I show you how to do everything. And I know there's a return on investment. You used ROI in your presentation. I know there's a return on investment in my area. I typically bring in an average size shop anywhere from $400,000 to $600,000 in extra revenue for the year, right? And when someone's paying 10 grand a year to train their people, 10 grand seems like a lot of money. But if you pay the 10 grand and you generate more revenue by $400,000, $600,000, it's obviously paid for itself, right? Now that's revenue. That's not gross profit, but it's revenue. And you're bringing revenue to the store through the training, through the relationship building, and that's huge.
And talk about, you know, kind of circling back around and kind of tying. I really like the way that so much of it really ties into itself, because so many of the topics that you pick, same thing for the first round table that we did, by the way, but kudos to you for the topics that you put in there, because even though they don't seem like they may tie in together, they really truly do. Because like going back to, you just mentioned right now, spending the money to train your employees really ties perfectly back to Andrew's, you know, like inflating that balloon. So much of what I see happens at dealerships, man, and this goes really not just dealers, for businesses in general. Whenever one of my people, you know, mess something up, I always really try to ask myself, what didn't I give them that, you know, allowed them to fail? And that's also really important too in the human factor, because, and I'm not going to BS you and tell you that I always used to be like this, because, you know, I got a crash course in business. Yeah, I got a crash course in business from my early 20s by working, you know, and having to step up for my grandparents' business because my grandfather fell ill, and then there was like nobody to take over. So I was there at like 22 taking over, and I was much more hot-headed, you know, and I wouldn't ask those questions before. And then now I hope, you know, that my team can attest to this, that I'm much more kind and understanding, coming from that different place of thinking, well, why, you know, what didn't we give them? Or maybe what are they going through right now? And it creates for better bonds, better relationships. But back to the point the main point I was trying to make, that ties in exactly to what you said. And what Andrew says is, it's a huge point of, I think, stress and contention. And of course, the owners, you know, they don't want to admit that. They don't want to spend the 10 grand.
Yeah.
They don't want to bite the bullet there, which I get it. It's dope, but they don't want to bite the bullet there. But then they don't want to go through the daily aggravations of somebody screwing up. And it's just like, well, dude, I mean, you know, pick your poison. Either you go with the stress on a daily basis, or you get people trained right and this and that. And I don't mean that like in a demeaning way. You know what I'm saying? It's just that's just such a human tendency. I have fallen into that trap. I still do very often, you know, but then I got to really think to myself, you got to slow down and think, okay, well, what is it that's happening? And then usually when I ask that question, what didn't I give them? That frustration immediately goes away. And then the question in my mind is, okay, so what can I do next to really give them the tools so that doesn't happen again? And if it does happen again, I need to understand that I'm owning up to it because I didn't do something to change it. It's
yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, it was me that kept walking into that wall.
You know, so.
You know, on this roundtable, I wanted to give dealers an idea of, you know, what are the drivers? What are the main things that I see when I visit their shop the first time, right? But I think if we do another roundtable, and I'm pretty sure we will, I think one of the questions I get from dealers, or one of the statements they make that I want to kind of address, is when they go, man, I don't think I have time for training. We're already just so busy, you know? And I bet you hear that with the lead development, right? It's like, "Oh, I really don't know if I want to invest in leads. I mean, we're already so busy."
Yeah.
And it's like, you think you're busy. It feels busy. Like you're not organized. You're not putting yourself in an effective, efficient position. You're not well trained as a team, right? So it feels busy. It feels chaotic. But if you put processes and put things into scope, all of a sudden you realize, holy crap, right? We actually have half the day left over. And that half a day could be driving more sales, driving more interactions, driving more relationships with customers.
And I think, like, within the context of what we do in BDC, and this is not just something like I preach, man, it's for real. If, you know, let's just say that we see it real time. A dealership is struggling with the follow-up because they don't have the right tools or maybe the right training. And then there's the sense of frustration coming from the salespeople. All of those things, some of the things that, like I mentioned in my on my presentation, right? The thing is, if you spend the time and energy and money or whatever it takes to remove that, I really do wholeheartedly believe that the people that are the ones that do it right will focus and will have now time to develop those human relationships. I don't know where I heard this one time, so this is not an original quote from me, but somebody told me about, like, you know, something like storytelling, like everything in life is storytelling. And it's true. I mean, when you think about that.
Oh, that's a Russell Brunson's line.
Is that what it is? Oh, no wonder.
Russell Brunson.
Yeah, Russell Brunson is a total badass. And it's very true. So you think about, you know, the way, like, we're kind of hanging out here. I mean, we're just missing a pitcher of beer, so maybe a little bit too early for Cali, you know, for some of you guys, but, you know.
I got beer in the fridge.
And there you go. Yeah, I mean, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's definitely, you know, it's 4:54 right here in Florida. So we, you know, it's not too early down here. But, you know, you sit around and you grab a couple of drinks and you're talking or whatever, whether it is work or personal or whatnot. It's storytelling. That's how we as humans relate. And, you know, we put so much emphasis, we really lose track of, and I've said this before in some of my webinars. Stop. I say this to dealers all the time. Stop treating that guy like a freaking number. He's not a number. He's a human being. And I know it means another number on your spreadsheet, and it means profit, and it means, but at the end of the day, that guy, I hate to sound brash. Again, remember, I like to be a people pleaser, you know, but that guy's not a number. That guy's making a life-altering decision, hopefully for the better, it'll likely be for the better, you know? And so when the time and the effort and the energy is put into the training, so back to your point, to remove a lot of those things, I really wholeheartedly believe, man, that sales guys, the ones that do it well, they connect better with people, man. And the user experience is so much more, because, you know, one thing, you've probably seen this a lot with your experience in Suzuki, but metrics have so much more of a harder time than Harley dealers to get people back in their shop. And that's one simple way that, without having to put a cafe or a rider academy in your dealer, or you know, whatever the case may be, that if all you do is just start by, why do you think Apple's so successful? Why do you think people have been so forgiving of the mistakes that Apple has made along the way, and they'll still say that they're diehard Apple fans? Because Steve Jobs' vision was always, same thing with Google, by the way. They always wanted user experience to be top-notch, uncompromised. And so if a dealership comes from that thought process and mentality of always putting their customers first, you know, and making that user experience be what they experience through the journey, they're going to inevitably start reeling people back in with just a little reminder. Hey, we just want to tell you about your 1K service. Sure, man, where do I sign up? You know, they start becoming their fans. They start becoming brand advocates.
You know, if you just do the right thing, right? Add value to people, the money follows.
Yeah.
So if you focus more on the relationship and less on the transaction still happens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, what you got? We're coming up on the end of this thing. We got like 3 minutes left on the timer unless someone says something really philosophical.
I wanted to ask Andrew something because I don't know if he said this, but do you do like talks, gigs? You know, are you open to going to dealers? And
Yep.
okay, because I found what you said. I mean, everything. I think everything today was awesome. But you know, I'm the type of person that, as you can see, sometimes I go 1,000 miles, you know, a minute, and I've been working a lot lately on finding balance, and you know, and I found your topic and your, you know, it was just so relevant, you know, especially I think for business owners when they're like just always balls to the walls, you know, and like, yeah, exactly, man. And so anyway, I just wanted to ask you, I was curious because I think it's so useful, you know, to bring in a topic like yours and what you got to offer for, hell, not even just like the dealership owners, but even for their employees, man, you know, that they're stressed out and frustrated and whatever, you know?
Yeah, I just recently transitioned over into public speaking to move my hour to a bigger reach. So at the end of the day, my commitment is to help people that are suffering from stress, anxiety, and depression, because I had all three from the earliest memory up until age 27. When I was able to escape the darkness, it became my mission and my passion to start escaping it as well. I had never even envisioned this for my life. I was just coaching people one-on-one for free. And then more and more high-level people started reaching out to me just by word of mouth. And I'm like, okay, this is getting weird. People started saying, hey, put some videos online. And I said, absolutely not. Man, me and my wife went downtown, Charleston, South Carolina here. My hands were shaking. My palms were sweating. A backstory. Pause that for a second. My dad always told me growing up, there's two different types of people in the world. One that one that came to be the show and one that came to see the show. My entire life, I was the guy that come to see the show. And I was always ingrained in that. And then I'm like, oh my God, I'm about to be the show. So you see this like internal, like craziness going on inside of me. And I recorded the first video. I put it online, 1,200 views in a single day. And now I just keep trying to help more and more people. And it's become apparent that coaching one-on-one, I'm helping one individual at a time. So transitioning to where I can get in front of 10, 15, maybe 1,000 people at a time, it's making more sense of this is what I need to be doing. And it's just being obedient. So I definitely would do any speaking gigs if somebody had to offer right now.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I mean, kudos to you. You said something, I think, during your presentation, which took me aback, which is, I think it was something about either your mom or your dad would say to you, I think.
My mom, yeah. And then I masked it. You know, I like flowers and I like beauty and art. And I like, she heard me listening to Boyz II Men, and I like Michael Bolton and the saxophone, and I like jazz. So she was like trying to beat that like out of me. So I just became this really tough shell of a person, and where I wouldn't allow myself to enjoy like flowers. But now look, dude, I don't care how hardcore or lack of hardcore you think I am. Homie, I got flowers on me. I'm going to be me now. I'm taking care of myself. But, you know, that mental war that put that stress and depression and anxiety on me, like living in this shell, like I'm living this shell life, like I'm this big tough guy. You know, I killed a 12-foot alligator, 545 pounds. I put him in a 14-foot John boat with me. The alligator hunting laws here say that you have to have 2 lines firmly attached to the alligator before you can shoot it. If anybody thinks alligator hunting is easy because they watch Swamp People, try to attach 2 lines to an alligator that's 545 pounds, 2 feet shorter than your boat. It's hardcore stuff. I had my own farm. I raised my own meat. I butchered it. I put it in the freezer. I processed. It was all these hardcore things. Then I'm looking at my life. I really don't like killing things. I don't like hurting anything. In fact, when I changed my life, now I even go in my house and I catch a spider in the jar and I'll take them outside instead of killing it. So just having the courage to finally accept who I was and realize, you know, that was my mom's issues, not mine, kind of allowed me to open up my life where I could be vulnerable, and being vulnerable helps me help other people even more.
Man, kudos to you, man. I mean, really, my hat's off to you. There was a bit of a shell shock there when you said that, and then, you know, not to go off on a rabbit hole because I know we're out of time now, but you know, for me, there was I had growing up a type of what I kind of call insidious abuse, because it wasn't sexual abuse, it wasn't physical abuse, but it was emotional. And it was very interwoven in the fabrics of, you know, everyday life. And so it created a lot of toxic shame and toxic guilt. And this is probably, by the way, the very first time, maybe you've encouraged me to do this. This is probably the very first time I've actually said this on a webinar or any kind of public forum. I think the most I've ever been vulnerable and opened up in as far as like publicly was how the story of how I started loving power sports, which was actually when I was about 8 years old. My dad grabbed me, he put me between him and, you know, the gas tank of his motorcycle. And that was history for me. I mean, I was hooked on the outdoors and motorcycles and everything from there on. But one thing I usually never talk about, and it's something that has unlocked not only for me internally, because you said, you know, we're so taught to like not be selfish, but in reality, I see knowing God as knowing thyself. The more you know thyself is the closest that you can really find to divinity. And you can't do that when, you know, when the ones that were tasked to protect us when we were little ingrained a massive critic inside of us. And we at one point didn't realize that once that voice was no longer there, what was left is that representation of what that voice was. So for me, that journey has actually kind of happened in my you know, early to mid 30s. I'm 36 now, and and it's been.
He's a young pup.
Huh?
You're a young pup.
I am, but I got started early, and you know, and I'm married to an older woman, so because I kind of have a little bit of an old soul, so but definitely, yeah, but definitely I'm on the young side. I mean, and super young to have like a 13-year-old, you know. But that liberation, man, what I have found out, Andrew, is that when I got liberated, like when I started, because it's a journey, right? Let's not make it a salvation fantasy, because when those things happen to us when we're young, it's a continuum of a journey. Like we're never going to totally be completely healed from it. It's just continuously improving and improving. That's, you know, there's some really two good books that have helped me out for this. One, they're both by Pete Walker. One, it's called CPTSD, Complex PTSD, from Surviving to Thriving. And I read them in this order. That was the first one I read, which was his second book, but I read that one first. And then the one that I'm on now, which I've got about another 4 hours or so on Audible, is The Tao of Fully Feeling. And he talks about that. He talks about how our parents, you know, not in all cases. So some people are very fortunate with regards to having parents that are super supportive, you know. I had an absent father growing up, and ironically enough, his absence, as much as he was criticized and judged, and I learned to judge him because people that taught me that, right, was much less hurtful to me than those who were always there with me. Their care there was, you know, was much more insidious and hurtful in the things that I would be told. And so breaking that chain, especially having been, you know, growing up in like a Hispanic culture, oh my gosh, you can't break away from your family, or you can't break away from that, you know. But the truth of the matter is that you have to, if you have to take care of yourself, you have to nourish your sense of self. And then maybe once you've developed it, and your sense of self knows that somebody, which is you, is taking care of it, that then you can now face those demons, so to speak, you know, because then you have that. It's like I see, like, your tattoos are really inspiring, because it's like saying, it's your way of saying, like, this, like, nobody in my family has a tattoo. I've got 3, you know, like I've got one right here or whatever. And I'm just like, I'm just going to do it. This is me. You know, when I got an earring, scandalous. Oh my God, this guy's got an earring, you know. My grandfather even asked me, like, he said it like in the Cuban terms, you know, are you a, and I hate to use this word, but those were like his words. Are you a faggot? That was his word, you know? And I was like, so what if I was, you know? It was kind of like my response, you know? Like, what's you guys have watched, is it Seinfeld? And he goes, not that there's anything wrong with that, you know? But anyways, I'm going off on a tangent. I find it very inspirational, and I wanted to tell you that. I don't think I've ever opened up this much personally, but I think it's empowering. Kurt had somebody who's a true badass last time. I mean, really, Kurt, you've knocked it out twice, you know, on each one, on having somebody on the realm of what they do. Because you may have heard of her, Stacy Rask is, yeah, she was on last time, and I have started to follow her thereafter. Bro, her stuff is so inspirational. I mean, she's gone through so many things with, you know, complex PTSD and PTSD. She's a veteran. She's a badass biker chick. And the things that she says are so inspiring. The other day, my wife doesn't normally pay a lot of attention to the crap I'm going on social media. But what, you know, I was scrolling through LinkedIn or something like that, and then I was playing like what Stacy was saying, and my wife's ears were, huh? And because my wife's studying psychology, by the way, and she went back to school, and she went, huh? You know, like, and I was like, oh yeah, you know, she's the real deal. So, you and I should catch up, maybe, you know, off of the webinar, because I'm very interested in you know, in hearing a lot more of what you got. I'm very inspired by it. So thank you for sharing that.
Appreciate that, man. Definitely, most definitely. Jason, you too. I wrote some note down for you as well, for your business, just ideas. I'm a thinker, so I always ask weird questions, and the least I know about somebody's business, the weirder my questions get. But sometimes these light bulbs show up in somebody else's heart, and they're like, oh, that's a good idea. So I don't know if they're good or bad, but sometimes they're good. So maybe sometimes we reach out as well, or I email them to you.
We
Just
didn't
I
get
took some notes.
we didn't get to see any of Jason's handlebars today, man.
Well,
Really keep them hidden, but like, these things are gorgeous, man.
well, in a sense, I mean, and I appreciate it. Well, handlebars, how I kind of ran the business part of that was handlebars are handlebars to a certain degree. What I was trying to build in starting my own business, and this is what was kind of cool. I was just thinking about everybody here started their own business. Well, yes, I work for MIJ. Doing my own business, that's kind of like, that's putting your art on the wall, right? You've created something, you're putting yourself out there to be vulnerable for people to judge it and stuff like that. So I know that might be a little deep for a handlebar kind of thing, but that was kind of the premise behind the idea, was like to make a bar that had a marketing story behind it, because the bars are bars. I'm not here to like shave. I'm not lying to people and saying we're taking 4 seconds, you know, off of your lap time by running these bars. But I wanted to create something that was like rad, that the people would connect to, like on the brand level. So
it does look dope. The brand itself too, because I follow you on Instagram and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Well, it kind of goes back to what we've been talking about all through this, is everybody's got a story, right? One of my favorite books is All Marketers. It used to be called All Marketers Are Liars, and he changed it to All Marketers Tell Stories, and by Seth Godin. Really, really great marketing guy. If anybody's read it, Purple Cow, all this good stuff. So, and that's what's kind of, I don't want to say I make myself laugh about it, but it's one of those things where I've created a brand and people will write me and tell me stuff like, dude, you know, my arm pump's gone. I love the brand. I love all these kind of things. And it's like, you've told yourself, you know, that you like what it is based like on the social media and all that kind of stuff. You know, people will get the bars out of the box and be like, these are amazing. And I'm like, how do you know? You haven't even ridden on them. but I've created that story for them in their head. And I really pride myself like on the packaging that we put together, like all that kind of stuff, because at the end of the day, I was trying to make a hero out of, which is another guy that I really, really like, is Don Miller. And he's like, you're not the hero, you're the guide. You make a hero out of our customer, which is what I try to do every time on MIJ. It's what I try to do every time I send a set of bars to somebody. I screen print my own boxes out in the garage. My wife helped figure out the packaging. And so when people open it, people Instagram themselves open. I am a big Apple fan. And everybody who's ever opened the product from Apple knows the euphoric high comes when you see the box, like, holy shit. And then it starts. You haven't even gotten the whatever the product is in your hand yet, but it's already dope. And I try to do that same thing on a, little bit more organic, kind of crafty kind of scale, but we wrap everything gold seal to close it up with. That way when you open up the box, the first thing you see is this gold embossed seal, the Phoenix logo, and it inside it's just handlebars. But I've hopefully created something that's a lot more than just handlebars in the presentation, and making you feel like, holy shit, this guy made a hero out of me. Can't wait to even get these on the bike. That's my handlebar story.
That's awesome, man. That is awesome.
Cool.
Well, thanks for caring enough to ask. It is cool. It's as a guy who's in the motorcycle industry, as long as we've all been here, it's like, it's one of the things that I kind of thought. I like MIJ. I mean, obviously I love what we're doing here, but this was always going to be my baby, and that thing that maybe I could try to do and keep people super stoked like on Moto.
Heck yeah, man.
Well, guys, when I first started this project and had the idea of doing a 5-hour webinar, people thought I was nuts. And now this is the second one done, and I'm really, really happy with the results. And I was watching people come and go in the Zoom, and I know that we're going to see some folks on the replay. And, I'm just going to encourage folks to share it and the segments that we break out of it. I know that Brian Croft is going to use some of the stuff for his podcast, right? For the Dealership Fix It podcast. And man, I can't thank you guys enough. I mean it. Like, you guys signed in, you put in the time, and it's all out of pocket, man. It's off the clock. I think people need to recognize that this was a sacrifice. You guys made it, and we're adding value to the dealers. And if we help them to find success with any one of the topics, what a win.
Yeah.
It's huge.
I would say thanks to you, man, because it's kind of like you put your art on the wall, you created this and asked people to be a part of it. And I think that's really awesome of you, to have done that, to give each of us a voice. And I think we all agree that we learned something from everybody who talked today, which was super rad. Like, again, I didn't know what I was walking into. No, you and Joe did, but yeah, this was cool. So thank you. I hope dealers get something out of this as well.
Me too, man.
This is the punch in the arm that gives me the inspiration to go the next 2 or 3 months full steam. You know what I mean? Like, everyone needs a punch in the arm sometimes. And this platform for me is that punch in the arm that says, okay, I'm motivated. I can do this for another couple months full steam and add dealers to my network. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Well, I think I was gonna say, like, I don't know how we can, maybe on the MIJ side, I think you and I talked about it a long time ago, and I just sort of dropped the ball on stuff like that because I'm a little bit of a space cadet. But I think, and Joe, same with you. But if there's something, man, that if I can do via email blast, social media, and stuff like that, man, there was so much to take from this, on each of your guys' brands. If there's something I can do, don't hesitate to.
That would be great. I think our email list has now grown to like shy of like 7,000 or so, right around there. And I would be like, dude, let me promote MIJ. But it's just like, I'm so humbled because MIJ has been around. Like, dude, when I worked in house for dealers, like under payroll, we were using MIJ, and that was years back. You know what I'm saying? So like MIJ is almost becoming like a household name for, so like, I don't know what I could offer in the context of, blasting out to our list, because I think so many of the people that we would have already known about you, but I'd be more than thrilled to look at like processes and procedures that may help, like you had mentioned, maybe something internally to send reminders for the applicants or reminders for the dealers to follow up with applicants, stuff like that. I'd be thrilled to help out, and in exchange, maybe we can work something where, because for us, we're the babies on the block in a sense. We're the guys that are coming in with the crazy ideas and the, oh my gosh, the technology, these dudes, what are they doing? They're rocking our world, And so we do need, I'm not going to hesitate in saying that we need to we need the support of people that have been in the industry longer than we have, in the sense of like, and listen, I've been extremely lucky to have people like Steve Jones, Mark Sheffield, those are people who have been in the industry for so long. Derek Sanders, he's a good buddy of mine. And these guys have trusted me. Some of them have trusted me because they've seen my stuff firsthand, but they didn't need to open up to me. They didn't need to refer or anything like that. And I've been so incredibly lucky that these guys have trusted me and have kind of been like, yeah, come on, let's work together and do this and do that. But I know in a very humble way that I need that. And that I think speaks volumes to a lot of the people in our industry, because they didn't have to do that. They did it, out of the goodness of their heart. So, yeah, dude, I mean, anything that we can do to work together. I mean, you guys, again, I'm very humbled, to be able to do anything with MIJ. Yeah, dude, I'm all for it.
Kurt, are you cutting this? Are you cutting this at a point?
I was gonna cheers everybody with my beer, and I
No.
was gonna turn it off.
No, I was going to say, are you going to cut this part out for the recording, or is this going to be on the replay? Because I could just hand over Jason some information right now, like in a real quick 3 or 4 sentences, and then he can have that as long as I don't want to. I was thinking one of the things is like, can you capture reviews of happiness of employees placed? And then I'd like with Joe, like having data capture, like personality tests, something. I don't know if you can apply those things to what you're doing. Make it beneficial for employees to have long-term employees, maybe have some kind of little feature, meet the team. Here's the company that you're coming to work for. We got Brenda, she's out front working. She's there, maybe giving a little bit more information, making it more personal. Like they're almost actually walking into the dealership right there online, kind of getting to know where they're going to be placed at.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So almost like presenting it within the follow-up sequences. So I love that. I really like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So they kind of get an idea, a picture, a landscape. Okay, well, Brenda's been here for 15 years. This must be a good company.
That would also work really badass for service too. Hey, here's what you can expect when you're going to work into the service department, especially too. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here with you, Kurt. Every time, and with you too, Jason, you know this. Every time somebody's going to walk into the service department, I would say 9 times out of 10, they're already pissed because something broke and they're going to have to spend money, So you want to try to alleviate that. And I really like that idea, Andrew, which is to soften that psychological blow. Like, here's Brenda. She's been with us 15 years and she's going to take really good care of you and really good care of your baby. That's something that the car industry doesn't really get, but that we get. We want our baby taken care of. Call me stupid for calling my bike a baby. I don't care.
And what I'm getting at is the guy that's applying for these different jobs. How do I know I want to work for this company? Like, can you get them more data? Can you get them more information? Because we are a data-driven age now. That's why Joe's his process was so good, because of so much data, so much information. And then you mentioned that people are worried to sign a profile up on your account. So that's a discomfort. Is there a possible way to remove that discomfort? So, okay, if this company is looking at it, is there a way to have like an error message where this guy doesn't either show up, or maybe some of his information is hidden from the company, his company, where they can't actually find him, have some kind of error
Filter.
or
data filter.
We have a status drop down. We thought that might help. I am, actively looking. Yeah, actively looking, not looking, but open to offers, not looking, so I'm always like encouraged. That's right there in that drop down. Now, it's always easy to say, well, dude, we've got it right there. Well, clearly something still isn't connecting for them, and they still have that scary point. So
you need another drop down that says, if you are my employer, I am not looking.
Right. That'd be funny. Well, see, and that's, to me, that's exactly what I would put in. I would put in funny shit, and again, I'd try to make it be like clever and ha 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 and all that stuff, but that's how I run my program. I like the laughs.
Cool. All right,
Awesome.
folks, this 5 hours is done, man. I think I'm gonna hit the button and turn us off if you guys are okay with that.
I'm good with that. I gotta go take a bathroom break.
I don't know if I could be happier, man. Thank you guys so much for what you do.
Yeah. That was dope.
It's been awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Bye, guys.